period in which the scramble for Africa in ancient times took place. And that's when the Assyrians, now called Syria, invaded under the leadership of Ashurbanipal. And that would bring us to about 714. At that time, Ethiopians were ruling Egypt and the entire Nile Valley. They were subsequently pushed out by the Africans. And the next time it happened was when the Persians came in to Egypt under the rule of Cambyses, who was quickly replaced by Darius I. And that will bring us to 525 before the Common Era. You will be surprised to know from that period, 525 BC with Cambyses, not one solitary African ruled Egypt at all until 1952, when an African from Sudan by the name of Mohammed Naguib overthrew Farouk and established Egypt as an independent place. Most people think it's Nasser, but Naguib ruled Egypt one total year before Nasser and others removed him, because he was calling for the reunification of the Nile Valley, meaning Egypt, Sudan, Ethiopia, and others. But between that time, there were other invasions. For it was for the first time the Europeans came in Africa as conquerors was in 212, before the Common Era. When Rome, I'm sorry, I made a mistake there. I thought I had mentioned Greece. After the Persians in 525 came the Greeks and the Macedonians, the Macedonian Greek incursion under Alexander II, the son of Philip of Macedonia. And that was in 332. That is known today as the 30th dynasty. The Greeks were finally kicked out by the Romans under under Julius the Caesar. And of course, you know the whole story about this worthless queen, Cleopatra, the seventh, the daughter of Ptolemy the 13th. Always make sure that you specify which Cleopatra, because when you say Cleopatra, there were 7 Cleopatras who were in charge of Egypt. The one that you mean is the last of the Cleopatras. All of the Ptolemy daughters were called Cleopatras. They originally started with General Sutter, who called himself Ptolemy the First. All of the boys on that line was called Ptolemy, to Ptolemy the 15th. But when Ptolemy the 13th was the last of the male to rule. And it is after that, the Romans come in, then we start what is called the Byzantium period, and the beginning of what is called the Christian era, the birth of, according to the Christian, the birth of Joshua Christus, as the Greek name goes, meaning Jesus the Christ, Jesus the Anointed. So Christ is not a surname. It is not a name at all. The Greek word Christus, C-Y-R-S-T-O-S, means to be anointed. Something that mothers did when their sons were leaving the house. The mother would anoint him with sweet unguent and whatnot, rub his head and wish him, bade him farewell and good luck. So your Jesus name, farewell and good luck. But following that, the scramble for Africa didn't stop. Because on the, we're talking about the northeast side of Africa, but on the northwest side of Africa, after Hamilcar Barca had taken the islands around Rome and mastered the Mediterranean, then called the Great Sea or the Sea of Sights. After his ships were destroyed in a hurricane, the Romans were able to take back Sardinia and all those places. The Romans made an attempt to grab Carthage, which later Western European historians call Carthage, and today called Morocco and Algeria. But but he was repulsed by Hamilcar Barca's sons. Two sons, Hasdrubal Barca and Hannibal Barca. Hannibal pressed on and went across the Iberian Peninsula, now called Spain, Portugal, and southern France. Turned to the right across the Alps and down to literally what was called the Gate of Rome. There for 10 years, remaining with his troops, attacking and defeating everything that the Romans could throw against him, only to be surprised by a traitor, an African traitor, the kind that we see today. A man called Scipio Nausicaa, or Scipio Africanus. Why? For the same reason today. Scipio Nausicaa wanted to go to bed with Hannibal's sister, the queen. Not that she hasn't been giving it up to anyone that would come. That's why Scipio figured he can get some too. Because she just shared it as if it was going out of style. But for some reason she must have known that Scipio was some character or the other, because he had gone to school with Hannibal and his brother Hasdrubal. And she denied him. She said she would go to bed with a slope than with him. Now that's saying something horrible. He must have been a louse supreme. And so what happened, Scipio decided to sell his service to the Romans against his best friend, supposedly, Carthage. Thus it is that the slogan continued by Senator Cato. Every time Senator Cato got up in the Senate, he said, before he said anything, Carthage must be destroyed. That scramble continued until Scipio Nausicaa told them, you don't defeat Hannibal on the land. You can't. You see, Hannibal had the first tanks, elephants. They mowed down anything in the way. The first study, they're still studying this in West Point in the United States. When you go to become an officer, the first thing they slap you with the military strategy is the walls of Hannibal. But in 212, they did one thing. Instead of attacking Hannibal, they came across the Mediterranean, or the Great Sea of Sice, and through Numidia. Numidia is the state where the great reformer of the Christian church was born. The man who made modern Christianity, the Christianity used in England today, this African made it to be, or any Christianity. I'm talking about Monica's son. You see that? Most of you are born again, but you don't know Monica's son. Augustine, the man who gave you the fundamental of modern Christianity in his book on Christian doctrines. So those of you Africans who feel you've been given a break to be Christians, you can get no break. You start the damn thing, and you now think so because of slavery. Protest Christ told you got messed up in the process. It started with Pontius and Boetius in Egypt, a place called today Alexandria. But they weren't able to catch Hannibal, but Hannibal's brother was no good either. He got killed in a whole house in Spain, just after having a feast. His brother sent him to bring reinforcements. He go in the whole house. Anyhow, the next scramble came with a group all the way from Germany that came all the way down France, Iberia. And that was the time when Augustine himself was living. In 460, he died the same year he died. Boniface came into Africa, North Africa, Northwest Africa. So you see, the scramble for Africa went back for thousands of years before. 1830 at Soweto. So it is here at Soweto. Why isn't it taught in the university all that I've just opened out so far. Because the university have removed you from being Africans. The university teach you as Hamites, Shemites, Negroids, Caucasoids, Nilots, all kind of ticks and tots and all kind of garbage. And that's why they do teach you, but they teach you in names you do not understand. Are you? That's the problem. So when you read about the Carthaginians or Carthaginians and the Ethiopians and Nubians and Egyptians and the Lebus, people of Lebus, Libyans as you call today, Numidian and so forth, you have no concept that they're speaking about you, because the professors in Oxford, in Cambridge, in Columbia University, and I'm now going over the bay, and Harvard and Yale and Berlin, those liars, those then and these now, removed you for being something else and tell you it was Hamitic people, Shemitic people. Let's deal with that. What is a Hamite and a Shemite? Or a Tomite for that matter? Mr. and Mrs. No, we want to be respectful since we are near the Church of England. We don't want to be indecent and have them shacking up. But Mr. and Mrs. No come off a boat. They and the family, two of everything, two dinosaurs, two of whatever else. I mean, I'm a damn fool to believe the story. They come off the boat. The two of them belong to one race, race of Adam, green, purple, technicolor, rainbow. It's a different one. God had done, got tired people. People had messed up God. God killed the world, drunk everybody except his family. Well, that's the story. I didn't write the Bible. I wasn't James or none of them. And then Noah and his wife got some children. Same race, but they get all kind of different races. They get a Semitic race, a Hamitic race, and a curse from God on Ham for make black folks. Man. And the funny thing, black people believe that story. Africans believe the story that they were made from a curse by some guy named Ham. I guess that's why some people don't eat ham at all, because but let's go on. So you see, I thought that Hamitic and Shemitic were linguistic terms, but now we find out they're racial terms. When we look to what they're teaching about now and have not tried to suppress in certain areas, we need to go to an Englishman. Sir Edward Hertford, the official historian for Queen Victoria. Now, they talk about Elsie Cutcher, and they talk about Hitler. Ain't nobody meet Victoria when it comes to be cruel. I mean, Catherine the Great was a playgirl when it comes to Victoria. So when you hear them talk about democracy and Queen Anne's Charter and Magna Carta and all those things, you know, I may not be able to get back in. That's sorry for you fellas, but the truth is the truth. Whether I could get in or not get in. Farrakhan couldn't get in, so I can't get in. What's the big deal? Malcolm had hell getting in, so it's a big deal.
You're right here.
I'm not trying to get in. I'm trying to view the facts as they are. Now, Hertzlet wrote for Victoria a 3-volume work called The Map of Africa by Treaty, showing all of the so-called treaties that the British supposed to have had, the French, the Dutch, and others, with Africans in what language? And the African signature is there in English. And you've never seen an Englishman before. I've never known of such a thing called the English language, yet he signs his name, an English name, such as Azinga Akum, the Emperor of Manikongo, signs in the English language. That's the man whose sister was Azinga Akum, the Queen of Matamba, who fought the Europeans for 13 long years at the head of her troops. No different to a woman by the name of Dahia, who who stopped the Arabs from coming to what is today Morocco, only to give time to her sons to become Muslim to protect her people. That son became the one for whom Gibraltar is named, Gibral, and Tariq, T-A-R-I-K-H, meaning the mountain of Gibral. The Portuguese not been able to pronounce Tariq, I-K-H, changed it to Gibraltar. But that again is now, we are talking before the Pope. We're talking about 711. The Toledo, the agreement in which Portugal is going to get the eastern half of the world, and Spain, the western half of the world, is going to come way later. The Pope in Rome give away the world, splitting it up. Why some people got gall? I know a lot of you Catholics, I don't mean to offend you, but if it hurts you, too bad. And so watch. The scramble now continues. The slave trade started in the West in 1506 with Las Casas, as he saw, and Pope Martin. Don't forget, it's not Las Casas alone. Pope Martin V of the same Roman Catholic Church. And the bishops getting equivalent to 25 cents a head for each slave to save their soul, so that if they die across the triangular trade, they will go to heaven. You can't go to heaven without 25 cents. I mean, Jesus ain't gonna feel good unless he get his share. The bishop was saving 10% for when Jesus come one of these days. Since they know he's coming in no time soon, the interest alone is keeping Rome going. But let us continue. These things continue up until, as I said, France and Sweater. France came down, England close behind, even little Switzerland landlocked. Tiny little Denmark is going to get colonies in Africa. It's a mad scramble. Europeans gone mad. Not mad, but Professor Stark said last night, the ice box. You know, England was dying from the scurvy. No lime, no lemon, no nothing. Okay? The civilizer dying from scurvy. France and the others dying from malnutrition, no food. They come out from, because of hunger. You got a damn thing to do with religious freedom. And they come to every place bringing God. God is called cannon and gunpowder. Designed by an African from Togo, because Schwarzer, the older, designed it in Germany. It's a hell of a thing. History is a bad thing. That's why they don't want you to know it. And so what happened? The same gunpowder come down with France and Germany, France, all of them. But Germany doesn't get our share, because Germany is fighting France for Alsace-Lorraine. Germany beats France, takes Alsace-Lorraine, and now decided she's going to take some of the territories that other European powers and England had already taken. And of course, France and England took the lion's share. Little England, bigger than a toothpick, in compared to the other countries and the continent of Africa. And so what happened? Germany started taking away the lands that our other European colleagues had already taken. And so by the time Germany grabbed Togo, Barbados, I know a lot of you from Barbados don't even know your country name, Barbados. I'm talking about Cameroon. Original name was Barbados, means shrimp river, like Cameroon still mean. The Germans call it K-A-M-E-R-U-N. The British call it Cameroon, C-A-M-E-R-O-O-N. The French call it the same way with an E at the end. But the original people call it Barbados because it is there that Necho II, the Egyptian king, came in the circumnavigation of the continent of Africa. And that was in 990 BC. There was no England, and there was no France yet. And there was no Cristobal Colon. No Cristobal Colon to sail with the Moors, and know damn well that the world wasn't flat. It had nothing to do with his sailing to the west with an African pilot by the name of Pietro Alonso Nino, captain of the Santa Maria, who carried Christopher Columbus, into the Atlantic long before that lawyer who got lost. Here's a man that got lost and they got a big holiday for him. Got lost, think he going to Japan, went up in Puerto Rico and Cuba and all those places. Got fighting, got jailed for lying. He was bringing enough gold back to August, but he Christianizes somebody. But all right, that's another part of history. And so, Leopold, which they had given, they called the Berlin Conference in Germany with Kaiser Wilhelm and Otto von Bismarck. The same United States that tell you that they had nothing to do with this scramble for Africa. This is the master lie of all. They started with the biggest lie that ever hit the world, George Washington, who said he'd throw $50 across the Potomac and never told a lie and cut down the cherry tree. It was the biggest lie that ever hit America then and now. He's the father of the country, though, because he defeated Honest George, the other Honest George from Germany. That's the English king who spoke no English from Germany. Elizabeth's great-great-grandfather, the son of an African boy, grandson of an African boy, Medici, Alessandro de Medici, the ruling Duke of France, who started the first Renaissance. You can't trust Africans. They're some funny fellas. You got to keep them out of history. I'd like to go up and see the list of kings in Buckingham and see who they got listed there as Elizabeth's people. Because I have to write that famous cousin letter again. But let me continue. Sorry, messing up with the Queen. But here it comes in again. Here we are at the Berlin Conference where they give Leopold another civilizer. Leopold II, the biggest half and the richest half of Africa as they thought at the time. Leopold decided to hold the whole of Manicongo, which they later called the Congo Free State, more than 100 times the size of the Netherlands, and Belgium included. You could put Germany and the Netherlands in Congo, throw it across the place, put it, fly it on an airplane, and it still won't touch the border. And it will rule. This was personal estate. He wants to exploit it, so he comes to Europe, comes to England, comes to all over the Pews, the Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers in the United States, and they started what they call the Congo Free State. They decided it is here that international law is going to take place. So you hear people saying, we're going to have it according to international law. Damn international law. International law has nothing to do with us. We had nothing to do with it. There were 3 African nations existing at the time of the Berlin Conference in 1884-86. There were Haiti in the Caribbean, Liberia in West Africa, 1847, and the world's oldest nation on record, Ethiopia, on the east side of Africa. And they were not invited to the Berlin Conference. Japan was existing, China were not invited to the Berlin Conference. It was strictly England, the 12 European nations, and the United States of America. And when the United States said they had nothing to do with the partition of Africa, they're lying because the representative of the United States at the Berlin Conference was a man called Edwin Terrell, T-E-R-R-E-L-L. The representative of the Brussels Conference was a man called Henry Casson, C-A-S-S-O-N. Both of them carrying the title Minister Plenipotentiary and Ambassador Extraordinary. You can find that in the 2nd volume of Hertzler's official documents of the Berlin Conference and the Brussels Conference. Leopold, having this, they started to realize, the other powers, that Leopold had got the best part of the deal. And so they start grabbing pieces of Leopold. So Leopold called the 2nd conference at Brussels. And it's there at Brussels, the decisions that were made to start an international system of law to govern the world between England, the 12 European colonial powers, England and the United States of America, who by this time had already made her attempt to take away Liberia, which they had supposedly started on humanitarian basis from the time of President Monroe, for whom the capital of Liberia is named, when they had established two little colonies, Maryland and Monrovia. In 1847, when the Africans who had come back from the United States decided that they had enough abuse from these people who were supposed to be bringing them into civilization again, after the United States had given two naval ships to moor down the Africans at home, those Africans who had returned had to eventually kill out the European teachers from America and establish their own independence in 1847. Of course, later, France is going to take over customs on the myth that Liberia owes some money and control Liberia's customs, therefore control Liberia. So they tell you about Papa Duke, how bad it is, and a little young John Paul Duke and all of them. Puppets. They didn't run nothing. You see who ran it? Who came and took him out when he was no longer was embarrassed to them the same as they took Ferdinand? Little Ferdinand, the little emperor? And took them and carried them to where they were playing. All of a sudden they tell you, John Paul can't stay in France. Who are lying? With all the money they pay in France? Now you find he's going to have a villa at the Riviera. Because America owned him. Whitehall owned him. That's England, by the way. You may not know. France owned him. The international conglomerates owned him. And that scramble established the basis of Wilson. That's the United States president in 1918 who started another fiasco called the League of Nations. Further, after Hitler, Kaiser Wilhelm and others had realized that they were going to be left out, and they started fighting not only for Togo, not only for Cameroon, but took what is called Southwest Africa, and then went around the coast with Dr. Carl Peters and others, and took Tanganyika. Oh, you don't know history. In the meantime, a sick guy from Scotland, suffering with TB. That's the history. Cecil John Rhodes had come to get better. An African woman attend to him, give him all kinds of quote-unquote concoction. Witchcraft, witch doctor concoction, they call it. But it saved him. That African woman should go down in infamy for saving him. Rhodes was to survive, attempting to create what England wanted, the Cape to Cairo, only to be frustrated by the Ethiopians and the people of Uganda, the Bukanga Kingdom at that time, which was still together. You talking about Holocaust? I don't bother about no Holocaust. Nobody bother with me no nonsense on the Holocaust. Because let me tell you about Holocaust with an S on the end, not a T at the end. Let me tell you about the 40 million that Dr. Jemison from Whitehall, Cecil John Rhodes, and others did to my people in South Africa. When they brought in Captain Lugan, who made Hitler look like a playboy. After Lugan was murdered, Lugan was exterminating Indians in India. By the millions, they brought him to do the same thing in South Africa and move him from there and put him in what is called Nigeria. I don't know why the Nigerians don't change that stupid name. Nigeria is a name that was given by Flora Shaw, who was working for the London Times, who was the girlfriend, the harlot for Lugan. And when he told her to come there, he said, I got this colonies from Goldie. They call him chartered place at the time. That's a British excuse for humanity. Flora Shaw said, you're always talking about this mighty Niger River. Why not call it Nigeria? And that's how it's got the name. It's about time you change it. That scramble went on. And as Professor Clark said, that scramble equally saw the destruction of ancient Ghana, for which modern Ghana is named in 1291 by the Almohades, who call themselves Almoravids in Spanish literature. The destruction of the University of Jene, D-J-E-N-E, which was more than 1,000 years before the university that was copied in Salamanca and built Europe's first university. It was rebuilt as the University of Sankore in the city of Tumbut, which the French later called Timbuktu. That scramble for Africa was to come in, and when the Second World War was over and Africans had fought for their masters' freedom. Africans fought for France, for England, for everybody. And when Kaiser Wilhelm was defeated, nothing came. And then we went to fight against Hitler again to free England and stop the bombs from dropping in Coventry and elsewhere, to feel France and de Gaulle making his grandstand, and all these places. But the freedom for those people, what the freedom for us? Secretary had to make his, Kwame Nkrumah made all the forces and goddesses and everything, all the gods except those in the West. Have mercy on him for Africans not understanding. Our Savior came to us, and we left him for somebody as a Savior. Your Savior is the one who comes to remove you from slavery, not somebody else we read about. That is correct. I know I'm emotional, and they said you can't be a good professor and be emotional. In the case of an African, you're a jackass if you're not emotional. And the Congo, 25 million. Across the triangular trade, another 15 million where African women found it more respectable to give birth to a child and throw it in the water to the shark. It was a better fate than the slave ship. And they're telling me about a Holocaust. And yes, I was born in Ethiopia as an Ethiopian Jew, for those of you talking about anti-Semitism. But my birth doesn't transcend my people as an African people. My religion comes after. My religion is second to my people. My God, I expect to see. My mama, I saw the day of birth when I came out of heaven. Oh yes, heaven is between that black woman's womb. Heaven is right down there in down the fallopian tube into the womb. That is the heaven I know. Anything else is a belief. And many men have died in belief. Waiting. So let me say that mad scramble went on until Kwame Nkrumah in 1957, I think it was, in that fort there where the British thought that they had gotten locked in. They forgot what Mr. Garvey had told them and what Nkrumah and others had said. When they locked up Mr. Garvey in the United States, a jackass out. Hell, England will get a territory all the other way in South America. Those are not the questions. The question is not the missionary coming to Africa talking about something he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. You don't come to preach Christianity to me when you haven't got it yourself. Preach it to yourself, get yourself straight, then come to me. I wish, in fact, you used to eat missionaries. end here. Africans, we like the Brother stories. So I end with a very short Brother story. There was a missionary who came to Africa, dressed in the usual thing, the short pants and the big British hat and the bag and everything like that, khaki pants and everything, to civilize us and to bring us Christians. And so every African he met, he said, in the name of the cross of Jesus, and African what he was at. And then he went to complain to Jesus. He said, Jesus, he's talking about the one from England, of course. He said, Jesus, I know you're still with me. You have let me, you're just testing my faith. And just then a lion that somebody had shot in one paw came limping up. He said, Jesus, don't worry about it. I tell you, your words are always perfect. I didn't get the African, but I got a lion. And so the lion sat down on the two hind legs and keep the first one up, and the lion doing this. He says, Lord, thank you. I didn't make the human, but I'm praying to make the human, but I got the lion. And then the lion says, I don't know what you're praying for, but I'm thanking God for my meal.
How old were you when this picture was taken?
30-something, 40-something.
This is beautiful. Yeah. You have a very scholarly apartment. Very scholarly.
It's easy to put down something.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh, you're gonna.
He's gonna give me some time. Well, time back. I just put this, as usually this is together, I just start to change it and getting the book together.
What are you working on this one?
This is a book dedicated to John Clark. John Henry Clark, you see. This is me front here, and then I start here. This is dedication to John Clark, Dr. Clark. He gave our dedication to Dr. John Henry Bobo Clark as he makes a great and mighty work. Then here is going to be John Clark. This is all John Clark. Dr. Dignitaries and locals unveil John Clark. And this is John Clark. About him, the new
street.
The street naming to John Clark. The Wrangler and his wife and everything. John Clark. This is town meeting that happened for John Clark. And the dedication to John Clark. Then I start the book. It's a book of African history. And the different aspects of African history. This will cover the cases, John Clark, and different things that happened and all. But this book is dedicated to John Clark.
Can I? What I wanted to have a seat, Dr. Ben, wherever you're most comfortable.
I see.
In doing this dedication to Dr. Clark, Dr. Clark meant a lot to you.
I knew him for just a slight bit of 60 years.
60 years. Tell me about
he's
how you met
he's
him.
2 years older than I am, and I know him out in just the beginning of World War II. Just that time, I know him. I come up here from Puerto Rico, where my parents lived, of course, and I had a child. I was married, had a daughter, and then I came here because it became impossible for me to live in Puerto Rico, my father said, because I had gone against my class as they had it at the time, and I had to change profession because I didn't like law, even though I had graduated and passed and so forth. And I had gone against my class, as my father put it, at my group. And so I had to come up here. But I was going to Arthur Schomburg to speak to him about black people, since he was the one that started the museum. And I've been there the same day that John got there. And John asked Arthur, Dr. Schomburg, what about our enemies? Who is our enemies? Who we are? And Arthur told us, go back and read what your enemy are. Who are your enemies? What they did to you. Then come back and ask the same question again. What is the history of the African people? And that we were both told to come back in 2 weeks. We've been back the same time in 2 weeks, and Arthur started to tell us about ourselves. And he had given us enough to start us back in research. Books we didn't know existed. Right there in the library. The library being, we used to see the old building, not the one in the corner. The one in the corner is a new building. But right, the second building used to be the library was in the back.
Yes.
And the Shamburg Library was in the front. You had to go in the front and the second floor to go over to the first floor of the next library. I forget that library name is County College Library. And that began the friendship. John eventually was to go towards the Marxist side. And I couldn't do that. I was Garveyite. As a kid from home, I had seen Morris Davis, Aviso Campo, and all these men are nationalists of those places, the islands, and I had heard about Garvey long ago, so that I came here a Garveyite, which was contrary to my father's position. Even though my father was when people like, he was not a Garveyite. I was the Garveyite. Contrary to what my father and mother wanted me to be.
Your father wanted you to be a lawyer.
Well, he wanted me not only to be a lawyer like himself, but he wanted my political ideas not to be non-political. Yeah. To hold no political view. But to the contrary, I was building a political because I was living not in luxury, but I was living. I could eat. My father both and my mother both professional. I could eat daily, but I had seen the fangito.
What's the fangito?
In Puerto Rico, this is the worst thing you could see, where people live in desperation. People eating for garbage, eating what they could get. When the U.S. Marines and the U.S. Navy had a base there in Puerto Rico, and people would go down to the dump, the Navy dump, and wash bones and wash the bone and eat. People were desperate. People was dropped dead in those days. I had lived through that. When I go into high school, I was lucky that I had one sister. She is up in Grand Rapids, Michigan. She's up to about 20 years older than myself. And speaking, I can't give her no answer. I don't know. She wants to speak about something for the bank, but I can't give her an answer. I got to call you.
So you had lived through that poverty.
Yes, I had seen the poverty. Puerto Rico was nothing but poverty, rich and poor, not rich and in the middle class. Puerto Rico, you couldn't tell them from the rich, because they shop the same place, they buy food the same place, they did everything the same place. And then you had the poor. You had no middle class, hardly any middle class. And I had come and I experienced my youth in Puerto Rico and in the U.S. Virgin Islands in such a youth.
How old were you when you came here to America?
20. I came in the U.S. carousel. The carousel was a dredge. I was a man then. I was a man with a child in my early 20s.
And so, did you meet Dr. Clark right after you came here? How long were you here?
I wasn't here for no time. I had come here to my uncle, Caspar Hussein, and he was the number system man. He and Alex Pompey, they brought the number system here from Cuba. That time Cuba was headed by Batista.
You said you mean the numbers that we played?
They brought the numbers to America.
You mean the numbers we
Caspar
played?
Hussein, my uncle, my mother's uncle, and Alex Pompey brought the number system to the United States. And then they got Madam Walker, and they bankrolled Madam Walker.
And they collected the numbers, so that was a big business.
They ran the number. The system here, my uncle had a parlor, a gambling parlor right side where the new Shamburg is, was my uncle's parlor. Had a number of places, but that was the main parlor.
So they did pretty well.
Oh, yeah. My uncle didn't work a day. I mean, didn't do no hard work.
Right.
Especially when they framed him and put him in jail, then he used to work as a apparent doorman at Smallhouse Paradise. But he wasn't a doorman. He put down that... he was.
Talk about Harlem a little bit in those days, and if you could talk about...
Well, Harlem was Harlem as far as the people concerned. It was the whites were moving out. The Jews were in the center of Harlem. The Jews lived in Lenox Avenue, 7th Avenue, Lenox and 7th Avenue, and St. Nicholas Avenue. Then the Irish lived on Amsterdam over, and the Italian lived on 5th Avenue over to the east side. That was, and the blacks were moving in from downtown. The blacks we had lived downtown, mixing with the very poor whites, up to as far as 59th Street, where the Coliseum was. Where the Coliseum was owned by the Catholic Church. And that time they had a row houses there. That's long before the Coliseum. And the black over there and down was Hell's Kitchen.
Right.
Hell's Kitchen. And live poor whites, mainly Irish. And a handful of Italian, but mostly Irish and blacks.
Also, 34th Street, Canal Street.
Yeah, down.
All that was
down.
A little after.
From there, downtown was, you had, the poor whites had to live with the poor blacks. Yeah.
Now, what was Harlem like? I mean, in terms of...
Well, Harlem, big time in Harlem was the musicians. They had the big time with the drugs and all the things. They knew what drug was, but they lived at the better class of drugs because only musicians could use drugs, and they were the ones who were living on drugs, not primarily living. The big musicians were living for the most part on drugs. It was a drug culture, but it was a drug culture when the rest of the population didn't know about it, because you had to have money to afford drugs. See, and when the musician could afford it, there was no. They had no big black stars. The Negro League, as it was called at the time, the Negro Leagues had the Negro League, which was Homestead Grade and different things that were Pompey owned. Pompey, the Black Yankees, the Pompey, and they had the Cuban Stars and all. Pompey ruled that, and he had a connection. And black people that weren't in the big leagues then. At that time, the Negro League. And that was with buses carrying them from here, different parts of the country, and they live in room and houses, guest houses. That was the Harlem that you're talking about. You couldn't make no separation from that unless you had the 138th Street and 37th Street there. By 138th 7th Street go to 144th Street, and between 7th and 8th Avenue there was Travers Row. That's about where John Clark lived there. That was Travers Row, where those apartments was.
So that was where
where the affluent black people lived.
Yeah.
That time there were Negroes, colored folks, and all kind of things. Negroes and colored folks. Then you don't refer to nobody as black in those days.
Negroes and colored.
Oh yeah, man! You call somebody black, man. You throw a picture in them. You can't talk about being black. You can't call somebody black. You can't call them African. You had to be only the Garveyites. The Garveyites were proud of being black and proud of being African. Nobody else.
That's amazing. In other words, when Marcus Garvey came here, the consciousness of black people was like what?
Was low. Everybody brag about having some white person in their ancestry. They couldn't tell who the white person was, but they brag about who raped the mother. That's it. Look, when the black man had a white man, it was rape.
Yeah.
It was rape.
But black people didn't brag about it. They weren't proud
They
of it.
brag about they were proud of it. They were proud that their mother slept with a white man. That's why they brag of their white ancestry. That's how they're going to get a white ancestry. How else were they going to get a white ancestry? More than the mother was a cook for some white man or something, and he went to bed with her. He went to war with pressurizing her.
And the consciousness of black people at that
was
time
low.
Was that low.
They didn't like themselves. They saw themselves as piggy-headed, nappy-headed. They couldn't find a hot comb as fast as they could get $1. It went to the hot comb. And then they come with the concholine and other things. That was the straighten up of the hair. Mm-hmm. They put a thing called concholine.
Yeah.
And straighten out your hair.
Mm-hmm.
Black people were ashamed of themselves for a long time.
Mm. When did the consciousness and how did it begin to change?
Garvey changed it. Garvey, before Garvey, but on a very minor scale, was Captain Delaney and others like that had been doing the work that Garvey had talked about. Captain Delaney carried back a number of Africans to Liberia. Mm-hmm. At his expense, and he owned a boat and different things. He was a very wealthy man, mm-hmm. And he was before Garvey. There were a few men, but not on the scale that Garvey used. None of them attempted it. Mm-hmm. Garvey was a mass scale.
Why was Garvey so effective in the Western world?
To the poor people. He was not effective to the people with money. They fought him. Or the black people with some money, like the fellows that the people considered colored gentlemen, mm-hmm. that fought to get Garvey put in jail. Even the Jews didn't go for Garvey either. Frank and all these fellows for the Department of Justice were predominantly Jews, mm-hmm. and they were against Garvey. They put him to jail. Mm-hmm. They give him very hell. They were making the money off of the African Americans, selling, renting the property, or the few stores they owned it. The Jews, the African Americans were fronting. Mm-hmm. You saw a black man there, but in the night came the white man for the money. Mm-hmm. You saw Harlem with all these African American face, but behind it were the white man, the Italian in the liquor stores, the Jews in the clothing stores, and that's how it was.
So blacks never really owned Harlem.
Very few of them. That's why Harlem is able to now go back to different people. They're just using the money. When the house let people go, the owners were still the white man, not the black man. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't, you could change Harlem anytime you want. The ownership of the property were not black people. Very few black people owned the property.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, Dr. Ben, with Marcus Garvey making an impact and appealing primarily to the black grassroots and the black masses, that consciousness began to build. Do you remember Garvey personally? Were you a member?
Yes, Garvey had gone when I got here, but I saw Garvey in London. I saw him in his 2 years before he died. I saw him in London. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, what about Adam Clayton Powell?
I saw Clayton Powell here. I saw a young man. At that time, his organization, his father, mm-hmm. Mr. Powell, old Powell, had a church downtown.
Right.
Downtown. And that church, he moved uptown.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you and Dr. Clark began a relationship at the Schumberg
Well, we had a relationship and we met there often, at least twice a month or sometimes once a month. And we couldn't lecture at the time, but oh no, they had white lecturers. We could go and listen. And when we asked questions, there was always somebody shut us up if the questions were too hard for the person responding. And these were Jews, white Jews who came uptown and lectured. We had no power to lecture. They didn't call none of us to lecture. No. We went there and listened. And when we spoke too much, we couldn't. They shut us up.
And this was in Harlem.
In the black library. Oh, it was black to a certain point.
Yeah. What kind of man was Dr. Clark?
Dr. Clark was a quiet fellow, a quiet thinker, a deep thinker. And he generally didn't have very little outbursts. And if any outburst, it was quiet. And it was restrained. He was a restrained man. Mm-hmm. I can't say that I was the same. I was a hothead. I couldn't. Things he took, I couldn't.
This is a matter of fact. I tell you what, so you said Dr. Clark was more quiet, more reserved.
He was very quiet. He was reserved. And he was able to hold. I'm sure that he had lots of hurts. A lot of things affecting him. That time he was, I think he was married to his first wife then. Long before he became a teacher or anything like that. That was in the 40s, 50s. Yeah.
So he had been in the service and was out.
He went in the service and came out. And then he married a lady, I can't remember her name. Then he got rid of her. She said she was only interested in wanting to kill him. And he married the children's mother. That's the girl, Regina and Sonny. Mm-hmm. His daughter and his son. That was the second wife. Then this woman is his third wife. The present wife is the widow, the third wife.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But what kind of impact did you and Dr. Clark have going back to those early days in Harlem?
Well, we had impact with the masses of people because you must remember, as things went along, it come up to the 60s, I then started to get jobs with the 60, the black people start forging forward the information about black people. And we finally start teaching in colleges. I was teaching in city colleges and individual colleges, like I taught at Marymount, at Pace College in Westchester. I taught at the City College and Columbia University Teachers College. But then I would after I taught in the day, mm-hmm. I would come downtown and lecture mm-hmm. on the street corner with Porkchop Davis, Arthur Reed, and Adam Paul used to stop his big car when he came from Congress. He stopped the car and jump and then they join us.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah, Paul. That's why Paul was popular. He had an in with people, mm-hmm. and the average person can understand it because he would come up an hour later mm-hmm. and speak to the people anywhere on 125th Street. We spoke on 125th Street. There at 125th Street by 126th Street was Michaud Bookstore.
Correct.
The House of Knowledge. Mm-hmm. And at 125th Street and Linux at 7th Avenue was the Diamond, Harbert Diamond. Mm-hmm. He'd been there for years, but he was a number drop. they used to sell more numbers there that they didn't sell diamonds for years. And I used to lecture, cook, a fellow called us Cook. used to lecture in front of Harvard. I would lecture on the other side. Teddy Shanty used to be a fellow named Teddy who owned 4 shanties. I would lecture. When I came down from City College, I would lecture there. When I went to Columbia University, I would lecture there. Right across the street was check1 Nuts in the Teresa Hotel, and I would lecture there too, right there in the south side of the street. I would lecture there. People would stop in either corner. I'm lecturing. Arthur Reed was the champion of the 125th Street in the north side.
Okay, so y'all would just put up a ladder and begin to teach the people.
A ladder and a
history.
flag.
Did you have to have a flag?
You had to have a flag. Then the police didn't bother you. But then we had a flag. We had 2 flags. The dominant flag was the red, black, and the green, the Garvey flag.
And what was y'all teaching the people?
We teach them everything about who they were. And we went back to the history before Greece, before any nation was established in Europe. We went all the way back, all back there. We specialized in ancient African history. And then we came up to the Moors, and the Moors' invasion of Spain and France and Portugal. And we spoke of the origin of Christianity when it started in Egypt and Ethiopia. We spoke then. That time people were being primarily forced into Christianity, a European-style Christianity, where a white Jesus. That the Christianity we taught was the Black Modern Anti, when Isis, when Set of Egypt, and Heru of Egypt, and Osiris was the dominant person that gave the Holy Family. Long before Jesus, we were teaching them that if they want to be Christian, then they should become not Christian, but they should become Osirian. Yes.
How did you tell them Christianity made its transition out of or came out of? Can you?
Well, we told them. We would lecture about the story of Aset, which you call Isis, and Heru, which you call Horus, and Asaru, which you call Osiris. We would tell them the story. Tell them it goes back 4,200 years. BC. That means that it went 2,000 years before Christianity, before anybody called a Christian. And let them know that in North Africa, there were Christians before any European became a Christian. That Constantine was the first known Christian. And we were able to speak to Africans that listened to us, but they listened and didn't take note with pencils. They only take the note mentally. And you had many of the people, we had to fight them. I mean, fight in words. But because they had the economy against them, the economy was in the hands of the Europeans. And he feed you, he clothed you. People would ask you all the time, you gonna pay my rent? You gonna feed me? And they went and decided at those who hold their rent.
Could you actually see the change after y'all started teaching in people's consciousness and in their actions?
Yeah, because you see, Malcolm had come up, Big Red, had turned with Elijah Muhammad down in jail. Malcolm had started to read, but unfortunately, he was an Asiatic black man. That's what Muhammad teach, an Asiatic black man. And black men like me were put aside. You had to be light-skinned like Malcolm, or like Muhammad. You see, Malcolm's wife was a rarity. She was dark-skinned, and he wasn't the first choice of Malcolm. Malcolm married her as a substitute. He had to marry her. That isn't what he carried to Muhammad. for approval.
A lot of people don't know that.
All right then.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that.
And that when Muhammad's son had told Malcolm that the woman that Muhammad made pregnant was one that he had sent there. Also, Muhammad was to get her ready for the ministry. But you know what happened. And that made Malcolm mad.
So, I just want to look at those masses of people that listen to y'all every week, and the kind of transformation that you could actually see.
And there was people going and coming. People going, they would listen till as much as they could, and then they could go on, another group come on, were always people.
How much teaching did y'all do? How long, in terms of hours?
We taught for hours till it get dark, really dark.
From morning to night?
For instance, I taught at school, and I would be 8 o'clock in the evening or 7 o'clock in the evening, I would be finished in my class. A lot of the classes were held late because people come to school. First they had to work and get the money. Very few people were just going to school. You didn't have that kind of money. You had to get work and then earn money to keep yourself in school.
So actually, y'all had a university right in the street.
Yeah. We would teach mathematics in the street. We teach mathematics, science, business. We teach anything like that in this. We had professors at different colleges who used to come there and join us. Professor Lambert, big man, Professor Lambert. He came and taught mathematics, and he was teaching at Fordham.
So, in essence, y'all made the community a college.
Yes.
A university, a learning center.
The whole community was a college. We taught them anything. What we taught uptown or Columbia or City College or Hunter College, we taught there in the school. We brought it up there.
And taught it in the street?
At 125th. It was started. 125th Street, 116th Street, and 135th Street, 7th Avenue, Lenox Avenue, where else? And 5th Avenue.
Now, could you actually see the change in people's actions and consciousness?
We saw change.
How could you describe it?
That's why, you see, I was very anti-minister. You know why? Because the ministers fought us. That's why when I met you, I was so hostile. It wasn't that I had hated ministers, but what ministers used to do to us. You see, every week, the police would be on horses, and the horse would come right on us. The horses they used to put up the horses for a stable where Posner, a fellow named Posner, had started the beauty products, the Concoline.
Yeah, right.
And that was 127th, 28th Street, between 7th and 8th Avenue. The police used to become right there. And the Communist Party was against us. Yeah. The Communist Party would clap when the police come and chase us up the corner.
So the police actually would chase y'all off?
The police would chase them and lock up many of us, would go to jail, lock us up in the night and leave us in that, put us out the next morning.
Just for teaching?
Yes. We were considered rowdy. We were the rowdy upstarts.
And the black ministers were against you too?
They would ask the police to lock us up.
Oh, now I really
The ministry have always been with the police. They have always been with the system. Because they consider us making trouble. And we were always fighting against the church.
What was their fears in your mind?
Well, number one, we were against the tax. They used to tax the people. The 10% went free to the church. And we were always against that. Because it took the money for the people.
And they gave the people back nothing.
And they get nothing. You see the ministers go to the bank Monday morning with his big bag and you see him in the bank every Monday morning, right?
Yeah.
And the people had nothing in return more than the shouting. That's it.
So the churches were not building schools?
Oh, no. In those days, weren't. That came later.
Mm-hmm.
That came later.
Mm-hmm.
And the school they built was to shout more. To schools on Jesus. What you could tell the children about Jesus in a school, you could tell them at church. Yeah. You make them study about Jesus. And Jesus is real.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to see Jesus in a whole lifetime. Mm-hmm. So what are they going to do with it?
You know, that was one of the greatest impacts you had on me when you carried me to Egypt. You told me Jesus wasn't real, and then began to show me how the essence of where it came from.
The Nubians were Christians.
Uh-huh.
All the Nubians you see there were Christians. Now they're Nubian because now they're Muslim because the Muslim conquered the Christian and the Muslim control the food, the food, the bread, the clothing, and the housing. Mm-hmm. That make a change.
So the people become whatever the power
eventually force them
to become.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the people become Christians because of power. Mm-hmm. The white man controlled the power.
Mm-hmm. You were speaking about the Nubians, of which we went to see, and they were Christians long before. But are those the same, the Nubians, were those the ancient Egyptians?
Yeah, they were. The Nubians were part of the ancient Egyptians.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And today they are Muslims and Christians.
They are Muslims, but predominantly Muslims. A handful of Christians, but predominantly they are now Nubian Muslims.
Mm-hmm. One day
they were conquered as a part of Egypt. They were conquered when the other Egyptians were conquered. They were part of Egypt and part of the Nubian government, Nubia.
Mm-hmm. Were Dr. Ben, while we're on this, were the Nubians and the Egyptians one and the same people?
They were the same people, depending on what part of the land that you're talking about. Mm-hmm. But they live primarily in the southern part. But the Egyptian was he looked like a Nubian. It depends on where he lived. The term Nubian were the people of the Nuba mountain who live along the Nuba mountain. It runs in Ethiopia all up into Egypt. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And they populated there. That's why you got southern Nubians who live in Sudan, and you got another Nubians who live in Egypt. Mm-hmm. You got a whole millions of people that transport back and forth. They come to visit their family in Egypt. Those in Egypt go down to visit their family in Nubia sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Well, you said millions of people, so that was Nile was a highly populated area?
Yeah, the Nile was the byway for Nubian, Ethiopians, Ugandans, who else near there? You got the White Nile starts in Uganda, which was Buganda, and what they call I laugh. You got Lake Victoria, and Victoria ain't got no lake, no place in Africa. That's Mwanza Nyanza. Mm-hmm. So when they tell the lie of Victoria didn't exist. When the people used to carry white people up there to show them where the Nile is. You got the beginning of the Blue Nile, Lake Tana in Ethiopia, and then the Blue Nile and the White Nile join in Khartoum in Sudan, and then they run out at that coming down to Egypt to the Great Sea, which is now the Red Sea. But before that, another body of water, the Atbara River, joined them in Sudan.
So that was just one cultural highway.
That's one cultural highway.
And one people.
They didn't have the states today. You live in a certain area, but not states like you got today. The Berlin Conference make that nonsense.
One of the things that I would like to ask you, because when you look at the value system of ancient Egypt, you know, where the Ten Commandments and all this come from.
The Ten Commandments, it came out of the negative confession, 42 laws. The negative confession is way before the Ten Commandments. You don't have a Jew. It was 1675 BC when the Hyksos came to Egypt, and the Hyksos brought a little bit of people hang around called Jews, Haribo or Haribos. Then you hear the name Abraham. They didn't have no Adam and Eve yet. They didn't have no God named Jehovah yet. That little group of people eventually came the Jews. There is no record of them in Egyptian writing. You don't see them in the stones. You don't see them in the paintings. You don't.
That's right.
You don't see them anyway when you go in Egypt.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, Egypt at that time did not have a standing army, and you can see that.
They had a standing army. They had an army that they fought the other people. They didn't have a big army, but they had a standing army. It was the army. This nonsense that the Europeans give out that didn't have a standing army. Europeans didn't have a standing army either. They had, since the army, Europeans lived under army. They had to have an army that was all ready to travel. But the Egyptians had an army, but they added to it when they were going out, having to go to fight other people.
But I was just looking at how their value system was so balanced and so in harmony that it seems that if you have a value system that says that I should not even make another man to be afraid, which is one of the 42 negative confessions.
Yes.
That's a society that is really open, where people take you in and treat you.
Yes, but that was when things are going normal. But when you got time to war, they'll fight you just the same. If you come to fight me, I will fight you. But I wouldn't particularly come out to fight you and you did me nothing.
Okay, good. I'm glad you explained that, because I had looked at those negative confessions and looked at the kind of society. It was like a paradise. I mean, according to what their value system was.
Don't put more than the thing is. It was a system more formalized, more regulated. Man's behavior was more predictable. Yes. It was very orderly in that sense, but not that there weren't crimes. For instance, the law number 27 of the negative confession. There's a law, I have not gone to bed with my kind. A man speaking that he have not committed sodomy.
Right.
I have not committed sodomy. To have a law against sodomy, somebody had committed, so much so that they felt it had to be in the law that govern the country. A law against number 27 is a law against sodomy.
So they really looked at and studied the principles which would bring about balance, harmony, and peace,
which would regulate the society. Yes.
And then those became the guiding principles for a nation.
They became the law of the deity. And the deity was both female and male. You had goddess and you had gods.
How did they become the law of the deity? How do you
The 42 negative confessions. They were said, but you said it to Ma'at. You said it to Ma'at, but it's to the God. It went to God. You said it before Ma'at. But Ma'at represented the god and goddess, the deities.
Then did the priests and pharaohs and were they subject to the same law as the people?
Yeah.
They were.
Yeah, you had. They were subject to the 42 negative confession. Everybody. everybody was subject to the negative confession. That the Pharaoh said that when he died.
But how could you keep him accountable? You couldn't dethrone the Pharaoh.
You looking for the law to make sense. Law don't make sense. Law is the belief of men. You see, men didn't always worship gods and goddesses.
Yeah.
Or man worshiped his ancestors before that.
The Egyptians too?
Yeah. You worship dead people. When they died, it give you more reason why you honor them.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have to be dead to be a god or goddess. You were alive when you be. And some people, then you carry your power with you.
But
because many men were gods and goddesses in their lifetime.
Was Osiris a real person?
Osiris was the governor of On. On today is called Cairo. Where Egypt, you see where Egypt, you go to outside of Egypt, you got On, the city of On, the city of the sun. Mm-hmm. Osiris was governor up there.
So he was a real person.
He was supposed to be a real person that turned to a god.
Why did they make him? How did that happen? Maybe just.
It is part of the theology.
Okay, but he must have did something in his life that.
Yeah, because he acted in justice. He was an honest man. You got justice when you went to his court.
Okay. What about Isis? Was she?
Isis was his wife, Aset.
Oh, okay. So they modeled.
She was his sister too.
So they modeled their deities
according to them, those people.
Real people.
Yes, because Aset, what you call Isis, is Asheru's sister, and she's also the sister of Set, the bad god. Osiris was the good god, Asheru, and Set was the bad god because he did bad things, equivalent to what you call the devil today.
And he was historically supposed to have been a real person too. So this was a family.
A real person that did bad things.
So this was a family.
Yeah. Asheru, they were sisters. Did you know that Asheru and Nephthys and Aset were sisters. Osiris and Set were brothers. They were a foursome, four people who were brothers and sisters to the all four. And there were two bad women. Nephthys was not considered good, and Set wasn't good. Osiris was good, and Isis was good. One of each. One of each.
So actually, they looked at the makeup, the character of humanity, of human beings,
right?
And they then projected that in terms of.
And they put that out.
Yeah.
That became God and gods and the laws and everything started from them.
Yeah. And then they could see how to balance that. But in terms of ancestor worship, was there a kind of a uniform culture throughout Africa?
Yeah, you honor the ancestors become the gods and goddesses
throughout all of Africa.
Yeah, all of Africa.
So,
ancestor was normal. You're gonna love your grandmother, you're gonna love your grandfather, you love your great grandmother, your great grandfather. Naturally, you're gonna love them. They're the people who give birth to you. You're gonna love the people who give birth to you.
Always.
Your grandmother go big shot.
So Egypt was not that different from the rest of Africa.
No, it was just more pronounced. It's where you got the writing. Egypt is different because the fact that you got the first writing. Egypt and Ethiopia, there is where you get the first writing. They record Anybody else before that is a belief.
Mm-hmm.
Before writing is belief.
Mm-hmm.
Writing make facts. You could record events.
Right.
I could tell you what a man said 300 years before. I don't live it.
Mm-hmm.
But the man write it down. Writing start facts.
Mm-hmm. Now, one other thing that all these European historians try to project in terms of removing the institution of writing from Egypt and putting it in Sumer and Mesopotamia and all that. But wasn't
they
that
can
just
talk it, but it can't produce anything to support it.
Well, now they say they got the cuneiform, and
The dots, they said these dots mean this. They said so. But the evidence, they can't produce. But when you take up Egyptian writing, you could see writing, actual shapes.
Mm-hmm.
It has writing. Don't have to be that, this, that, and this. All they know.
Mm-hmm. Many people say that that they believe that these things were created anyway and planted over there, and they not.
That's right, because only lately they couldn't produce a language,
Mm-hmm.
a complete language. Whereas in Egypt, you had a complete language. You had a writing for the priests,
Mm-hmm.
who wrote the theological writing, and eventually you had a writing for the masses.
Uh-huh.
They corresponded to each other.
So
The intellectual mass, no.
So all
the average man couldn't read. They had the ignorant poor people couldn't read. Reading and writing was a craft. Mm-hmm. for the intellectuals. Mm-hmm. And you could get your child, if you were poor, given to be a priest. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And he could learn, he got 40 years of study to make a priest.
What did they study?
Engineering, science, law, everything that they had at the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it took 40 years.
Astronomy.
It took 40 years because he had to memorize these things. Memory. Uh-huh. Somebody asked me, why you could lecture with all those dates and so? I said, because I was taught to memorize. Mm-hmm. I was taught to remember what I read.
Yes.
And that's the white man. He's not taught memory. He must have paper. Mm-hmm. He has been taught to memorize.
Let me ask you, just in terms of North Africa, where that area of Mesopotamia and Sumer and all that, that was just an extension of Northeast Africa anyway, right?
North Africa ended where Egypt ended.
So who lived in that area?
Egyptians.
No, I'm talking about in the area of Sumer. Were those
then
African
above Egypt mm-hmm. comes Israel.
Okay. But wasn't Israel once a black land? I mean, black people?
It was another land. In those days, they didn't speak for black people and white people and green people. Unless they said black, you assuming. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's why I don't speak history mm-hmm. in color of skin. I speak by name of country.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay.
You know the changes of the country by name. You don't. They didn't talk about black people or white people. No way you saw it in ancient language. Mm-hmm.
No. Mm-hmm. So they were not races in terms of color.
They were races, but not in terms of color. You can say, because they didn't say color. They mm-hmm. spoke about nationality against nationality. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then you would know they were races because it turns out to happen to be that the nationality against a nationality was a white nation against a black nation. Mm-hmm. These are the reasons.
These are the reasons that they gave you the doctorate
Right.
here. Hold that for a minute. Just let me get a picture of you with your doctorate degree. How do you feel about being bestowed with that degree, Doctor?
Particularly one of all the degrees, this one because it's given to me by a black man who is the president of the city college. It's the first time a black person gave me a degree in front of a black college. I was always getting degrees by a white man or white woman, never a black man in a black college. And it means so much. That's why I started crying, because it emotionally meant to me for the first time a black man was giving me such a degree. Whereas from 90, given the time, they give a quote of my life, see?
Can you read some of them?
Well, for instance, it says, whereas Yosef Alfredo Antonio Jochannan needed his early education in public schools of Brazil, South America, United States, Virgin Islands, St. Croix, and Puerto Rico, and earned a Bachelor of Science degree, Civil Engineering from the College of Engineering and Agriculture at the University of Puerto Rico, San German, 1935, Master of Science in Architectural degree, Cambridge University, England, in 1937, his first PhD in Cultural Anthropology, Universidad de Havana, Cuba, 1940, and a PhD in Moorish History from the University of Barcelona in Spain, 1941, and the LLB from La Salle University in Extension in Chicago, Illinois, 1954. Whereas before immigrating to the United States in 1945, Yosef Jochannan was out in 1939 by his father to study in Egypt and served briefly as a assistant prosecutor in Puerto Rico and was an associate professor of Caribbean and African history of the University of Puerto Rico and from 1940-42, and served as a member of the civilian contingent of the United States Army of Engineers and was a lieutenant in the United States Maritime Service during World War II, 1942-45, and also served as Associate Director for
You know what I was thinking about, Doc? I was thinking about the first time you went to Egypt. What it must have been like. What was your impression? You were a civil engineer, right?
Yeah, but I was, my parents had sent me to Egypt, told me to go to Egypt. I was sent to Ethiopia. And then when I finished with Ethiopia, I went to Egypt. My father, I was following my father's suggestion that I had to go to Ethiopia to see my grandparents, his mothers and his father. My grandmother and grandparents, both of my grandparents and my mother was in Puerto Rico. But that grandfather in Puerto Rico had a special arrangement, a Caribbean marriage. A marriage where a man could have 3 and 4 women. He wasn't a Christian. My grandmother wasn't Christian. And my grandfather wasn't Christian. I didn't come from a Christian family. My father in Ethiopia was Hebrew, Beta Israel, or what you call Falasha, that's a bad name. And my mother in Puerto Rico was of Hebrew, black Jews, a rarity. See, they had black Jews in the Caribbean, and she happened to be one that was in Puerto Rico. So my father had promised that someday he's going to send me to Ethiopia to meet my grandparents, because I had come from Ethiopia to Brazil. My father been assigned to Brazil to work with the coffee industry as a consulate from the Ethiopian government. The Ethiopian government was then headed by the Jasu, not by Selassie. But Jasu parents had daddy was the emperor. The Joshua was the emperor that got in the battle of in 1986. What I'm talking about?
With the attack.
1986. And he left his son, that the Joshua's son, with his daughter Zadito. And Selassie was supposed to be taking care of them. Selassie was just a cousin. Selassie murdered the Jasu mother, or poisoned her. He arranged for the overthrow of the Jasu, but when Jasu married a non-Christian woman, married a Hebrew woman, and he was marrying a woman of each religion to keep peace in the country. So I see then overthrow him on that basis. He and Abuna Johannes. That was 1924. And ordered that all men who were working for the Jasu head would go. So my father, he realized if he was out of a job, and if he go home, he will be killed. So she and my mother ran to Cuba. They could get to Cuba. Then my mother made arrangement to get them in Puerto Rico, because she was a Puerto Rican. She was born in Puerto Rico. He met her in Spain. Thus, my uncle, her brother, make arrangement for them. And my uncle brother was also a lawyer. And he make arrangement to my father to practice. And they saw my family move from Cuba to Puerto Rico. My mother, my father, myself. My mother was to do anything, a Puerto Rican citizen. But my father had to work, and in so doing, he went to the Virgin Islands, Santa Cruz, where Puerto Ricans were living both in Puerto Rico and in the Virgin Islands, a handful in Puerto Rico. And there, my father settled down, would come to Puerto Rico and again to practice. Hello? Good morning. The weather is bad. Yeah. Okay. Yes. And then when that had settled and my father settled out there, he couldn't go home. He be murdered by Selassie. Then he become a citizen of the Virgin Islands. But he couldn't become citizen because even people in the Virgin Islands had taken over wasn't citizens. They were just living under the American flag. The Americans didn't make citizens. America didn't make citizens until 1932. You see, we remember the Virgin Islands, black people. They got it from Denmark. They bought the island from Denmark. And there we lived, and I started to go to school. Then in Puerto Rico, I would go back and forth in Puerto Rico. I was going to school in Puerto Rico. And then my father, when I went to the college and everything, my father decided it's time now that I go and visit my family to see because, well, different things that were said about me, about the African and this and that. So my father said, it's about time to meet my people and see my country, to see what my culture country had, and in interest to Puerto Rico and the top people. Because in Puerto Rico, it had two black towns. We all black. And that was Carolina and Louisa. Two black towns, pure black. And they were next to the university town, Rio Piedra. In that place, I grew up, and basically in Fajardo, where the family headquarters were. That's the eastern end of Puerto Rico. And I start my trip back to Ethiopia when I finished visiting in Ethiopia, and the way through Egypt, because I had to travel that way. The Suez Canal was a thing that took days to go through. So I went through, but when I reached Alexandria in northern Egypt, I had to go to visit, follow my father's instruction. But the only thing going to the south, the train, was no room for black people. The British had controlled England, and England had controlled Egypt. And they didn't allow black people in first class, second class, or nothing. You went in an open train in the back. Third class train.
It was so prejudiced.
I don't give a damn if a father was the captain or the emperor or the who of what country. You black. If you are black, you Egyptian. If you are Egyptian, period. If you are Egyptian white as snow, you can go first class. It was English first, other Europeans second, white Egyptian third, black Egyptian fourth.
Boy, we have really been through something.
Oh, don't care where you go in the world, it'll come in a black-white issue. Because in the Pacific, they had a black bird. It was equivalent to the slave trade. They called it the black bird. So you said to a fellow from the Pacific, he would say to you, I never had a slavery here. You said you had a black bird. You say, yeah. I said the same thing. Different name.
What was the black bird?
The black bird was slavery.
And that was in the Pacific.
They called it black bird. Instead of calling it slavery, they called it the black bird. The same. This behavior is the same thing. The white people enslaving the black people.
So this happened all over the world?
All over the world. That's why I laugh when people are saying they didn't have slavery in the Pacific. They had slavery, but they called it the black bird. In another country, they called it another name. But it was still the same practice.
So, Doc, when you went to Egypt and you couldn't ride first class, and how did you get around?
Run the open third class train. And it was open third class. But Egypt was hot.
Yes.
That the only thing I had to worry about is occasional rain. And since it was in the summer, it was all right to ride down. And I rode down.
And what did you see?
Trees, little houses, and different things.
Oh, you didn't see the temples and things then?
No, that time was in Egypt. You can't go. There ain't no such thing as a tourist that's black. There ain't no such thing as a tourist that's Arab. And the Arab had done captured in 640. But the Egyptian was captured by the English.
So when did you first start to see these temples?
Well, arrangement, I had to see the temples and the safe place. So I make arrangement to go south, and I didn't have enough money to pay. Well, so I pay and work, pay a little, pay, and as you go. And I got down south the best way I could, and I got south, but I got as far as one. Then I thought my trip and a donkey.
Tell me about that. I mean, where'd you go?
You start to ride a donkey wherever they're going. You go with the Englishman. It was an Englishman good enough, and his students from Cambridge. Then you didn't get a degree in Egyptology. You are Egyptologist. You work with an Egyptologist, a man who was known as an Egyptologist, and you study with him. When he say you finish, you finish. But I couldn't study with him. But the best I got to be a porter with him. I asked to be a student, but I couldn't know. He said, Snow White. Snow White, we don't have a name for you, Snow White. That's what he called me all through my experience with him, Snow White. I couldn't protest because it was like protesting up to what? All through, I went through the years that it took, that was trained in learning Egyptology, learning everything. Hearing on the side, I was a porter, servant to everybody. To make fire, make this, make that, run water, run all the errands they need. When I got to learn, little I listened. I listened to what they were learning. And when they studied this and that, I followed. And so I learned.
What year was this, Doc? This was 1930?
32 and so forth.
That was almost 70 years ago.
Yeah.
That was 6 to 8 years ago.
Yeah.
And how long did you study?
I'm 82.
And you've been studying?
I have never stopped studying. I am studying from the time I'm 5 years old. I've had a book in my hand because my parents do it that I had a book in my hand.
And you even got a book here this morning talking to me and writing at the same time.
Yeah. I don't put down the book normally. I keep studying. And that's why I write so many books, because it sounds impossible to people, but they don't know me. I just don't stop writing. I do two things at a time, at the same time.
But when you first went to Egypt and you were acting as a porter, that's the only job you could get and so forth, did you already have your degree?
Yeah, I graduated in Puerto Rico at 24, and 6 is 30. I was born 1918. 18 and 10. And then 28. Yeah, I was in Puerto Rico. Yeah.
So you already had your degree. So you really, when you began to see these temples and things,
was when I went to Egypt.
And what was your impression? How did
well, I couldn't understand it. I didn't understand that people were building such things. I saw them working on places. They had done build it. You know what I mean? The Egyptians were then in captivity. They were then under the British. And they had served under the British, they had served under the French, they had served under the people from southern Europe, the
Romans.
The Romans, they served under the Greeks, they served under the people I want to remember, the Turks.
Yes.
Every one of them been in there. After the Egyptians, after the Persians, after the Syrians, all of them had come in, did their thing, and gone out.
At the time, did you know that the ancient Egyptians, when you first began
I know
to
they
study,
were black. It's obvious the people were black.
Oh, so you knew they were black?
Oh yeah, you could see they were black. You could see them, and you see the people without the power, and hear the stories going. Then the English had treated them as the owners of the culture, but they were subject. The English are subject to them. The English were the big boss. Over anything, including Europeans, the English was the boss.
So you saw these temples, you didn't understand their purpose and everything.
I know what they were saying, but the full meaning
Yes.
didn't come to me yet. But when I started to study, and I realized that the English was there to study the same people they had enslaved, that the people who they had enslaved, it was their history. It was the Nubian, the people they called Nubian, and the people, and the subjects. And the Nubians had not become English citizens. They never would consider that, because England didn't give them citizenship to nobody. It is the Civil War, when the Arabs overthrow the British, Nasser and them overthrow them, they people grab their own citizenship. Yeah.
I was just wondering, I looked at my own impressions of the temples and things when I first went to Egypt, and the impact it had on my thinking. And I was just wondering what that impact was on your thinking.
Well, I was not as sophisticated a person as I am now, but as I realized very fast that this was oppression like it was in the Caribbean. The same oppression that I was feeling from the American government. Being in the Virgin Islands and being broke as a boy, I felt the oppression of the United States. The United States was a conqueror, was a colonizer, still is, in regards to what they call Puerto Rico or what they call the Virgin Islands. It don't make a damn thing what name they use, the oppressor. And I know what that was. And I saw it in a harder stage in Egypt.
So you knew, felt depression. You knew the oppression the same there as here in America.
It was the same thing, just more severe. The British colonialism was more severe than the American colonialism. But the fact that the American had fought the British doesn't mean that they were still white. It was two white men, and they never did accepted of the black men as their equal. And more so, it's a black man's country.
So you knew that Egypt at the time was a black man's country, but they were oppressed and dominated.
Yeah, but they didn't deal in that. They dealt with if you were a Muslim, you were supposed to be even. Muslim was equal, but then it came when Muslims started to fight Muslims. To me, it was always obvious. I could never accept Islam like I didn't accept Christianity. Like I didn't accept any of those colonial religion. Christianity had stopped from being Egyptian long when Constantine converted. The Europeans took over Christianity. And Christianity stopped from being a black man religion and it became a white man religion. The power stood in the white Christians.
I was just trying to look at your young years in Egypt, studying and growing and understanding. But I
was studying irregular. Just I hung on with these white students, 7 students and a white professor, and I was indirectly studying. But not studying, I wasn't officially studying, I was a helper. That's the best I could become there. I don't give a damn if you're Arab, you couldn't come nothing else but a helper. You couldn't be a student. There was no such thing.
For black people.
For black. black people or non-European and non-English couldn't be. You either was a British or you were nothing.
So the British controlled the whole study of Egyptology.
They controlled Egypt.
It was their creation, so to speak.
It was their creation.
What were they saying in terms of, as you listened about the people who created it? Did they ever...
that never come up.
Or it never came up?
No. Why do we need to do that? They done captured the place. Mm-hmm. And that wasn't not to discuss with the public.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So their primary focus then was on...
getting what information they wanted.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. When did you begin to really dig deep into that history for our people and for yourself?
When I was working at the United Nations. Mm-hmm. I had come back here. I had started work. I had worked as an engineer for years, as an architect, a draftsman for years, and so forth. I have been working there and did some work for the United Nations, and I did some work on colonial study in Egypt. It wasn't to be, but when I documented and involved all the Egyptian things that I involved, I was told that it was so well, I had such knowledge of Egypt, mm-hmm. that I should shift to Egyptology. And then I shifted. But I wasn't particularly trained as an Egyptologist. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I shift my training, shift my work. I was never trained as an Egyptologist.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you were really self-taught. You trained yourself.
Oh yeah, in Egypt. Everything I trained myself.
Mm-hmm. And everything you could get your hand on relative to Egypt, you began to read.
Study. I read.
And then going to the temples and...
Then going to the temples, accidentally I went with the men, with Goodenough, this Englishman and his students. Mm-hmm. Where they went, I went, but as a secondary issue, and I learned everything as a secondary person. Mm-hmm. They weren't paying attention to me if I was learning or not, because number one, I couldn't learn. I was black.
Ah, so it was like you weren't even there.
Being black, you were just nothing. You didn't ask questions. You listened.
And they talked as if you weren't even there.
They didn't take black people as students. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. A black man was nothing.
Mm-hmm. How did that make you feel, Doc, realizing that they...
Just like the slave felt. I didn't feel no different than the slave in America felt. Mm-hmm. I was under the same condition. Mm-hmm. I learned because I had to learn, not because people were teaching me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That brings me to a point. A lot of people say to me, why you spend so much time going back, in the history and all that, man? We've been getting our ass kicked today. Going back, studying all that history and going all back to Africa and Egypt, that ain't going to help us. What do you say to people?
It means no person. I don't discuss it with that person. I just listen to him. Mm-hmm. He's got a different function than me. He got no pride in being black. He gave up his pride long ago. Mm-hmm. I didn't give up mine. I am proud of being black. I am proud of learning everything that black people did.
What is the benefits you think that we occur mastering our history?
Being a better, mastering my history make me more knowledgeable of myself, better of myself. I'm more of a man. I'm a whole man. The more I know myself, the better it is for me. If nobody else, just for me, I'm satisfied. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nobody. It got to mean nobody. I don't beg nobody to feel proud of my history. If they don't feel proud of my history, it's okay. It in my history, learning my history is independent and nobody else. If you don't want to learn it, you don't want to learn it. I am not asking you. I'm not mad with you because you don't want to learn it.
Can we be free as a people without a knowledge of our history?
Yeah, well, no. But you naturally don't need freedom. You got to know yourself to need freedom for yourself. And you can't ask for freedom if you don't know yourself.
I don't understand.
You don't know you are locked up if you don't know yourself.
Now,
The average black person in the street there don't know he's a slave. The average person don't know he is in slavery. The average Christian, even though he's a minister, don't know he is a slave to the Bible. Don't know it. When you know that you're important is when you could remove yourself and think for yourself. Can't think for yourself being a slave.
and unless you know of the time when you were not a slave,
Then, unless you see pride in your mother, pride in your wife, pride in everything you do. Like me, I don't steal from you. You know why? You're not good enough. You know how nothing works. I see. If I can't buy from you or negotiate with you, I don't steal it because you're not good enough to steal it.
how do you mean
You're not good enough. I can't little myself to steal from you. And I will always have to be holding to you. I can't be that.
You know, Doc,
I quit my first wife. My son, who is now a lawyer, one of the big lawyers in the Bronx. I was in law journal. He was there at the thing at the
Meg
maybe it was the dark son, the dark one. You been there? Yeah.
No.
The dark son, the darkest of my son, Junior. His two sisters, one was there, one wasn't. Ruth and Naomi, the twins. I left my second wife with those two children because where I was going, she wasn't going. Her mother was, Miss Austin was a BrotherRonn. That's a white church with black members. Was an all-white church. All the ministers were white with black members. And I couldn't live with it. As a result, I had to leave my wife and the children. And I supported them through the courts. They run my ass. She run me ragged. When I got a job, a draftsman's job would pay more than the average person was making. They kept me in the court and make life miserable. It's later, much later, when I went and claimed my children. Because I told my wife, if they kill me, they gotta kill me to keep me from my children. And I was going to see my children. And I was going to see them the way I wanted to see them. I was mean about it. And I told her I was willing to kill the family and myself if they didn't want me to see my children. And my wife was scared. And so I solved my problem.
Doc, a Jew told me, says, y'all, the black man will never win. And I said,
Win what?
The struggle, this battle.
Can't win.
He said
He's right.
He said you can't win. I said why? He said you can't win for two basic reasons. He said number one,
You don't like yourself.
he said number one, your woman is against you, and number two, your children are educated by your enemy. So how you gonna win?
Your children can't like you. Their values are your enemy values. He's right. You see, the Jew got an institution separate. Take Christmas. The Jews aren't taught Christmas. They still got Uncle Max, the Hanukkah man. They don't. A real Jew don't have a Christmas tree. All the symbols of Judaism. And that's why I said it's a joke. When they had the Jewish guy running for vice president and the Orthodox Jew, he had to, the very high days, he couldn't be there. He had to go to the synagogue. It was a joke. They couldn't let go in.
You're right.
Couldn't win.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I see Malcolm down here on this picture where you are now. We was out at 22 yesterday.
Yes.
And you were telling me that Malcolm would come there and y'all would talk.
Yeah. And Jerry was a third fellow. The fellow teaching at St. John University out in Long Island, Matthews, Les Matthews. I want to make sure that I said always to put his name because people would think it was a personal, special band with me. No. Malcolm had liked me and Malcolm liked to speak. And he would speak to anyone that had something to tell him or not. It just so happened at the stage he had reached in, he didn't speak nonsense because everybody who was speaking to him had something to say.
So he was a sponge. He was learning, soaking.
Oh yeah,
all
Malcolm was always learning. Always reading and always learning.
What is the main value, and then I want to look at some of the volumes that we was looking at yesterday, but what is the main value that can be grafted to our strength and dignity from learning all of this work that you have put together?
Well, number one, to learn who we are. To learn what it is we give to the world. That includes writing. That includes language. The first language, the first alphabet is still here. I wish the volume that I'm doing that have the alphabet is up at the typist typing. I wish you could accidentally call. Then I tell her to come down. It's due to be here. It should be here. Then you could see it. They got the language, what language developed to the world. Chinese, everything. Everybody's language is right on two plates. And they developed language. We developed the first house out of masonry material, stone houses, the pyramid. We developed that shape. There's 101 pyramids in Egypt and 44 in Sudan. We had a set of laws, basic laws from a god and goddess, from the deities, which man couldn't violate. We had the first regulated acts of society which were not transferable, which man was not allowed to change, came from God and goddesses, came from the deity. And then we believe in a hereafter. There was a life after you die. That was the big thing. We were the first to come up with a belief, a theory. I don't know any man who knew a God, so I don't he didn't get it from God. But he said it came from God. His belief, his belief.
Is there anything out here today that we are looking at, are involved in terms of civilization, government, law, architecture, religion?
No, we start on the platform established by Egyptians and Ethiopians, but we are gone far from anything. There is nobody I know who practiced that. Even the Egyptians, well, the Nubian people, they have changed. And today, the position that God took yesterday, money takes today.
That's what I was going to ask you. The basis of everything we got today was really laid down.
It's money.
Yeah, I know the basis of the value system is money, but I'm looking at civilization. The basis of all civilized arts and science really come out of Africa, out of Egypt. Is that true?
Well,
I mean, we build on it. We can go to the moon, but we couldn't go to the moon without first.
First, you had to have mathematics. Yeah. The Africans in Egypt provided the basis of the Western society now. The Africans started what is today called Western civilization. I got a book called African Origin, Mother of Western Civilization.
And you also have a book, and you've done lectures on the African origin of Western religion.
And Western religion.
Right.
Yeah.
So Africa is the foundation.
Oh yeah, Africa is the foundation of Western thought. There is no Western thought unless that the Greek brought to them, and they brought to them from Egypt. And the first Greeks that were educated, Hippocrates and Socrates and all of them, came to Egypt to study and got their education in Egypt. And they got their education as grown men, where the Egyptian took a boy from the boy age and put him in the school to study, and he grew up there, took him from his parents and trained him. The European didn't have such thing. They came as adults to get the same education they teach boys in Egypt. The Grand Lodge of Luxor is still there.
Correct.
That Alexander, later comer, they had his name put there. The Karnak Temple in Luxor is still there. It's still the largest, what do you call it?
University system.
No, education system, and it was the last theosophical education system in the world.
Now, when you said theosophical,
Theology.
All
theology was taught there. That's where people were brought to train as priests. And it took 40 years. 40. The number 40 years to train a priest.
How many people would be enrolled in say, a university system in like Luxor?
I wouldn't say. I'll be assuming. But you were picked. You were selected by different priests. If you indicate agility to do certain things, depending on the priest, you will ask for your mother was asked that they want you. Who will say no? Our mother was glad. You don't have to feed you for the rest of life and everything. And she was a proud mother. Everybody was glad to give the son or the daughter to the priesthood.
So the priesthood was primarily the moral, spiritual, and political.
You didn't have a sex. Some priests had, but majority of the priests voluntarily give up sex. You don't compel by a law. You just give it up.
Well, gave up. So
The priest did not live with woman.
But the other people in the society, the other men could have more than one wife in ancient times, couldn't they?
You could have as much wife as you could afford.
In Egypt?
Yeah, anywhere. They won't allow how much wife you could have.
When you look at the pyramids even today, Doc, many people have studied these pyramids, and they cannot, as of yet, encompass everything that is inflected in the pyramids in terms of its engineering, its,
they can't
spiritual.
Because much of the science is lost.
What, if you had to give kind of a summary looking at the pyramids, what could you say about them that our people may understand as an ancient people?
They wouldn't understand.
Tell me some of the things about the pyramid.
Well, if I start to speak about the pyramid, I would have to speak about its godly concept involved, the philosophy of the pyramid before I speak about the pyramid. You got to understand that the people who built this thing had a philosophy, and without the philosophy, you can't build it.
That's very important, and I think that's where we have went wrong. So I'd like to know some of what that philosophy entailed.
Well, if you are in the craft, the Egyptian craft, that's an organization dedicated to Egyptian building. And to learn the craft and what it stands for, you understand. And the things that it reveals, for instance, I am a member of craft, and I don't tell many people. I wear a certain symbol, an occasion, I dress in it. And I put it around my neck, and people say, it's a quaint looking little thing. I says, yes. Mm-hmm. But anytime I see it, I know it. And sometimes people hit on me, and I hit back on them. And I know them. They know me. We don't have a big organization where we meet in a building, but we meet wherever we can. And we learn the principles behind the pyramids. Mm-hmm. And those principles, they are revered. We don't have no women members. And it is a masculine organization. Because we didn't have women, because women were the mother of our children. Mm-hmm. And the women never worked. Mm-hmm. Women didn't go out to work. That's Western. Women stayed home and studied, never worked. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And she still don't work in Egyptian man family life. I never figure my wife working. So my salary, the income we live in, is never based on the woman. Mm-hmm.
That philosophy, that purpose for the building of the pyramids, can you talk a little bit about those principles in terms of things that we need to understand today that would help us structure our lives?
Well, one thing you know, you could never have a child. You will never have a child without a woman.
That's true.
And therefore you know, for a man to go with anything to have a child, it could never be another man. Mm-hmm. For a woman to have a child, it could never be another woman. Mm-hmm. That's the only way you have a unique family. You can't duplicate it. It must be a father and a mother. Mm-hmm. From that you start. The woman never go out the house to work. You are bound to support her with whatever ability you got. And you must respect her as such. From there on, we start with that as a foundation. That's the beginning. If you don't start with that, forget it. If you're not willing to follow that rule, forget it. And we live in it. Those of us who are members have to follow that till we die. We follow that rule till we die.
So a basic foundation was that a man supports his family, builds his family, must support the family, must build for the family.
Must build for the family.
What is?
He has no future without the family. Because you have no future if you don't have a child.
That's true. And the other part of that then is how does he see the woman? What place does he, how does he hold her?
He has the woman as the first law. She is the first. She was the first goddess he ever knew. And will be the last goddess he ever knew. As a man, when the first thing he did was this.
That's right.
Until she put the breast in his mouth. The first thing he did. Up to now, the first thing a man do, a child.
That's right.
Want the breast in his mouth. He wants the breast in his mouth. The first thing. Up to now. And if we watch nature, we don't have to ask the question. The woman has become second-class citizen because she allowed it.
What do you mean?
All she had to do, she didn't have to give him her breast.
But she wouldn't exist.
He would have died.
That's true.
He would have learned, unless she gave the breast, he is nothing.
Then our first goddess is
there
our
was
woman.
always a goddess before there was a god.
Then are you saying that even today the black man has to worship the black woman?
Oh yeah.
Worship her, Dr. Ben?
Worship her. That's the biggest problem. We can't follow the white man and do what's right.
When you say worship her, what do you mean?
Worship her. There's only way to one worship, and that's to worship her.
So we have family. I'm just going to paraphrase it. We are to take care of that black woman in every way and respect her.
In every way. See, you can guarantee if you fall sick, she's going to take care of you. You can't guarantee a man going to take care of a woman when she falls sick. The woman takes care of her family. It's in her nature.
But that is an assumption that the woman is acting out of her black self.
I say the woman, and I'm not qualifying it, the woman. Ma'at, the laws of Ma'at.
What were those laws? And why did they make them feminine?
The 42 laws of Ma'at. Number 27, I have never permitted sodomy. That's a big law.
I'm going to read all of those laws
Yeah.
into this interview, because when you look at them, what you have is the foundation for harmony,
Yes,
balance, love.
Everything
is there. But those laws are very difficult to adhere by.
They're not difficult. Difficult to those who don't want to adhere to them.
Mm.
If you want to adhere to them, they're not difficult. But you got to make them your value. See, anything that you have to do becomes difficult when you don't want to adhere to them.
That's true.
All right. Yeah.
That's true. If you don't want to adhere to them, they are difficult because you're fighting against your will.
Yeah.
And if your will is not to do right, then you are in problems.
You always got something else behind your mind.
You can't bring the body in submission to your will that wants to go somewhere else.
All right.
Now, so we have you've given us really, Doc, two very basic values and principles for the black man to reestablish a control over his family. And that is treat his woman correctly, provide for her.
I go to Al Sharpton as many Saturdays as I can.
Mm-hmm.
Generally, when I have free time and I'm unique. I just have time I could go there and enjoy myself. I don't send much a wave and that's it. I have nothing to say. And then listen. And sometime in the sermon, Cathy is going to sing. And Cathy don't say nothing during the service. But when she sings, I shout and everybody is listening. And Cathy run the place. She run the meeting with her voice because of her voice. Cathy knows what she got. And she don't say a thing. But she keeps us shouting. And he keeps Cathy going. He will go everywhere. But he comes, he asks, how is Cathy? First thing you find out, how is Cathy? And there was a time when Al didn't have money. And the money that Cathy saved from singing used to keep the family going.
Let me look at some of those other foundational principles. I'm centering around the pyramid because I think you are absolutely right. If we don't understand the philosophy of why these temples and structures were built, then we can't. They won't mean nothing. You can go there and look at them all day long, and they're just great buildings.
And when you finish, if you want to know, read those books. See the pyramid text and the coffin text? They're all there. Those cost thousands of dollars.
The pyramid text and the coffin text.
Those books cost thousands of dollars. I bought those books some 50 years, 60 years ago for hundreds of dollars. And now you can't get them. Nobody will print them. They're too big.
I love that big book. You need some help with that big book?
Yeah.
All right. That's over. How long have you been working on this?
This?
Yeah. How long have you been working? On it?
I put 5 years working there. 5 years working them to do them. All the pictures I took. The pictures I took right there on the spot.
Mm-hmm. So these 3 volumes really is kind of a compilation of
temples.
Of the temples.
I took them on the spot. Yes, sir. There are books in there. Projected.
You know, Doc, I sometimes wonder if our community will ever really appreciate the sacrifice, the commitment, and the dedication of men like you. And will they ever...
All the money we have is there in those books.
All the money we have?
All the money that I earned
is
in there, in material education, and all that thing. I got no money because I didn't want. I don't have no money because I spent it in there.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I know where my money is, where it's going to.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Erinus. These pharaohs were 4th dynasty pharaohs associated with the pyramids. The largest of all of the pyramids there, as well as the largest in Egypt and the largest anywhere else in the world, including those in Mexico, the one called Khufu, is 48 stories high or 480 feet high, and it's from center, the top of center to the bottom. Unfortunately, there were 8 feet that got knocked off by vandalism and whatnot, all the way up there. And so you will notice that there's a metal that sticks up to where the original top was. So the ground size on ground level is about 3.5 city blocks wide by 3.5 city blocks long. That will give us about 640 feet long by 640 feet wide. So you could understand it's a massive, that one is a massive one, and the others are massive enough in themselves. You will notice that the center pyramid appears to be the tallest of the 3. However, the first one that you will come upon is the tallest. The reason for its appearance is that the second one, the middle one, is built on higher ground than all of the others, and so it appears to be taller. It is higher, yes, because it's on higher ground, but it's not taller as far as the structure is concerned. Next to the pyramid, you would see the boat, the Ma'at boat, dug up about 10 years ago, and now there's a museum of itself. You may go there after the tour, but it's not a part of the tour. You'll be able to see it, the outline, as you travel past it, on the way to the statue of god Hamakis, also known as Heru Kati. It is called colloquially the Sphinx of Giza. The word Sphinx is feminine. It comes from Greece. The Greeks have a woman Sphinx, and they thought that when they came, that was the Sphinx here equally, and so they call it the Sphinx of Giza, which is a misnomer, as I stated before. It is the head of Khafra and the body of a lion. Of its type, it is the largest in the world. You will be going to both. I must warn you that there are ropes and other means by marking out the pyramid, the Sphinx, from the public. There's always people who try to go under. That is a very high violation of rules, because the Sphinx is in damage caused by the water, the dampness from the groundwater of the Aswan Dam has affected it all the way down there, and they're putting up a wall around to put a silicone enclosure so that they can bombard it with silicone, hopefully protect it from the water that's causing the erosion. Now, we will be motoring from the Giza pyramids to Saqqara. Saqqara pyramids, the first of all the pyramids known in the world, is at Saqqara. That's the one of Pharaoh Zuser, D-J-O-S-E-R, or S-E-R, whom Herodotus later called Zuser, Z-O-Z-E-R, step pyramid. We will see that there are many other step pyramids. This is the first, and it is the first of the pyramids anywhere. Plus, as we approach it, there's a temple there, and instead of the Hippo-style hall having 42 columns, it has 40, because Egypt from the first dynasty to the third dynasty had only 40 nomes, and subsequent to the third dynasty, they added 2 more nomes. You will see the first stone structure for human habitation ever built by man, and that's by the architect Imhotep, who was also the builder, also the grand vizier, physician, artist, poet, you name it, prime minister to Pharaoh Zuser, and the man who gave us the little proverb, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow you die. We will look through that condition as it is, weather as cool as it is, and hope that we can go into the unfinished pyramid of Unas. Unas is the 6th dynasty pharaoh, and it is his pyramids that's the best preserved writing, hieroglyphic writing of the pyramid text still remains. At this type of weather, we should be able to go in. The only thing about it is if there's a crowd, we can't, so we're going to try to go to our pyramids as early as we can. It's a small pyramid, very small, because Unas died before the pyramid was completed. For those of you who want to go into pyramids, and only the ones primarily that Unas that they allow you in, you can't go into the one of the step pyramid, because the step pyramid number 1 has no chamber, so far as we know, up above the ground, and the one chamber that it has is 92 feet below earth level. And the engineering was so fantastic as early as that there are tunnels from pyramids to pyramids and other things like that, mastabas, 92 feet below the ground. Of course, no one is going to allow you to go there. They're really anthropologists and archaeologists and other Egyptologists go there, and it have to be ultra special occasion when they're doing some sort of research for people to go down in that area. But you could stay from the top, and you can't see in the pyramid, but you could see in the shaft that in the mastaba of Mariraka. We generally go into 1 or 2 or both, depending on the situation of the mastabas. One of Tip-Tahotep and the other of Mariraka. Now, you do have the chance to go into one pyramid. That is the largest of the pyramids, and that's the one at Giza, Khufu. I must need warn you, however, if you have any respiratory problem, any problem with your heart, diabetes, any illness caused by your joints or ligaments or so forth, it is suggested, you have to be your own judge, that you do not go into the pyramid and go up to the top of the inside. We suggest that if you want to see it, as you go up, there's a number of steps on the outside and then you go in, that you can go one landing up, it's no more than about 10 feet up, and look just for your own satisfaction, and then come right back. If you push yourself, you may cause yourself damage. If the temperature in Cairo is 90 degrees, you can add another 30 degrees inside the pyramids. So that if it's 100 degrees, it's going to be 135. Anywhere from 120 to 125, depending among the people in the pyramid. When you go up to the top level, which is about the 11th floor, using floors, you cannot go up in the pyramid standing in this manner, You go up the pyramid on made steps. You have one rail. There's one person going up and one person coming down, and it's made by the tourist center to assist you to carry. So you walk up in this manner. When you come down, because you can't bend, if you can't bend coming up, you can't bend coming. So you come down in this manner. And there's a tendency to have the total tension in your knees, the ligaments there. So I suggest very carefully, if you have any problem at all of the kind I mentioned, that you refrain from going up into the pyramids. That is as much as I will say. And then we go into Memphis. Mem. The original name of that city was Mem, M-E, to which the Greeks add P-H-I-S, metropolis, Memphis. It was the first capital of dynastic Egypt. Not the first capital of Egypt, but the first capital of dynastic Egypt. You must make that distinction. People think that Egypt started with the dynasty. No way. The reunification of Egypt started what is called the dynastic period. That is when the Pharaoh of the north, by the name of Scorpion, was defeated by the Pharaoh of the south by the name of Mena. Mena is also called Nama. M-E-N-A, Mena, or Nama, N-A-R-M-E-R. Herodotus, the Greek who came way later, called him Menes, M-E-N-E-S. The Pharaoh of the north was Scorpion, just the little thing you see there, S-C-O-R-P-I-O-N, Scorpion, sting like a scorpion. Mena defeated Scorpion, reunited the two halves of Egypt, and thus that reunification is called the beginning of the dynastic period. From the first dynasty to the 31st dynasty. The 31st dynasty was the dynasty in which the Romans occupy. That's the era of the pharaohs, of the Caesars, coming into Egypt, starting with Cleopatra the 7th, the daughter of Ptolemy the 13th. You just saw Cleopatra's, an outline of Cleopatra. There is no other authentic picture of anybody named Cleopatra the 7th. Any picture you see of Cleopatra the 7th isn't like that. Is a fraud. It's a fraud. It has nothing to do with reality. Okay, I hope that's the only thing left by the ancient Egyptians about a woman named Cleopatra the 7th, is that outline you saw there at Dendera and those inside. Anything else is a fraud. It's a lie. The person who show you is just as much a jackass as the person who's saying it. I emphasize it in that way so that you could see. Now, I know that you and others may have immediately answered, what does Cleopatra look like? And everybody's got 150,000 descriptions. Nobody knows. Nobody knows how Cleopatra the 7th, what she looked like. That's the only record that we have of what she looked like. You just saw it this afternoon. Now, making your assumption, in order to have your idea of what she may have looked like, let us see who she was and who her parents. Number one, when you heard of Cleopatra, you heard of her at 40 BC. That is when Julius Caesar came to Egypt with intent of conquering it. Did conquer it, and as a result, occupied the land. However, allowed, to some extent, the reigning queen to hold on to the land. That queen was Cleopatra the 7th. What is the word Cleopatra in the first place? Cleopatra was the name of the female part of the Ptolemy family. All of the males of the Ptolemy family were called Ptolemies. all of the females were called Cleopatra. Who was Ptolemy the first now? To know who the Ptolemy family. Ptolemy the family, the first, was a Macedonian Greek general in the army of Alexander II, the son of Philip of Macedonia, and people here call him Alexander the Great. There was nothing great about Alexander. No more than Catherine the Great, no more than Napoleon the Great. Nobody talk about Hitler the Great. They did no worse and no better than Hitler. They went out killing people and taking their land, taking whatever the people had. And thus they said the Great. Because he was conquering everybody else but Europeans, therefore they were the Great. If they had done the same thing to people in Europe, they would have been treated just like Hitler. See, nobody hated Hitler because he was bad. He was bad. They hated him because he did it to Europeans. You hear nobody complain about what he did in North Africa. It's what he did in Europe. Okay. So I don't say Alexander the Great. I say Alexander II because that's what he was. Well, Alexander II came in 332. And when he came and occupied the land, he subsequently died in 327. There are a lot of rumors that he was killed, he was this, he was the other thing. It doesn't matter really for what I'm talking about. But as soon as he was killed, overthrown, died, whatever the case may be, in 327, all of the generals, the lands that he conquered, he left the general. The generals refused to take order from his brother, Philadelphus. And thus, they each grabbed that particular land which they were placed in charge of. The general in charge of Egypt was a general by the name of Soter, S-O-T-E-R, of Greek, also like Alexander, of Greek Macedonian parents. Soter immediately thereafter changed his name to Ptolemy and called himself Ptolemy I or Ptolemy I. Thus we now have Ptolemy the first. The first Ptolemy is a European of Greek Macedonian parents. Ptolemy then, at the time, forced the local princess to mate with him. Not marry her, but to mate with him. She was of Persian. The Greeks replaced the Persians. She was of Persian and indigenous parents, Egyptian and Persian parents. The Starop of Persia was her father, and an Egyptian woman was her mother, a woman that they took out wherever, raped her, and produced this offspring. This is the beginning of the source of Cleopatra. The two, one Persian, Egyptian, the other one Macedonian, and the father's side Macedonian, Greek. So there you have the Ptolemy line all the way to the last of the Ptolemies, Cleopatra the Seventh. Okay? So now you could decide what you want Cleopatra to look like. It's up to you. I don't know. You got it. Because you got all those Ptolemies and Cleopatras in between. The one before Cleopatra the Seventh was her aunt Cleopatra Bernice, who she poisoned to get the throne. She poisoned her brother to get the throne and almost tried to poison her son to keep the throne. So you could understand she was a very nice woman. So all of you running around praising and I hope that you do more of the study. And that's the Cleopatra. And as again I repeat, the only image of Cleopatra, and as much as an outline, that the Egyptians left, or might have had, some maybe under the ground someplace, but nobody have ever found any besides that one. Okay? Now, so when you see those pictures of Cleopatra, and you see those books with Cleopatra's picture in it, go and find the European who posed for the picture. Only if some of you careful enough, then you'll pose for the picture. But I'm not doing too much poses for that. Since we have touched on Cleopatra, now let's go to the temple where we just left, the temple of Dendera. Dendera is the place, but it's generally given the title of the place. Temples are called after the city in which they are. It is dedicated, of course, to goddess Hathor, goddess of beauty, goddess of love, you name it, anything nice. Hathor, the wife of Horus, Heru, the proper name is Heru. Hathor, H-A-T-H-O-R, is the Western spelling, or you could spell it Hathor, H-A-T-O-R, without the H. Horus is a Western or Greek spelling, H-O-R-U-S. He is also known as Heru, Herosa, and a number of other ancient Egyptian words that describe him. Like his father Osiris, or Osaru, Osaru being the Greek, the indigenous name, the hieroglyphic name, he appears as the falcon, which you have seen. But there is a distinction between himself and the father. Sometimes the father doesn't appear as the falcon, and in cases even appear as a human form. Because Ptolemy the 12th, the father of Cleopatra the 7th I just referred to, made the Egyptian workmen at that time place his face on the body, place his face on the body of Osiris, thus calling himself Neus Dionysus, or the new Osiris. So that whenever you see Osiris shown as a human form, the head, it is not the ancient, but it is from the time, it can only be from the time of the Ptolemies, particularly Ptolemy the 12th, who forced that kind of imagery. On the other hand, as I said, Osiris is the one that is always shown in terms of the resurrection. And is always shown in terms with the sun disk, symbolic of God, Ra. One of the things that you know that Ra was one of the earliest, if not the earliest of all of the gods, because regardless of which god you're seeing, either he wears a symbol of Ra, or he refers to Ra, or something in terms of Ra. This you see in all the temples. In this particular temple, one of the most sacred of the temples, and you would notice that it is a temple like most all that you have been, not most, all of them that you have been to thus far, built on older temples that preceded them. Some of these temples were destroyed by one or more earthquakes. It seemed as if Egypt was subject to earthquakes. About in June I was here, there was an earthquake centered in Aswan. And I happened to be in this same building the morning about 4 o'clock, you remember. And it's the first time I was in an earthquake that didn't tremble. The building rocked, swayed. It was a funny feeling, just swayed. And it was centered at the Aswan Dam. And everybody was scared that the dam would break loose. If it did, I was on about the 3rd floor, I would have been drowned. That's how, if that had happened, the water all the way here would have been that high or higher. So there was tremendous fear for at least the aftershock. The aftershock did not come, and so the earthen dam held. But Egypt is accustomed, and many of the monuments have been destroyed because of that reason. In that temple you saw, and if we had time to really give it, I don't know if Muhammad had carried you down, at the side of the Holy of Holies, there is a little underground vault there where they stored the wealth. Did you go down in this one?
No, we didn't.
Okay. All right. It's so small, and it took so much time with that many people. But there were some beautiful paintings and things in down there you could have seen. But all right. Next, this temple is so unique. It's the only temple in all of Egypt where the cartouches are unfinished with respect to who built what and at what time. Thus it is. Although we relate the temple to the period of the Ptolemies and the Romans, started with the Ptolemies, completed during the time of the Romans, no one can say for sure that if it even started with the Ptolemies or so forth. The reason that it's given the Cleopatra, the fact that on the outside there is the cartouche relating to Cleopatra, but again, just like the temple of that we came from in Abydos, we notice that the majority of the writings there relates to Ramesses II. But in fact, the temple was started by his father, Seti I or Seti I. The same thing is here, because the vast majority, not the vast, all of them inside of that temple are without writing inside as to who. Whatever the calamity, whatever the situation was, the war or whatever, nobody was able to finish the cartouches to say who's built the temple or what the case is. So it's up in air. However, in the chapel, the Kisok, You know, the kisuk or chapel, that's what a kisuk means, by the way. The little chapel that you went to after you came out in the little place there, and you went up and saw goddess Nut. I had told you before that you would see something way beyond what you saw in the temple of Ramesses, the tomb of Ramesses VI. Goddess Nut, I went upstairs to do something. Goddess Nut, you saw there, giving birth to the son through her vagina and receiving the son in the night through her mouth, the whole rotation. Because the ancient Africans did not believe in the beginning of the world and the end of the world. There was no such thing. That's strictly European. Judeo-Christian thing about the world beginning at a certain time and ending at a certain time. There's a process. They believe that there were period of development in which God came from the abyss, the deep, the deep. Because of that statue, there are also many other statements. One of the statements which you may not have heard anything about is this, analysis, is the beginning of the destruction of the world by flood, which the Jews adopted and put their own little 2 cents in. But there is a story based upon what you saw there in the chapel, and every time you come, the guide can't remember. See, guys don't write down anything. They don't read from a sheet of paper. And your memory don't pull the same set of information all the time. So you may come and guide this guy today, and you think of telling you about that today, and then tomorrow, and forget that. Tomorrow you may think on that first, but tell you, there's so many things to tell you that they can't just tell you the same thing all the time because they're walking around and they're pulling from their memory. But one of the major things you need to know is the story of the flood, where the Jews copied it from. There's a story where Goddess Nut, that man, after the evil said Typhon had killed his brother Osiris, she decided to purge the earth of all these kind of bad and evil people. And thus Goddess Nut came one day with her menstrual flow and drowned the world. At least she thought she had drowned all the people in the world. But there was this one wise fellow with his little group, realizing this, said and knew that Goddess Nut would come back again to make certain that everybody had gone, and to anybody left over, she was going to drown them. And so he got some red dye. And guess what? How he made the red dye? He made the red dye from kakade. So for those of you drinking kakade, you better stop. If you know what, it's good, right? So, all right. And they took the kakade and made the dye, and they went, when they heard Goddess Nut coming, they went in a whole big thing of kakade, red dye. And when Nut came by and saw these people, she said, oh, they're drowning. I've already drowned them. And she went on, and that's how mankind was saved from total distinction from the earth. So now, the Jews got their own little thing, but it's secondary to this one. I like this one. It's a lot more fun. The other one, they got no fun at all. Plain old water. Who has died with plain old water? But anyhow, so you could hear, there's 101. If you want to hear, they are not Cinderella. Cinderella? Is it? The Cinderella story is connected to Isis. There's a Cinderella story right here. Some guys will tell you, I don't have time to tell you all the different stories that were adopted into European culture. But you see Goddess Nut there. Unfortunately, we could not go down in some of the tombs, and so thus we didn't get a chance to see God Shu, S-H-U, the God of the earth. See, Nut is the God of the sky, God of the heavens. Shu, S-H-U, is the God of the earth. And there are some scenes in which you see God Shu holding up Goddess Nut. God Shu is on his right knee in this position. His left knee is in this position. And it shows you God Shu the earth holding up Goddess Nut at the 2 columns of heaven. One hand on her breast. Nut is shown like you see in the temple there, but instead of her foot just in this shown in the temple, it is shown coming all the way down to the on the wall down to the floor, her legs, and then the other, it goes right across the ceiling, painted like a heaven, with stars and everything, and the hands and her hair and her breast hands down on the other side, and God's Shu is holding her, the right hand at her vagina, the left hand at her breast, and the caption says in hieroglyph, God's Shu holding Goddess Nut at the 2 columns of heaven. Thus the woman was considered heaven. And in the second picture, it always shows, and most of these are nice temples that you go down, it shows the god of fertility Mim at the same place, and it says, God of fertility Mim, replenisher of heaven. Now you get an idea of what they're talking about. And it is explained that a baby is in heaven before the baby is born. So for those of us who want a heaven better than the placenta and the ovaries, etc., that's because you don't want to believe that humans worth anything. I follow these fellows here from ancient times. They sound better, they're more rational, and that's the only heaven I ever found. But anyhow, when you look at that temple, it's showing that. I do not know, for most of you who were walking around, you saw at the, first of all, let me say that the original zodiac wasn't wrong. The one in Paris they have itself, they tell you the original is in Paris. It's a joke. The fact is that when the French came and was stealing, when they took the original from there, it was rectangular shape. What they sent back here and what they have in France is wrong. That's number one. So therefore, as a matter of original being, the French story for years was that the Frenchmen, after being pursued, after stealing it, lost it in the Nile. But 20 years later, suddenly, there's an original in Paris. I could say to you, it's as original as you want it to be. It has no validity in its originality. And the point is this: why would they put a fake one from the French back up there? You see what I'm saying? But the French and the Greeks and others knew they had a good thing going by projecting this myth, because there are some of us right here going. Some of us won't come out the house until we read our horoscope. The French made all kind of money on the pattern, and the Greeks. Some of us wouldn't go down the store. We won't marry somebody. We wouldn't even kiss somebody who ain't born with the right month. If your moon ain't in the star and Jupiter ain't going down to seas, June or someplace. Pure junk. And most of us live by it. So the French got a thing going, and the Greeks. It has nothing to do with reality, the zodiac. Now, when we go into the next room, the ante-room next to there, you see the whole story of the murder of Osiris, the resurrection of Osiris, the symbolism of resurrection being the male penis, and so forth. But I don't know, because we were running, I pointed to some people as they passed by, the birth of Horus being shown, up there they call it, the nursing of Horus. The Roman Church, up to 1937 or so, used to have a picture of Mary nursing Jesus on her left breast. Jesus sitting on her lap, and he's nursing on the left breast. She's holding him in this manner. I show some people the same picture. The church have outlawed that from 37 and say it is pornographic, because the church doesn't believe that women should show their breast nursing a child. I guess the Pope have never had no mother to nurse him, so the poor fellow, at the time in 1937, he got mad with everybody else who was nursing. Of course, they're trying to kill the child now. Those who nurse him put a blanket over the child's head, the child can't even breathe. But that was here. Of course, you notice that the ancient Egyptian had no problem with their reproductive organs, since they know that the only way people got here is through sex. Now, the Adam and Eve story, you can go along with what you want. I prefer the way that Daddy made me. I don't want no dirt and all that kind of stuff. That ain't no fun. I want Mama to realize that I was being made. Well, that's going on. Now, you see, if you had the opportunity to see the whole process, the whole projection of birth, life, death, resurrection. And I'm sure that you saw it in the anteroom next to the astrological chart room. We can now leave there and go back to Abydos, where we initially started this morning. Again, Abydos was considered the place of heaven, the physical place of heaven geopolitically. It is in Abydos, and it's blocked off now because they're trying to clean it. But there are some empty rooms that we could have gone in of fantastic paintings. The dyes and things are in their original position. But you'll be surprised how much film from just your breathing hundreds of people breathing, the film goes on the painting, and so often they have to clean it and take very, very, very special chemical to get that the film, the grease. Even though you tell people don't touch, somebody's going to touch, and to get it off. And each time they have to do that, of course, even if it's a milli-inch or fraction of an inch, some of that paint comes off. And so they've got to do that with process, and they've blocked off those areas so we couldn't go in there for the whole of this year. The same as they have shut down the tomb of check1 and a few others for the same process. Okay. Nevertheless, Abydos is the only temple in which you would find 5 Holy of Holies, but it's only the one in the center, like all Holy of Holies. The one directly in the center, as you enter the door and travel from the west to the east, is the one that is the chief priest stood in, and no one else is supposed to have gone in there but the chief priest, except on once a year when the king pays a visit, if he does, that he is also allowed to come in and then leave during the day. But in Abydos, the story of Isis and Osiris, or Aset, her name, and Asar, Aset, A-S-S-E-T, or A-S-E-T, or Asar, A-S-A-R, or Asaru, A-S-A-R-O-U, or A-S-A-R-U. All of those are the hieroglyphic name. The words come from 2 forms of hieroglyphic. One is called hieratic writing, H-I-E-R-A-T-I-C, and the other is called demotic writing, D-E-M-O-T-I-C. And there are a number of other types of hieroglyphic writings, but those are the 2 which the ancient Egyptians used. There are more than others. There are a number of writings that have been found, but no one up to now have been able to decode them to know what they were saying. All right. At this temple, you not only saw Osiris and Isis and Nephthys and the other gods in attendance, that temple of check1 having been dedicated to God Osiris. And of course you saw the tunnel, the type of tunnel that was called Osiris's travel. Osiris travel from the nether world to the existing world was said to be there. It is there that Osiris, his Ka and his Ba, met in what is called Buris, or Busiris. B-U-R-I-S, Buris, or B-U-R-S-I-S, Busiris. It is the place that where man and his outer man met. What do you mean by that? At that point, it was there that man would come. I think Brother Basanova speaks of this, and it is here the Hindus adopted this thing about the projection of oneself from the outer self. They got it from here because it's in here they said that a man, when born, had to come to get his outer self. Don't care, let's say you were born in America, you were born in Trinidad, you were born in Japan, you had to come here. That infinitesimal part of time of the birth from your mother, let's say the passing of your sperm from your father to the integration with the ovum with your mother, that at that infinitesimal second you came here. You came from your mother spiritually, whatever it is you want to explain it. But men, the ancient Egyptians said all people had to come here to receive that outer self with the physical self. That's the theory. And it is there in that tunnel it's supposed to have all taken place in their theosophy. And therefore, in the Christian theology, you find it established, I am the I am. Before I am was I am. That's where it comes from, and the Jews adopted it in their Torah. Jesus is supposed to have done it in the Christian theology, where when asked they say that you are God, are you the God of so and so and so on? And Jesus says, what you say I am, for I am the I am. This was the answer, which was a negative answer. It didn't say yes I am or no I am. And again it comes from this training here. Abydos, not only that, if you heard me and you were there when I was going up the step I ask you to count the amount of steps that you went up in the first, as you enter the gate, and there are 42 of them, and everyone counted with me, found 42. This temple was designed strictly on the basis of the Osirian drama. In the book of the coming forth by day and by night, that is the correct name. So E.A. Wallace Budge, in translating the papyri, plural, of papyrus, of Hunefer, the papyrus papyri of Annie, the high priest Annie, in what is called the Book of the Dead, as he translated it, giving it his English translation and interpretation, which should have been the Book of the Coming Forth by Day and by Night. He calls it the Book of the Dead. You can buy a paperback copy as cheap as $3. And in the section of the Book of the Dead, you would find what is called the Osirian drama, the drama of Osiris. And in that, they speak of the 42 towns, the 42 gnomes, the 42 gods, the 42 this, that, and the other thing, the numerology of the Book of the Dead. And it is in that you find the negative confession. Hail Annie, I have not. And that's the reason it's called negative confession. No, not because it says something's wrong with it, it's negative. You say, well, he's acting negatively. That's not the meaning. That's being obscene out of behavior. It's called negative because it's answering a command. Instead of it saying, in the term of a commandment, you shall not, thou shalt not, you must not, it is saying, I have not, meaning that if these negative confession, the responses go back to at least 4100 BC. If the responses is at least 4100 BC, obviously the command have to be at least 4100 BC or before. Now, if the responses are 4100 BC, then we automatically know that the 10 Commandments supposedly given to Moses, an Egyptian, because they said in the Torah, that the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament, that Moses was born in the city of Goshen. Goshen is about 20 miles north of Cairo. It says, and that Moses, with his living to 85, his altercation with Ramesses II, or another pharaoh, his 40 years in the desert, the wilderness, will bring us to about 1196 BC, when God supposed to have given him the 10 Commandments at Mount Horeb in the Sinai desert, Sinai Peninsula rather. If Moses received the 10 Commandments in 1196 BC, and the Osirian drama response is already 4100 BC, let us round the figure off for the sake of mathematics. 1196, let's call it 2000, okay? 2000 from 4100 leave us with 2100. So it means at least 2100 years before Moses received the 10 Commandments from God Jehovah in Egypt, in Africa, at a place called Mount Sinai, there were already 42 commandments, and in those 10 commandments, you find that those 10 commandments are already included in the 42 negative confession. Thus, you see that the Jews only plagiarized and then lied and said that Moses got the 10 commandments. Oh, Moses, if in fact he lived, Moses was equally a liar then, because Moses had to know. If the Jews said that Moses was a priest in the mystery system in Egypt, that's the statement in the Torah, then Moses would have gone right down the street here. If he had to have gone down the street where you just were yesterday, at the Grand Lodge of Luxor, which is called the Luxor Temple, where all priests had to be ordinated. He had to have spent 7 years, going in at the age of 7, and then spend 40 years, come out at age 47, and become a priest, and act as a priest, and live as a priest, if in fact the Torah is telling the truth. How could Moses have escaped? How could Moses not know that he didn't get anything special from Jehovah when the priest had to recite the 42 negative confessions 3 times per day, upon waking, upon the noon bath, and upon getting ready for sleep? Okay? Let me repeat that. The priests, each and every priest, had to repeat upon waking, The entire 47 commandment, 42 confessions, repeat them, I have not, making sure that he has kept himself pure during that day. And to start the new day, reminding him that he prayed. And at midday, so that he don't forget his obligation, he had to recite all 42 of them. Now, are we saying that Moses had a lapse of memory when he went to Mount Sinai, and then somebody gave him 10 laws, and he didn't know that he recognized that these 10 he already got? But let's continue on. You see, what has happened, obviously, and I don't think you could deny it, both Judaism, Christianity, Islam. You say, well, now how would the Hindus get it? Well, you remember that we are speaking about Thutmose and others conquering all the way to the Ganges. The Ganges itself being named after that Ethiopian general that led the forces, General Ganges. Okay, the proof of the fact, and look for them when you get there, the Dravidians are the relics, the remains, the African remains of that period of time are today called Dravidians in India. They are Indians who you may see of varying physical appearance of Africans. Some may have a thick lip, some may have kinky hair, some may have broad nose, and so forth, depending on to what extent the amalgamation went on between the remnant of the soldiers who were left there during that time when the Africans went all the way. The Africans of the Nile went all the way, conquering to the Ganges River. They were also known, they called at one time the Elamites, Elamites. So when you run into those terms, you know who you're talking about. Abydos, not only for us who are in the field of Egyptology, like the king chart at Saqqara, give us reaffirmation of the pharaohs and queens of Egypt. Abydos, of course, check1 having his own position about who he considered to be Egyptian and not, eliminated didn't put into cartouches, although he put the right amount of cartouches, one for each king or queen. He did not put into the cartouches the names of the Hyksos, the name of Hatshepsut. The Hyksos because they were foreigners and they considered them ignoble people, less than honorable, worthless, all kind of people. Hatshepsut because he positioned her for being not of good character because she acted as both a man and a woman, and at the time wore men clothing, and he considered that to be terrible, and many other reasons. Some Egyptologists, in their analysis and in their hypothesis, said that one of the reasons he also didn't bring it there because he introduced Planned Parenthood into the culture. You know, it was Hatshepsut is known as the earliest woman in record to have had her physician and pharmacologist to provide her with a method to stop pregnancy. If you want to read that, it's in the Ebers Papyrus, and the Ebers Papyrus is in the London Museum. I have shown a copy of it in many of my books. And the American Medical Association pamphlets of 1961, September, you could get the whole article on that. The earliest known method of Planned Parenthood, I don't say birth control is a different thing. Planned Parenthood is when a woman or a man or family decided to plan their children. Birth control is when an imposition is placed upon you against your will, and somebody says you're going to have no children or you're going to have children, and you have nothing to do about it. And Hatshepsut did that, and as I said, the papyrus, the Ebers Papyrus, it requires the following. The shrub of acacia, placed in honey, when left alone for a period of time, it will break down into what is called lactic acid. That lactic acid was then made as a suppository with some gum base, where the woman could insert it into the vagina. The sperm from the man is trapped by the heat of the body, melts it, it traps the sperm. Do you know that that is the original base for autogenal jelly? Park Davis, Monsanto, Coswell, and a number of British and American pharmaceutical companies who's always checking all over the world to find formulas from different places, and having used this, developed the autogenal jelly that is used in diaphragm today to do the same process, trap the sperm. And it's only in 1961 that they decided to publish the source. I was fired from Columbia Teachers College for introducing that in a classroom at the wrong time when my chairman of the department was there to listen, you know, to come around and check your teaching skills. And Dr. Linton, who was a Roman Catholic, Ralph Linton, chairman of the department of anthropology, heard me say that and said, right blank a line and said, I don't need to come back and pick up my check for the year. Right in the classroom, because he was perturbed that I would say that there was Planned Parenthood before Sagna. What's her name? Margaret Sagna. But when the American Medical Association came over in 1961, I didn't want the job I was working on. I sent him a copy of it and asked him if he had any comment. And he sent back a copy. He sent back a letter and said, wrong or right, I'm the chairman of the department. But that was all right with me. Now, this temple, then Abydos equally, was the center of it was the most holy of holies of temples in antiquity. The one here at Karnak was the major one. And of course, the educational system was right down the street, the Grand Lodge, where this here was the center of an educational system later called Mysteries system. What was mysterious about it? Nothing. Nothing whatsoever was mysterious about the mystery system. My daughter was going to school, and she had finished school, medical school, and was specializing. And she had to perform some surgery, and I got an invitation to come to see it in what they call the gallery. I was sitting in the gallery, and the operation for the day, some students were taking their surgery, and they were doing something in the heart, surgical operation in the heart. Don't ask me what it was, bypass or whatever. But anyhow, I was sitting there, and I was sitting on the edge because I couldn't see all them spaghetti. They had wires going here, wires going there, tubes going there. And the man looked like he was hooked up to a spaghetti tray. And for one moment, when they started to lift the man's heart out and all that, I hollowed, oh my God, that's mysterious. And my daughter sitting next to me said, Daddy, I'm surprised at you saying that. Ain't no mystery, you made an error. He's going to get a demerit there. And I'm saying, girl, shut up, you're disturbing me. But when it was over and I started, she said, Daddy, you said a mystery. And you don't use that. I says, you're right, it's not a mystery. It was a mystery to me because I didn't know what the hell was going on. But to her, she thought the guy was making an error. So you see, it was no mystery at all. It was commonplace to her. A mystery is that which you see going on and you can't explain or don't know. Okay? So a mystery is as normal as could be. It is normal to those who know, but mysterious to those who don't know. That's what I meant. Nothing went on inside there was mysterious to the priests, especially the high priest. But it was mysterious to the people on the other side of the wall. Thus, they on the other side of the wall call it the mystery system. Those in the inside the wall performing it call it the educational system, okay? So you could use either one, but I'm just trying to tell you what the use is so you can understand. The education system of the Nile Valley was centered there, and at a later date they established branches in Europe and in Asia. The first to be established in Europe is the lodge, what is called the subordinate lodge of Delphi. This lodge was called the Grand Lodge. Remember that for years people went to school at lodges. Even many cultures, lawyers go to lodges and stay and learn. Many disciplines go to lodges, still go to lodges or in and learn. And so the word university came later. The university system was started by the Moors in Spain when they established Europe's first university, University of Salamanca, a copy of the University of Jene of Ghana, West Africa. Now, I'm going to end here, wind down, and for the question and answer period, and then the next lecture would be the last one of the series, which will be held in Giza when we go back to the Cairo region. The culmination of all of what you have seen thus far in this land, starting with the hewn temples of Ramesses II and his most noted wife Nefertari. I remember Muhammad saying that Nefertiti was the most beautiful woman. I mean, who says so? But the guide says so, because Europeans teach the guides, and they repeat what the Europeans say. What makes Nefertiti so beautiful? First of all, nobody knows Nefertiti. They found 4 heads at Tel Amarna, the temple of Akhenaten, in digging. And in a casement, and on the casement it had the box. It had Nefertiti. Nobody knows Nefertiti what. Is it a story about her dance? Is it a story about her life? It's a story about her head? No, just the word Nefertiti on the box that these heads were in. There are 4 different styles, 4 different things. I put them in one of my books, Black Man of the Nile and His Family. They were in a show in the Brooklyn Museum 10, 11, 15 years ago. And there was, in that show, there was a recording. And when you're going through the door, it said, and they show you the 4 heads that loaned them. These 4 heads supposed to be that of Nefertiti. Obviously different. We feel it has to be that one, and they point you to the one that most people wear around their neck, which is the one that looks most European than all the 4. And thus they say the prettiest woman in the world. Some people say Cleopatra was the prettiest woman in the world. Some people say, you know, so and so. It depends. There's no such thing as the prettiest woman in the world. That's a matter of aesthetics. And therefore, what I may consider the most beautiful in the world, you may consider the biggest bunk of nothing that you have ever seen. It's you know, aesthetics. It's up to you. One man's beauty is another man's ugliness. So, you know, keep going. He's laughing up a breeze. I don't know why. Brother Dix is laughing and watching in a certain direction. But nevertheless, what you have seen, unless you have been here before, must be tantalizing, to say the least. To start out with a colossus, as these 2 temples must have been dramatic enough. To see the unfinished obelisk should be startling in its engineering perspectives, and to hear how it was transported in the inundation period where canals, boats brought all the way down here. If you took 4.5, 5 hours to get from there with the intermediate stops, say 3 hours if you didn't stop, then figure they had to bring on barges that all those obelisks you saw there, they're all, the one in New York, the ones in London, the one in Paris, the umpteen in Rome, all came here by virtue, they're all around this area, nowhere else, by virtue of Africans like yourself, cutting them out of those walls there, because it's the only way the marble quarries are, brought here, shaped here, and then had to be dug in, the artwork, then righted at a period of time, 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, as much as that, at the inundation period. The whole nation was at work at that period because there was no farming, the land was in flood. Then to leave there and go to Komombo, the high gold mountain, see the concepts of the Nile meter, the development of concepts of hope and throwing thing of wealth to bring love, to bring fertility, to do this and that, concepts. The calendar and its usage, months, years, telling time by the moon, 365 and a quarter day corrected each 7th year. Again, that gave light to the such a person live 1,000 years. I mean, it's a joke. The calendar, the year wasn't shorter, it was longer. It was a quarter day longer than the present year. It was 365 and a quarter day long, corrected each 7th year. Now it's 365 days, corrected each 4th year. Adds up to the same thing in the Jubilee year. So you know when so-and-so lived 1,000 years where? With the best of things now, people ain't living no 1,000 years. Nobody lived 200 years. You lucky you hit 120. Ultra lucky. You've had your extras, and your extras multiply its extras to the 10th degree. But nevertheless, 10th power rather. But you could believe whatever you want because, belief is a belief. We got to then leave there. I'm sure you had that exciting thing with your brothers and sisters at Dabud. We leave there, not wanted to leave and had to leave, and we got to Edfu. You see what happens to people like myself called Egyptologists, the constant thing that we go through. Everybody was convinced that that temple was, yes, rebuilt, and a temple was built on it, and blah, blah. But what happened? The yard started to sink to one level, and people walk and would fall and get hurt. So they decided to take up the stone, put some more sand, level it out, and put back the stone. So what we find now, a whole new revelation. All kinds of things. We don't find that underneath those things were the stones of a different temple that was there, going back to the time of Hatshepsut. So that temple isn't from 320 to 12. We now find at least it's from the time of Hatshepsut. That is before there was a Greece. Therefore there couldn't be no Alexander. There couldn't be no Alexander here, no Greek here. There was no Greece when there was a Hatshepsut. Hatshepsut go back to 1540, back way there. 18th dynasty. Greece doesn't start until at best 1000 BC. So what it means now, all of us going to have to come back here, study these things. They're going to collect all those things, they're going to put them in a place, and then they'll call the Egyptian, they'll make extend an invitation, and there'll be a big conference somewhere in Cairo or where else. I hope it could be in the new thing, the hotel where we get all, because it's free, they pay for it and so forth. And we come here, have a ball, and look at it. And then go back to make analysis. A bunch of people will start studying to make statements on it and so forth. So that there's always a revision, because Egypt cannot be completed. You can't complete Egyptology because it's not completable. Since the evidence is not all in, there are too many unknowns in each king to say this is it. That's why we always say it appears to be. And for all good and purpose, barring new evidence, this is what it appears to be. All right. And then to get here to this station, the Valley of the Kings, I don't need to speak to you, to go down in the tombs. And then you see the insignificance of Tutankhamun as against the other pharaohs. And of course, that's all you ever heard, because 51 pieces of his jewelry. And you ain't see nothing until you go to Cairo, where you're going to see 3,500 pieces. And then the other things in there. And you're going to see, if Tutankhamun's tomb had 3,500 people that they surrendered, I'm not talking about the pieces that they stole and spirited out, Covenant and all this fellow, they die ultra rich. Don't think that they turn all that they found. You don't be so naive. But nevertheless, if that little insignificant tomb, an insignificant pharaoh, then imagine the one next to him, what they must have found in the tomb of Ramesses VI, let's say. And it's Taiwan. And in the pyramids. So you could go to Europe, you're in blind. You can go to London, you can go to Paris, you can go to any other Austrian museums and so forth, and you see what happened to them. They're over there. They're stones and whatnot. But then you look at all this, and you could understand why it is no one can teach that you got anything to do with this. If they teach that you had nothing to do with America, where you've been for 400 years, all kind of wars you've been fighting, and they don't teach you had anything to do with that, what makes you believe they're going to teach you that you had anything to do with this? When their whole life, civilization, the God concept, that everything is based upon here. And you feeling mad because they don't teach it. If you were there, would you teach it? After you say, if you were there and you say that we were inferior, would you turn around and teach that we did this and they learned from us? You got to be out your bird. It'd be a total contradiction. So, what more could I say in terms of the South here? As we approach north, we're going to find the change, even the change of skin tone, physical characteristics. and the coldness of the people. So if you go to Cairo and you feel bad, well, somebody ain't treating me something. What else could you expect? Nobody is looking like that in America treat you any different. You are going to America when you arrive in Cairo. You will arrive in JFK, Cairo. And you'll be treated as JFK, Cairo, JFK Kennedy. If you take Cairo and put it in JFK airport, take Kennedy and put it here, you get the same treatment. Okay? So don't expect anything better. Don't expect people to love you. You're giving up your love when you leave here. When you go up in the dining room, it's not going to be like here. It's not going to be like S1. It's not going to be none of that. It's going to be cold. Because you're now with the cold people. Professor John Clark called them the thawed out icebox people. They call themselves so. In a book by the guy from Canada, The Iceman Inheritance, Michael Bradley, thank you, Michael Bradley, The Iceman Inheritance. If you never had, get a copy. Then you would stop being angry and just deal with yourself. You just said, to hell with it. I can't deal with him because they can't change. Okay. So I have no more information until probably later when I hear from Cairo or Mr. Hagagi with respect to our changing our flight from 2:45 in the afternoon tomorrow to hopefully in the morning. I'm trying my best. I'm going to see a little later. I'm possibly going to see the manager of the airport here. He sent a little notice that I hadn't seen him since I come in, and I'll go see if I can pull a little string. Maybe question and answers, if any. I'll try to do best I can. Yes, Brother Dix.
Yes, Dr. Ben, I picked up on when Hannah said, what he said, Nefertari. He said, don't mix her up with the beautiful one, Nefertari. I started to challenge him, but I said, no, I don't want to offend him, so I let it go. But I wanted to say to him, why did he say that Nefertiti was the beautiful one when he immediately said after that that Nefertari was Ramesses II's most favorite wife? He said he had some 66 odd wives, or 70 I think he stated. I've always heard 60.
The wives change depending on the guide.
But he said she was the most favorite one. Well, if she was the most favorite wife of his, then at least she must have been one of his beautiful wives.
Well, not necessarily. She might have been his most intelligent wife. It might have been. See, these things about most beautiful, most intelligent, these are conjectures. They have nothing to do with reality because there is no way in the writing that the ancients say she was the most beautiful. This is their conjecture.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? A lot of these things that guides and professors write, conjectural. It has nothing to do with what they've read in the hieroglyph. That's their own interjection, their own little bias and whatnot. And you got to be that's a thing that we have to be very careful with in dealing with these old. And that's why I say I don't conjecture. I don't hypothesize on what it could or should. I just said, this is what I find. You can find it at that source and don't add nothing to it. It's like the nonsense about the Queen of Punt having elephantitis. Pure nonsense. Where have they found that? They see the woman look like that and they decided, since she doesn't look like a European, then she had some disease. And they call it elephantitis. Simple as it is. If you look like Twiggy, then she'll be all right.
There's no such thing as that. What I really wanted to say, Dr. Ben, is I've often heard you say that years ago it was just you against the rest of the world. And that sort of stuck in my mind. And now I don't think it's just quite you and the rest of the world. At least there are some of us have opened our eyes. Thanks to you. And I'm certainly grateful to you for all I've learned from you. How you help me. But I want to say that I think that if what we learn, if we don't put it to some use, then we have just spent $2,600 to come here for nothing on a vacation. So I mean, we have to try and put it to some use when we go back home from now on and forever. Hopefully our eyes have indeed been open because we got to depend on the younger people like you, Doris, and people, young people, to carry this message over to and spread it out to our young people, because we do need to redefine our own history, especially now that the find we see that they have discovered in Bedford, and because they are not going to say, as Dr. Ben says, say anything good about it or teach to us. So we would have to depend on ourselves to get this information to our people. And I think that's very important. My question to you is this: does the Holy Water always run east? Always
No,
run east?
there have been some exceptions.
Okay, I just want to know.
There are some exceptions, very few exceptions, in which the Holy of Holy run north and south instead of east and west.
I just want to know, and I think you know why.
Well, in let me see how I could put this. In the inner circle of the craft, it doesn't run east to west; it runs north to south.
Very good.
Yes.
We invited to visit my
I know. We're just going for a ride today.
Okay.
We're gonna walk back. We'll walk back. We're just riding.
No charge for looking, 1 minute.
We come back on foot. We'll come back on foot.
How are you?
Fine, fine. How you doing yourself?
California.
Yeah, keep going. Keep going. No, we just riding. We'll be back to the shop. We're gonna come back on foot. Right now I'm just making pictures. Oh, I agree. You know why? The sun. Okay. Did you see that? You see that kid get the beat? I mean, pop she walking. Getting to it. How you doing? Keep going. No stopping.
Allah.
How you doing?
Have a lot.
No. When I come back.
5 minutes?
No.
Just
Keep
look,
going.
only 5 minutes. There's no charge for lunch here.
No, I'm trying to do some filming, see, and I'm coming.
Menacing.
I'm gonna walk
Egyptian
back.
fabric with Egyptian dresses. It's very pretty style here.
When I come back.
Just see. Sure?
Yeah, I'm coming back on foot. Right now I'm trying to do some filming. I'm trying to film the market before the sun go down.
عايز حضرتك قبل الشمس تجي.
See?
بس رجعوا ثاني مليجي.
But I'll be back. Bye. Amazing how they can drive these characters down through Woo, my God. I mean, it's tight.
When they come down.
You know we're headed down to where we were the other day. Remember where we bought the stuff? Yep. Yeah, keep going. Don't stop.
ايوه سنتين ثلاثه برجع في
روح الخلع الخلع على طول.
Yeah, straight up.
غير على طول.
My son spoke good English. He would tell us where to go. He would just take us.
All right. أوديكم الخلع. محمد يبقى 5 باوند.
No. 3 pounds. I ain't got 5.
قربان. محمد غلبوني. على طول.
that they are, they said, this doesn't make any difference. What are you talking about? Who will speak first? And I think when you have something to say, your ego never gets in the way. Dr. Clark will be our first speaker. And Dr. Clark will be presenting an aspect of the Garvey movement that I think is very significant and generally overlooked. Dr. Clark will be addressing Marcus Garvey and the process of state formation. Marcus Garvey and the process of state formation. After Dr. Clark speaks, Dr. Ben will be presenting to us philosophical concepts of Garvey and his African nationalism. And Dr. Ben would like to emphasize his, the word his, in that topic. So Dr. Clark will speak first, then Dr. Ben, and we will have a question and answer period after the two brothers have spoke. So without any further ado, I'd like to bring to your attention Dr. John Hendrick Clark.
Thank you very much. This is my third visit to Hofstra. I'm very pleased to be here again, and I'm pleased to greet some of the same students again, and pleased that Dean Smith saw fit to invite me, and pleased that the President, with all the many things the President has to do, had taken time out to attend the lectures. Now, I'm talking about Marcus Garvey and the concept of state formation. I will begin by seemingly talking away from the subject, but I will be on the subject all of the time. And I will waste no time with trivia because the subject is bigger than the time allotted for it. What do we mean by state formation? There's some missing pieces in the history of African people that keep being missing because we do not look beyond what Professor Van Sertima calls the slavery curtain and the 500-year room when our history was locked into a room marked slavery, and we did not move it beyond that room or look at it before that room. We did not consider the fact that for most of the time African people have been on the earth. They have been free people determining their own destiny, and they have not been slaves. In the period of slavery for the Africans was short in comparison to other periods of slavery in the world. In fact, Europeans enslaved other Europeans for a longer period. To talk about state formation, in the restoration of state formation, we must speak at least briefly of independent states in Africa before the slave trade and how these independent states were lost. And with the loss of these independent states, the beginning of the slave trade in the 15th and the 16th century, the African was programmed into thinking that he had never ruled a state. And they were systematically read out of the respectful commentary of history. And so many times when the African away from home mentions slavery, the assumption is that is his total experience in history, because no one dares to look and see what happened before slavery. No one dares to say that slavery is an evil that has touched every people on the face of the earth sometime or the other, some way or the other. While the slavery that happened to Africans is the most documented and the most remembered, it might have been the most severe. It is not the only. Now, let us look at just certain basic things that happened in Africa before slavery. Now, with the decline of the 25th dynasty, the last of the dynasties that came out of southern Africa, the Kushite dynasty, often called the Ethiopian dynasty, sometimes called the Nubian dynasty. With the decline of this dynasty, you can stop counting great dynasties. Because from then on, the foreigners, the invaders, the bastardized children of bastards began to rule the Nile Valley. This ultimately led to other invasions. The Assyrians, 666, then the Iranians again, then called Persians, 550, so brutal that the Africans cried out, "Oh God, if you cannot send me a liberator, at least send me a conqueror that will show some mercy." So when a young Macedonian, known in history as Alexander the Great, knocked at the door, he didn't have to knock very hard. The African, weary of brutal invaders, was not harsh on Alexander, who partly tried to keep the promise. He was an invader like all invaders, a raper. He raped the granary of Africa to feed his soldiers, because Africa was this part of Africa was a great agricultural country at the time. Now this fauna was followed by a more brutal form of Europeans, the Romans. And when the Romans stopped killing Christians and tried to become Christians, their mismanagement of this church and the dissatisfaction around it opened the door for the rise of Islam. The rise of Islam, Arab armies and African armies, pushed the European back into Europe, where they went into the Middle Ages, while the Africans, Arabs and Berbers, took over Spain and the Mediterranean. After the Crusades, Europe discovered that it was still hungry, still had lost 1/3 of its population, still was looking for routes to the east, something, spices, something they could put on that gosh darn awful European food so they could eat it. Europe was in a bad way. They had lost all sentimental attachment to themselves and to other people. They learned again maritime skill, mostly taken from China, translated by the Africans, Arabs, and Berbers at the University of Salamanca in Spain. They began to learn map making again and charting again. And to learn the coast of Africa, they discovered something called the Captain Atlas, and a catch of maps made by Jewish gold dealers who had been going into Africa dealing in gold in the Western Sudan. These are the maps that fell into the hands of Prince Henry, called Henry the Navigator. Now, with Europe on the rise again, back at sea again, they wasn't looking for Africa at all. They were looking for a route to the east. Africa appeared en route and proved to be more beneficial to them. Now, to justify slavery, they had to pretend that they were enslaving a people who had no history and who had no culture. And they forgot that there was another cluster of nations in inner Africa called the Western Sudan, nation that did not touch the sea, that had brought into being for over 1,000 years nation states. I'm not talking about grass huts and mud huts. I'm talking about nation states with ambassadors, with roads, with schools. In the last state, Sangay, a great university, St. Khoury, a great scholar exiled by the Moroccans. This state was literally destroyed by an invasion from Morocco, Muslim against Muslim, using European mercenaries. Now, after this invasion and the wreck and ruin in the Western Sudan, the slave trade could spread inland. Because it is difficult to enslave a historical people, the rationale now is that these people had no history and no culture. And they forgot that Africans were in charge, and for many years, of the two major universities of the world, Salamanca in Spain, St. Khoury at Timbuktu. Europe now had to forget the first African-European connection, the Romo-Grecian period. Now you can charge the Romans and the Greeks with many things, but generally they did not have color prejudice. They were snobs and they had a whole lot of things, and they had preferences, but there's a whole lot of difference between that and prejudice based solely on color. Now my point is, how did we lose the nation state? We began to lose the nation state when foreigners began to invade with weapons that we had never seen before, weapons that lacked humanity, that we had never even entertained using before and would not have used if we had them. Anytime you want to find out the weakest thing of about a people, look at the flip side of the weakest thing about a people, and you'll find potentially the strongest thing about a people. There was something in Africans' humanity that did not lean to the total destruction of other people, similar to the Europe without sentiment of that day. Now, the traffic was not heavy between the beginning of the trade in the 1430s, 1438 to be exact, and 1492. You can't start a trade until you've got something for people to do. But the beginning of the trade, the opening up of the so-called New World, Africans began to be brought to South America and the Caribbean islands. The focal point here is the Caribbean islands. And the peopling of the Caribbean islands by Africans after the destruction of the Indians would create small island nations under different colonial domination. Now, to understand the background for Marcus Garvey, in the beginning of his concept of state formation, you got to look at Jamaica. You got to look at Jamaica's struggle against slavery, and the fact that Jamaica fought harder than Haiti and did not achieve independence, principally because they were destabilized in between battles. Haiti fought over a 20-year period, and they could take impetus from one revolt to start another revolt. And another incident, an item left out of history, is that Bookman, the Yoruba priest who solidified and organized the revolt in Haiti, was originally from Jamaica. When you look at the relationship of Jamaica and Haiti in the transformation of the system of slave revolts, here two nations, two island nations, where the people, remembering that they had not always been slaves, making an attempt to regain the concept of the nation state. When the British came, they wanted help from the slaves against the Spaniards. Some went to the hills and said, I don't want either one of you. These runaways were called Maroons. Marcus Garvey was a descendant of the Maroons. Now the Maroons are a special kind of Jamaicans. They're black and proud, and some of them were exceptionally skillful. Marcus Garvey was a master printer, so therefore he was also a reader. He was revolutionary from the beginning, with revolutionary ideas, calling the first printers' strike in Jamaica, visiting South America and Central America, and causing trouble wherever he had went, organizing Caribbean workers in the Panama Canal area. So Marcus Garvey had a sense of the state and what he had to do to regain it early in life. Now he would go to England, he would read, he would hook up with Duz Muhammad Ali, a Sudanesian, an Egyptian of Sudanesian descent, in a newspaper called the African Times and Orient Review. He would read an editorial quoting, of all things, a white black nationalist named Booth, who had gone through parts of East and Southeast Africa because he was dissatisfied with the missionaries. He began to preach against them all. And he began to tell the Africans that the white man cannot be trusted. And when the African finally said, well, you're white, can you be trusted? To his everlasting credit, he said, no. Booth raised the first one to raise the choir, Africa for the Africans. Marcus Garvey read the editorial in Duz Muhammad Ali's paper and added Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. Marcus Garvey never took anything from a second rater. He read fast and he learned fast. Now he's in London at the time of the race conference. There's a world conference on race. He's got that literature to read. The great activists from Ghana, Casely Hayford, John Mensa Sabah, now publishing their books, first in London, then secondly in Africa. He's got that literature to read. So he's absorbing the literature of the state. And the first version of a book that was going to be published, an extensive version in 1929, toward nationhood in West Africa. He would read. He's absorbing the concept of the state and the idea of regaining the state. Now he was to go back to Jamaica, and he would try to start the Universal African Improvement Association, Universal Negro Improvement Association. Why didn't he succeed in Jamaica? He didn't succeed in Jamaica then, and he wouldn't succeed in Jamaica now. The mentality was not there. Why didn't the Jamaicans buy the concept of the restoration of a state? Because they thought they already belonged to a state, the British Empire. And so his call for a state in Jamaica, his call for the return to Africa in Jamaica, did not fall on listening ears. He heard about a man named Booker T. Washington, and he wrote him. And Booker T. Washington invited him to the United States. He couldn't get the money ready by 1915, but when he arrived in 1916, Booker T. Washington was dead. Now, he would tour the United States in 1917. The riots beginning to start. 1919, the Red Summer. In East St. Louis, they made bonfires and burned black babies to death. Now, after the riot in Chicago, where Marcus Garvey would rally blacks to fight back, he could now say to them, let's get out of here. Let's get our own ships and sail back to Africa. Why did black America listen to the concept of the nation state and others did not listen? It had nothing to do with anybody having a better brain than the other. We were both under different oppressors. One oppressor gave you the illusion that you had a state. But the American oppressor did not even give us the illusion that we had one, ever would have one, or would be capable of having one, ruling one if we did have one. Europe dumped its human garbage can into the Western world. The worst of that garbage can was dumped into the United States. No illusions. The British oppressor was not less of oppressor. He was a more mature oppressor. He had style. It's procedure. He would not cut your throat with a dirty knife, not because he cared anything about you or your throat, but it was poor style. He lacked form. It must be in good form, in good order. He was a mature oppressor. And you had a growing amateur oppressor in the United States, rather crude in comparison. So now, because Marcus Garvey had gotten across in this country something he couldn't get across in Jamaica. The American dream wasn't dreamed for you. The American promise wasn't made to you. I will dream for you a new dream, make a new promise, and lead you to a new land. The next year, he would call an international conference of African people, 30,000 people a day, and he turned away 30,000. Old Madison Square Garden. There have been 2 Madison Square Gardens since then. Now he would propagate the concept not only of a nation state, but of Africa's return to a nation state. He would begin to prepare the mind to think of a time in the world, in your history, when you ruled a state all by yourself, collected all the taxes, headed the army, did everything that a nation state need to do, received ambassadors, sent ambassadors. It would also remind us that in collective unity, we were a very powerful people in the world. We had been before and would be again. In spite of all of the forces arrayed against him, propaganda and otherwise, in spite of the fact that a good percentage of the people in his office was on the FBI payroll, the triumph of his movement was one of the great miracles, one of the great organizational miracles in the history of the United States. He now began to touch a people that had never been touched. He didn't have to steal them from the big church because it wasn't in the big church. He didn't have to steal them from the big organization. They were not in the big organization. He spoke a language that filtered down to the common man and woman, to the ordinary workaday man and woman. The membership in the Garvey movement, rather reasonable, like 50 cents a week and 10 cents burial benefit for burial insurance. That's rather reasonable for that day. Well, considering the fact that people were making $10, $15, $20 a week, it was still reasonable. Then he projected a dream that made people feel whole again. Imagine a black elevator operator, elevator starter, downtown New York. People say, "Hey George," call him everything. He was "Hey George" down there, but in the evening, with Garvey's paramilitary organization, he was a major and a general, controlling his troops for an empire still to come. Our mind in America was so depressed, we, more than any other African people in the world, needed a Marcus Garvey. We needed him to save us from believing that we were not going to make it as a people, for saving our sanity. Now, he began the collecting of funds for the ships, the Black Star Line. This will lead to difficulty later, but the main thing is that the Black Star Line was part of the concept of nation. He discovered that the shipping lines were so costly, and even transferring goods and services between African nations and African nations. He dreamed of a steamship line where Africans could connect with each other and trade with each other on terms. He prophesied the modern age. Now let's look at what could have happened just briefly. While we naively answer to the term minority, we were never a minority. We are ruled over by a numerical minority and don't even know it. Now, if you count all the African people in the United States, 30 million or more, in the West Indies, those in South America, especially Brazil, that has 80 million. You got about 200 million in the Western world. All the African people in the Pacific, 2 Pacific nations at the United Nations right now. African nations in the Pacific with a slight Polynesian admixture like the Australian Aborigine. People in other areas of the Pacific. A man came to our conference in Egypt this summer. He was a Dravidian. He represents 10 million people of African descent. Now, he wants to hook up again with African people. There's a new book called Delhi, dealing with the black untouchables of India, said there's upward of 100 million people of African descent in India. I know you met some brown races, but be that as it may, a whole lot of Indians are of African descent. Now these Indians of African descent want a connection with the rest of Africa. Now we and the Chinese might be the only people on the face of the earth who can count 1 billion people as part of our group. Or you want an economic system? Make shirts for 1 billion people. Make shoes for 1 billion people. Make cars for 1 billion people. Have the ships to transfer goods and services for 1 billion people. This is part of Marcus Garvey's dream. Nationness. And if you're going to have a nation, then you have to do everything people have to do in order to maintain a nation. His Liberia scheme consisted of sending men ahead of time who could manage brickyards, build bridges, lay railroads. He was thinking about the structure and the concept of nation. No one in the Western world, least of all the imperial powers, and America is an imperial power, wanted African people to emerge again in the world as the rulers of nations. You can bargain then. This is why all Africa is fragmented. This is no accident. Mostly fragmented by Western educated Africans. We have to think this over again. He kept telling us that the best education that we must have for nation would have to come from ourselves. He understood then what we do not understand now. Powerful people never educate powerless people in how to take that power away from them. Education has but one honorable purpose. One honorable purpose alone. Everything else is a waste of time. That is to train the student to be a responsible handler of power. Now, Marcus Garvey's venture with the ships led eventually to his arrest and imprisonment. And from his imprisonment, deported back to Jamaica. You might think the story ends right there. But during the Italian-Ethiopian War, a lot of Marcus Garvey's prophecy came to pass. He said, now look, see what happens? If you don't prepare yourself, any thug and his brother can come in and knock over your country, rape your women, kill off your educators. Then he was hard on Haile Selassie for leaving Ethiopia. He kept reminding them then that had you managed this state differently, had you made a hookup with other African people in the world instead of trying to prove that you're a Hemite or Semite, you got more help. Italians from the United States had no problem in going back and fighting for Mussolini. Why do we have so much problem going back and fighting for Ethiopia? They wouldn't have permitted us to do it in any case. Because they did not want us to relate to the concept of nation state. Marcus Garvey was the inspiration for the basis of the African independence explosion. He was the stimulation behind Nkrumah, especially Nkrumah, the first Pan-Africanist president, Nnamdi Ezekwe, Nigeria, Johnstone Kenyatta, before he started calling himself Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya. Marcus Garvey's inspiration to them from London, where he had lived for a number of years, helped to stimulate the concept of African freedom. And most of them, when they were willing to admit it, admitted that Marcus Garvey was the basic stimulation in their thrust for independence in Africa, in the restoration again of the independent state. Now the story is bigger than that. I have not dwelt with Garvey's second Jamaican years. When he went back to Jamaica, once more the Jamaicans would not listen, because Jamaica is the most stratified island, nation in the world along color and class lines, still is. If Marcus Garvey were alive today, walking through the streets of Jamaica, some misguided Jamaican might stone him to death. There is no Garveyism in the Caribbean today, very little Garveyism in the United States among black Americans today. Because if you think Garveyism, you don't think integration. Because if you want to integrate in somebody else's house, if you think Garveyism, you want to build your own house. And that factor is missing. All right, how then, in conclusion, how then do we use Garveyism at the end of the 19th as we face the 21st century? We use Garveyism to unify the African world across all religious and political lines, and to bring to ourselves once more the stability of the nation state. Of course, all of us in the United States are not going back to Africa. Go psychologically if you can't go physically. But if there's one place in the world Africa can turn to and say, send me 10,000 nurses, it's the United States. Probably couldn't send 10,000 doctors, probably couldn't even afford that many, but we could manage 5,000. Because in the United States you've got the best technical trained Africans in the world. Now they are confused with that technical training. I'm not saying they're committed to Africa with it. Kids study engineering, he'd rather go work for IBM or AT&T than to go to Africa. So long as you've got that kind of hang up, you're missing the point that I'm trying to get across. But I'm saying that with basic skills and road building and communication, building in general, managing school systems, managing hotels, the African in the United States might be the key or the lock to the Africa of the future. But if you think this is a betrayal of the United States, and you're missing the point again. Because there's nothing that you betray that the country didn't say it stands for. Not that it lives up to what it stands for, but it says it stands for. Then you have to do some reading in history. I don't believe there's a capitalist solution to Africa's problems. I don't think there's a communist solution either. I don't think there's any solution that you do not control and control well in Africa's behalf. I think the individualism of the Western black might have spoiled most of them for service in Africa. Africa had a collective society, not based on the needs of the individual, but based on the needs of the whole group. And many times, Africa had a class-less society and a sharing society, not only before Karl Marx, but before the existence of Europe. An African king, Pharaoh, Akhenaten, preached the same concept from a throne 1,300 years before Christ. So if you want socialism, you can get some at home. You don't have to go across and get it from Carl something or another. But if Carl something or another got anything that you can use for your benefit, use it. But don't forget to bend it to your benefit. Everything, every religion, every social organization has become an instrument of liberation, or it must become nothing, or you must discard it. You have to travel fast and with some light luggage. And you can't have any excess baggage holding back this matter. I think every true African, every true liberating person, every true person committed to the liberation and the unification of all African people have been saying one way or the other what Marcus Garvey said through his life and said repeatedly, up, up, you mighty race, you can accomplish what you will.
Before I introduce our next speaker, I'll provide one more opportunity. If several people want to just come up in front and sit down on the floor, you can feel free to do that. I want to thank Dr. Clark very much for his very eloquent statements, and as I said, at the conclusion we will provide time for questions and answers. As I earlier stated, Dr. Ben will be addressing philosophical aspects of Garvey and his African nationalism. Dr. Yosef Binyaki.
Good evening. I think that I can use your bulletin to commence my presentation. It's quite appropriate for that. It says at the bottom of the front cover, history is the landmark by which we are directed into the true course of life. The history of a movement, the history of a nation, the history of a race is the guidepost of the movement's destiny. That nation's destiny, that race's destiny, what you do today that is worthwhile inspires others to act at some future time. Marcus Garvey. The statements of Garvey, though profound, in most universities, and particularly in his major writings, the most knowledgeable of them all being the compilation by his second wife, Amy Jacques Garvey. His first wife was Amy Ashwood Garvey. It seems that Garvey like the Amy girls. But Garvey has been overlooked for a number of reasons. Were he not an African, his books, and particularly the first book of the two-volume work on Garvey, would have been considered a masterpiece of philosophy. When examining Garvey's work as a young man, it was necessary for me to go through a number of papers. Many of you do not know probably that Garvey was a poet. He wrote a number of short stories. Well, he was a literary great. But in his writing, Garvey mentioned something dealing with his philosophy and education. And for you here at the university, that makes it so important. One of the things in his philosophy of education, Garvey said, what is an education? He said, it's not always what you take in. Very often, it's what you got to put out. I think most of us, and I know that I myself included at least one time, and probably there is some more house cleaning, I had to get rid of a lot of things that I had learned prior to reading Garvey and others. But when I look at the example of materials, when a cache of writings and different collections belonging to Garvey was uncovered some years ago, I got an opportunity to browse through some of them and noticed that Garvey was an avid reader of his ancient history. For that reason, Garvey took sentimentally and attached philosophically what is known as the tricolors of Africa. Today, others are calling it the liberation color. Garvey never had anything called liberation color. He called it the tricolors of Africa. The red, the white, and the red, black, and the green. You can go to Africa, and particularly to Egypt, and find in the temples those tricolor arranged in the same manner, red, black, and green in that order, and see where he adopted his colors or symbols for his movement. Using Edward Burrell Ford, Garvey found it necessary to have an anthem, not the United States anthem, not the British anthem, but the African people's anthem, Ethiopia, land of our fathers, land where the gods love to be. Garvey found it more necessary also. He was a devout Christian, but he realized that none of the Christian denominations within the United States or Great Britain or France or any of the other European colonial powers was sufficient to meet the needs of the African people. Thus Garvey created within his organization the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, which he changed quickly to the African Orthodox Church and set up an ex-Baptist minister, Terrell, to head that religion. Garvey knew it, knowing that Christianity by itself, as many people would have said, was a European religion, and people who say that do not know Christianity, because Christianity, Garvey stated and knew, came out of Alexandria, Egypt, from Pantius and Boetius. That Christianity had been in the continent of Africa, namely the nation of Tamari or Kemet, which the Greeks call Egypticus and the British call Egypt. Of course, the Hebrews call it Mizraim, and the present Arab conquerors call it Mizraim, and there are a number of other names. But Garvey knew that that religion, Christianity there, and of course it got its name Christianity from 212 of the Common Era at a place called Antioch, when the people start using the Greek words Joshua Christus and Christos, which means to anoint, Joshua the anointed. Up until that conference he was called the leader, that's all. Of course Garvey, in reading about this, made notations that Christianity was nothing but a carryover of the worship of Heru or Horus, the son of Aset and Asaru. Aset is commonly called by the Greeks Isis, Asaru equally by the Greeks Osiris. Garvey knew, and in his notation, he knew for some reason, although he had never been on the physical continent of Africa, that at the various temples, primarily because he noted them, the temple of Set I, at Abydos, and may I remind you, the temple of check1 at Abydos was before anybody named Moses was born in Egypt according to the Torah. Again, Garvey knew that at Dendera, the temple of goddess Heru, which the Greeks called Hathor, there was a story, and still is, for anyone who wants to go and see it, of the immaculate conception of Aset and the virgin birth of a child. Thus it is that Garvey established and re-established what was being worshipped in Ethiopia, the Black Madonna and Child, which was also worshipped in Europe, all over Europe, exclusively until Michelangelo in 1509 painted for Pope Julius II the first white Madonna and Child, Mary and Joseph. Of course, Garvey knew there was 16 such black Madonnas and Child, Jesus being the last of the 16. Garvey understood the concept of the fundamental principle of a religion, its moral laws, and he upheld them and taught them to his followers of his movement, the Universal Negro Association and African Communities League. Garvey reminded his people, his followers, and they had to be African, that it was impossible to live without a moral code. And when others asked about adopting the 10 Commandments, Garvey said no, he was not going to adopt any second-hand set of laws. Garvey knew that the 10 Commandments was a joke, that there was no Moses that gave to the world any 10 Commandments, because we don't have Moses until the 18th dynasty, and that Moses wasn't born before 1346 before the Common Era. And Garvey spoke of what was known as the 42 admonitions of Ma'at, or commonly called the 42 negative confessions, which we can find in the book of the Coming Forth by Day, which Budge, the Englishman, changed to Book of the Dead. And if you want, you can find them in the Osirian drama of the Book of the Dead, the 42 laws, such as, Hail Ma'at, I have not killed man nor woman. Hail Ma'at, I have not stolen. Hail Ma'at, I have not coveted another man's wife. Now in the Jewish folklore, that attribute to a man just came yesterday. And whereas in this book it is 4100 BC, or 3,000 years before Moses. And Garvey knew that if Moses was in fact a reality, that Moses is said to have been born in Africa at a place called Goshen in a state called Egypt, and the last time I saw Egypt to back Garvey was 3 weeks ago, and it's in Africa. So the fundamental things about this, Garvey knew that he could move his people because his people was quite capable. He knew Garvey had in his collection a book in which dealt with the papyrus of Hunefer, Hunefer. In the papyrus of Hunefer states, quote, "We came from the beginning of the Nile, where God happy dwell, at the foothill of the mountain of the moon," unquote. That is a paper of an Egyptian writing, Hunefer, the high priest, where they came from, the Egyptians. And by the way, there is no Greece yet. There is no Rome yet. There is no Israel yet. There is no Abraham yet. There is no Allah, no Muhammad ibn Abdullah yet, no Confucius. When Hunefer is writing this, these are a group of Africans in the world that is writing that. I mean, Homer is not born yet, the first literary European. And Homer is not until 833. Homer is to write. You see, that's one thing about Garvey, and he had another man with him by the name of H. Hubert Harrison, who was his historian, who could bring him up to date, that remind him that the first literary work in all of Europe was Homer, Iliad, and the Odyssey, which state in the Odyssey, Homer speaking about the Ethiopians. He said what? Even the gods Zeus and Apollo, the first gods of Europe, came from Ethiopia. Right. So Garvey knew and read these things. Upon these things and others, he was to base his philosophy. More so, Garvey knew that the African was a technical African. It is equivalent to these days. He would be a multi-genius equivalent to one of them by the name of Imhotep, or combined Imhotep. Imhotep was the man that designed the step pyramid of Saqqara out of solid stone, no brick made of any material, much less mud and straw. The step pyramid of Saqqara is in the 3rd dynasty. Imhotep designed it and built it for the pharaoh Zusa, whom Herodotus later come and call Zusa. May I remind you that Abraham, the first of the Jews, wasn't born. You can't build a pyramid when you're not born. And of the 72 pyramids in Egypt, all was born before Abraham, all was built before Abraham was born at the 13th dynasty in the city, or outside of the city of Ur in Chaldea, which later became an Egyptian-Ethiopian colony by the name of Elam. You see, these are some of the things that we need in our classrooms. Dr. Carter G. Woodson, who started this with 1 week and got fired by a black college president at Howard University by the name of Mordecai Johnson. Poor Mordecai. Well, we can't blame the poor fellow. He had no knowledge of himself. Carter G, the community protests make him rehire Carter G, and then he taught his first course in African study, but he was not allowed to include it in the curriculum in a black university. There are other things, but we don't have time for that today. But Garvey, looking at all of these things, looking at medicine, and we were told that Hippocrates is the father of medicine. Well, that's not difficult because Benny Goodman is the king of swing. But nevertheless, Garvey had looked at the number of medical writings or medical papyri. Notably, let's take one of them right in the Brooklyn Museum, the Edward C. Smith medical papyrus for surgery. And that's 1770 before the Common Era. Hippocrates wasn't born until 333. So this papyrus, this medical writing treatise, is 1400 years before the father of medicine. Garvey looking at these things, citing them, and writing individually in the world, in the Negro world. He would write a column on all kinds of different things. On economics, law, medicine, cited all of these things as he continued. You see, we only know Garvey for Back to Africa slogan, but we don't know the literary critic, the literary man Garvey. And that's the one we need to deal with a little. Garvey, examining this, dealt with medical writings like the Ebers Papyrus, a papyrus that deals with, during the time of Queen Hatshepsut, the first woman who acted as both king and queen, the first woman that I think that if she was around, AIDS wouldn't have been too popular among, because she developed a suppository to insert it to the vagina to stop pregnancy in 1555 before the Common Era. With all this knowledge then, and added to that the knowledge of Thutmose III, the son of the same Hatshepsut, who completed the expulsion of the first non-African people to have come into Egypt. With all that knowledge, Garvey then turned to examine, to establish not only the philosophical basis for his organization, but an economic concept that a man who amassed a fortune of more than $50,000, and you got to imagine the time in which he's speaking, in the 1920s, should not be add to that money, but should work from then on, and the money he make should go for the benefit of his people. That the $50,000 should be an a maximum he can hold in any bank account. So in order that others would eat. So he called it civilized capitalism. Capitalism, not in the sense of what another African by the name of Alexander Hamilton had instituted in this country. Oh, by the way, I know a lot of people got frightened when I said that, so I better stop a minute to clarify that. I'm talking about the fellow that Burr killed, and American history lied and said it was for politics. It was over that blue-eyed girl in Philadelphia. You see, Burr knew that Hamilton was from Nevis, and he knew that Hamilton's father was an Englishman and his mother was an African, and that he was raised up in St. Croix, in what is now the United States Virgin Islands, at the time of the Danish Virgin Islands, where such children were sent to be raised, because the fathers couldn't have them with their European wives. Of course, there were many fathers with African wives at those times, since rape didn't start with black people doing it. I mean, the slave didn't rape the master's wife. Somebody got raped, but it wasn't the master's wife. Garvey knew that too, so more than anybody else. He saw it constantly in Jamaica. Garvey running down, as these are stuff, it moved Garvey to ask the question. When he wrote his poem, "Wake Up, Ye Mighty Race," Garvey, again speaking, said in his philosophical concept that the African must have one God, he must have one aim, and he must have one destiny. After that, he brought forward the catchwords, the motto, "By block." Garvey said that these things to many will sound as if it is racism. He said, but in these United States and in the 12 colonial powers of Europe, he was speaking specifically of those who had gone and established their control over the world in what was then called the Berlin Conference, a conference called by Otto von Bismarck and Wilhelm the Kaiser in 1884, which discussed, adjudicated, and came up with the conclusion called the Berlin Convention and Conference and document, of which the United States of America participated fully. The representative of the United States of America was Edwin H. Terrell, carrying the title Minister Plenipotentiary and Ambassador Extraordinary. The subsequent conference to that was called the Brussels Conference. That is the conference that followed the Berlin Conference, where Leopold was given the richest part of Africa as his personal estate, backed by the United States government, its Senate and its Congress, and of course Ulysses S. Grant, its president. You may find these documents in a 3-volume works called A Map of Africa by Treaty, as edited by the royal historian of Queen Victoria, Sir Edward H. Herxley. So that when they tell you in school that the United States had nothing to do with the partition of Africa, somebody's lying. It's too well documented, and you could read the congressional records, and you will find to the contrary. At the Brussels conference, which was called later after the European powers, England and others tried to rob from Leopold after the found they had given him the richest part, the Brussels conference the United States was represented by Casson. I forget at this moment Casson's first name, but with the same title as Edwin Terrell. All of these matters Garvey had to use to come up with his various hypotheses and subsequent philosophy. In the Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Messiah Garvey, the first book of the 2-volume book edited by his wife, the second wife, Amy Jacques Garvey, Garvey wrote extensively on all concept, all detail. The reason Garvey said it was necessary to have a paramilitary organization in the United States, he felt that it was impossible for a nation of people, and Garvey saw the African in the United States, the Africans anywhere in Europe, as a nation within a nation. Garvey said it was impossible to integrate a slave with a master. And Garvey said, whenever the slave accepts that he's the master, solely because the master have relieved him by removing the shackles of slavery, and that the slave did not force the master to remove the shackle. The reason the master could feel safe in removing the shackle is because he knows that the shackle is no longer and the physical property of the human being, but it has gone to his brain. And we see it quite often when we look at the mirror. You take Michael Jackson, for example. And it seems that this singing sends them crazy, because that's on the male side. But we could take Diana Ross on the other side. Since the African believe in the law of opposite, it is necessary that we put male and female so that no one hollow sex discrimination. In terms of Garvey again in the philosophy, let us try to look at the bi-black situation and to see if it had any aspect of racism. Garvey, in saying bi-black, he felt, and as he did, where Garvey put his mouth, he equally put his dollars, or at least his people's dollars. Garvey built for them economic institution, the newspaper, the Black Star Line, the shipping company, bakeries, grocery stores, and he started to manufacture, because Garvey said, if only we could sell one match to each Chinese per year, we would have an industry that will be able to occupy every African in the Western world. He said, our problem isn't being invited to the Rockefellers for dinner. That is it, because we may not like the way they cook anyhow, because they don't use much seasoning. He says, and then we can't reciprocate. We will be at a total disadvantage. He said, wherever we are, we must control the economy in that spot. He said, no people begging for a dinner can have dignity or respect. No man who cannot support his wife can be respectful of her. I rather repeat that one. There's a big clamor about black men leaving, and Garvey cited it. Black men leaving their family, and the society is saying it is a racial trait in black men. Garvey asked, how come that trait doesn't work in Africa? It's only over here. How come it didn't work in slavery? Garvey said in slavery we fight like hell to establish marriage when the society didn't allow us to marry. We established our own rules. When they said we couldn't go to the church and get married, we then established our rule for marriages. Not only did we do that, but we understood that the significance of it, it was not a matter just for something called holiness. Because we know that isn't the reason people marry. It has nothing to do with heaven. Because what God put together, man can't put asunder. So don't say the stupidness anyhow. God said that the reason for marriage is a security for the woman and her family. It got nothing to do, but if God is so bad and want a marriage to stay together and then want somebody to break it, he killed the man who's trying to break it. Or kill the woman who's trying to break it. So since God has nothing to do with it, let's deal with it. It's man. And you can't protect a marriage when you're broke. Because your wife can't eat love. She can't put it in the pot. Garvey maintained for the African man to have dignity, he must control his economy. If he controls his economy, then he can give to his wife what other men do for their wives. But if he does not, he will forever be a man whose wife is subject to abuse and whom he can never protect. I mean, Garvey's philosophical thoughts were fundamental. And one thing Garvey said, particularly, I should probably say from before, in endorsing what Dr. Edmund Blyden had already said in accepting the presidency of the College of Liberia in 1883, in context with the previous statement that was made, Africa for the African, to which Garvey had already added those at home and those abroad. Blyden is speaking about the beauty of the African woman, had maintained that the African woman has no other woman to set an example for her beauty. That is something I wish the African woman here had heard Garvey speaking about. Let me repeat that. I mean, I think it's good. It caught me to my funny bone. Brothers, what Garvey said. And I know most of the sisters do certain things because you aren't looking at her. And she's trying to look like a European because you like to look at Europeans. That's right. I remember a few years ago she wanted you to look at her in her African splendor. As Garvey said, at the Brother Brat of the Garvey movement, the Grandiosa models in the 60s, they wore the hair natural. You couldn't accept the natural African look. You made her put a name to it, Afro. Now I don't know how you can spell Africa with an O in it. But then being in college you get sophisticated. So from now on we spell Africa A-F-R-O-C-A. Africa. But Garvey maintained it, just like the other day I heard Bo Derek gave us the cornrow. I don't know if Bo... Now I know I'm 69, I know Bo Derek isn't 69. Now I know I saw my mother when I was knee-high to a grasshopper, cornrowing her own hair, cornrowing my sister here, and she would have cornrowed my daddy here, but he didn't go for no faggotry. He said no. that the African woman's beauty is matched by no other woman, because she has her own texture of hair, her own physical shape. And then Garvey went down to remind us, why are we the way we are? And Garvey said, if we had narrow nose in all that heat in Africa, we'll suffocate. For the heat to get out the brain. And it's a fact. If we had this thick lips, thin lips in Africa, we could not, in all that heat, kiss conveniently. If you girls who have never been kissed by a thick lip, you have never been kissed before. I am speaking from experience. I have one. And Garvey spoke of the hair. Since man did not come here with hat on, and with the kind of sun we have in Africa, the hair, the kinky hair, was made by nature to do as what the straight hair does in Europe. If the Europeans had started out with kinky hair, with all the ice and the snow, it would have done the opposite of what the woolen hair, or so on and so on. The light skin in the icy places is better for the European than the dark skin, whereas the dark skin would be better for the African for the amount of sun, the sun ray. So nature wasn't crazy when it did for its people what it had to do. We are the crazy one who thought that nature was crazy and start to try to look like everybody else than ourselves. And Garvey, in examining all of that, most of us thought that all Garvey thought of was his nationalism. Yes, he was an African nationalist to the core. He lived it, he slept it, and he died for it. But Marcus, winding down, Marcus Messiah Garvey was especially conscious of one thing: the African man and his African woman. It is something we need to read a little more, if not Garvey, somebody else. Garvey's devotion to a wife. Certainly some people made a lot of dissension with the first wife and caused Garvey to lose his cool, being human, and divorce her. His subsequent or second wife, he treated his sons, the two sons, he had no daughters, Julius and Marcus Julia, both of whom I saw today at the Board of Education in Brooklyn. But he supported them to the best of his ability. So much so that he set a guide. Marcus Jr. is an engineer, and Marcus, young Marcus, the younger of the two brothers, Julius, is a medical doctor and psychiatrist. One thing Marcus Garvey reminds us, he said, show me a black man who mistreats his woman, and I show you a black man without any pride. Garvey reminds us that our women are the first heaven we have. Garvey reminds us that we are looking up in the air for heaven when it sleeps in bed with us. Garvey reminds us that each and every one of us came out of heaven. The abysmal deep that they are speaking about in the Bible is the placenta. the abysmal, deep, dark, abysmal. If you think back of the woman placenta, you can't see anything inside of it. There is fluid in it, and that's where we stay for 10 months normally, not 9 by the way. And but God will remind us of the various statues we see in Egypt. For example, God Mim, the god of fertility, who's always seen with an erected penis hanging out, straight, horizontal, perpendicular to the earth surface. And remind us, as the Egyptians show, the penis coming from the navel, the umbilical cord, an extension of life. God, we said to us, if we would remember that our first experience of heaven is our mother's womb, then we, those of us who think and call ourselves an African nationalist, must first think, must first honor, must first realize, show me the way you treat your woman, and I'll show you the condition of your race.
There was a young man who read a poem a couple of days ago I spoke to from the very beginning. I don't know if he's still here, and I have to admit that I forgot about him. Is he still here? Let me have him come up for one quick moment. This is Brother Yen, and he has a very special tribute for us all, but particularly to one individual. And I'd just like for all of us to pay particular attention to this young brother and listen to his poem. Brother Yen.
Today, we are celebrating Black History Month, and I asked myself, who are we? Are we Negroes? Are we niggers? Are we mulattoes? Are we coloreds? Or are we blacks? Again I ask, is there any place on earth called Negro land? Is there any place called Nigger land? Is there a place called Mulatto land? Is there a place called Colored land? Or is there any place on this earth called Black land? But I know there is a vast, beautiful, and rich continent from where my ancestors came. I also know that this continent is the birthplace of modern man, Homo sapiens sapien. And I do know that this continent is the cradle of civilization, Africa, Africa, Africa. Yes, this I know. I am a proud African, but I am also an American. I am therefore a proud African American celebrating African American History Month. And I shall continue to learn all I can about the history and culture of my people. Now I ask myself, who are these people? Are they kings? Are they queens? Are they heroes? Or are they heroines? Yes, it is true. They are the Mensa Mooses, the Shakas, the Ossie Tutus. They are the Nzingas. They are the Frederick Douglasses, the Richard Allens, the Martha Gardens. They are the Sojourner Truths, the Harriet Tubmans, the Mary McLeod Bethunes. And they are the Kwame Nkrumahs, the Jomo Kenyattas, the the Nelson Mandelas. They are the Annie Bites, the Winnie Mandelas. They are the Malcolm X's, the Whitney Youngs, the Martin Luther Kings. And they are the Rosa Parks, Shirley Chisholms, and Barbara Jordans. Certainly, they are the kings and queens of Africa. They are the hero and heroines of the Americas. They are the fathers and mothers, sons and daughters. They are the descendants of the motherland, Africa. And this I know for sure. I am a proud African. I am a proud American. I am a proud African American with the same blood of Mother Africa. The same blood given to these kings and queens, heroes and heroines, running through my veins. For I am a proud African American celebrating African American History Month.
I want to thank Brother Yen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a question and answer period. And in having that question and answer period, I will, if you have a question, I will call upon you. And if you would just indicate who you are directing the question to, either Dr. Ben or Dr. Clark, or to the two brothers. Before, I'm just trying to give Dr. Ben an opportunity just to rest for a moment, but I do want to say this once again, that on Thursday, February 11th, we will have Dr. Adlai Sanford and Dr. Donald Smith, and at the present time we will be meeting in this room, but if there are changes from that, we'll certainly post it on the door and directing you where you ought to go. And I also like to, I neglected at the, when you start mentioning names, you always get into trouble. But I certainly want to thank the members of the NOAA staff for all that they've done to make this Black History Month possible, and for just really being there, because it's very difficult putting these kinds of things together. I want to thank the students in the NOAA program who helped send the Black History announcements through the mail. Most of you have received something in the mail, and it took someone putting that in the envelope and getting it to you. And I also want to thank our brothers John Matthews and brothers Terrence Fudge for all that they've done to make this Black History Month possible here at Hofstra University. Without any further ado, we'll have your questions and their answers. Any questions? The gentleman standing in the back. Okay, you'll have to speak just a little bit louder.
Brother, you alluded to some of the causes of white supremacy. And just the other day I saw on the Donald show, Dr. Frances Wells. I don't know if you're familiar with her work. She was also saying that part of the reason for white supremacy is because white people know, or the Europeans know, that the black male has the capability in his sperm to annihilate their whole race because their genes are recessive. So that white supremacy is also partially based on that. And I wanted to know, what was your opinion of that theory, the crest theory of white supremacy?
Well, I'm familiar with Dr. Welson's theory, or crest theory. It is part of the answer. The other part of the answer is really in the rise of Europe and the insecurity of Europe in the face of the vast number of people in the world that are not European. Nature plays weird tricks. Most of the resources that's needed to turn capital over and to turn the wheels of Western industry, most of the resources are in the lands of non-European people. And for the Europeans to continue to take these resources free of charge, continue to rape these lands, or to continue to get it cheap, they have to go through a motion of assuming that the people have no ability to develop this to themselves, although the Japanese have proved them wrong on this point, because 200 years ago the Japanese didn't even have a good wheelbarrow, and look at them now. It also has to deal with the maintenance of a concept of color prejudice that started in the 15th and the 16th century. The assumption that there was something special about color, and the European has made a virtue out of a physical defect, the absence of color.
The young lady standing in front.
Okay, my question is addressed to Dr. Clark also. I'm listening to your speech, and it's I enjoyed it very much. I'm a Jamaican. I've been living here in the United States for exactly a year, 7 months, 2 weeks. And I couldn't help but wonder why you seem to almost write Jamaica off as a lost cause, in the sense that if Marcus Garvey was to come to Jamaica at this point in time, he would probably be stoned. There are no sympathizers for Marcus Garvey in Jamaica. I am, as I would like to describe myself, a budding Pan-Africanist, teaching which I've learned back home. Marcus Garvey is a national hero back home. Mutabaruka, the dub poet, is a Pan-Africanist. Many of our musicians, young people. I mean, there is a change in face in Jamaica, which I felt you omitted by just referring to probably a traditionalist, a staunch traditionalist back home, as opposed to a younger generation and a change in face.
I can understand you taking exception. I've lived in Jamaica, and I was in Jamaica only a few weeks ago at a conference on Marcus Garvey. I still think Jamaica is the most stratified of all the Caribbean nations along color and class lines. The powerful, entrenched, class conscious and color conscious Jamaican who stopped Marcus Garvey the first time is more powerful now than ever. Marcus Garvey is a national hero, and yet you cannot read books about Marcus Garvey. It's not in Jamaican public libraries. There's no course on Marcus Garvey in a single college in Jamaica. There's no primer on the life of Marcus Garvey. What kind of national hero is this? And what kind of nation with black consciousness would elect a white man from Boston as prime minister?
Gentlemen. Yes, sir.
I have two questions. At one point in time, I read that young Elijah Muhammad was a lieutenant under Marcus Garvey's time. Is this true?
I mean?
Yeah.
That is correct. Before, when he was still a minister of the Baptist Church, he was a lieutenant in Garvey's movement. When he became in his own movement, when he was calling himself at the time at 128th Street, he was still in the movement. He left the movement when he went to the Moorish science. And after Moorish science, then he established his version of Islam.
Second question. Would you say that he carried on the same thing?
No, he carried some aspect. The economic aspect was basically an idea from Garvey. I would say, other than that, it was a rugged departure.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
In Harold Cruz's latest book, he talks about the development of the black political convention movement of the 1970s. What do you see as the potentials of a black political party in the U.S., and what do you think are some of the problems? Either one.
Look, I'm familiar with Harold Cruz. We grew up together intellectually after the war. Harold Cruz is an uncanny genius in choosing good titles for books and writing poor books behind the titles. Both of his books are misleading. This one is called Plural But Equal. Interesting title. But we were not brought to America to be equal. It is a plural society.
I'm not in favor of...
All whites are not equal. Let's get something straight about this country. This country was found as a haven for free white Protestant males, middle class and up, those who agreed with the prevailing political status quo and who owned property. Everybody else in the country is second. Catholic, Jews, everybody. Second to that. Women too. Women got to vote day before yesterday. No, the convention movement really started in the 19th century.
Right, I'm familiar with that, but I'm talking about in terms of the 70s. Do you think there's potential for a black political party? What do you think that potential is, and what do you think would be the problems involved?
I haven't decided whether it's even a necessity. I think a black political force, the unity of blacks on a political purpose, blacks knowing what they want from the political structure and unifying to get it, is far more important than a separate black political party. A separate party, if you think will do any good, but a political force is essential to all time.
Do you think the Black Caucus is what you're talking about when you say that?
Well, the Black Caucus is a minimal thing. It's not big enough to be considered on the same level.
Okay. Yeah. There was I feel slighted in this book. He's always accustomed to give John and myself hell in all his books. And he isn't cursing us in this book. I wonder, John, if in his old days he's getting reformed. I guess no one knew me until Harold Cruz mixed me up with The Voice and John and others, and thought, of course, Harold have never had a new idea. He has other people's idea and criticize it. And he's done the same in this book. But a convention, just take reality. Let us say America went real crazy and voted for Jesse Jackson. I mean, we all went mad. Black, white, technicolor, and rainbow. Who is going to be the head of the army? Who is going to run Wall Street? Who is going to be the Secretary of State, etc., etc.? It will make a damn difference if Jesse's grandmother was the president. You're still going to have capitalism, rugged and all kind of it. And if Jesse lived to pass the Electoral College, you see, you forget that Americans don't vote for a president. They go through an exercise of futility, because it's going to be the Electoral College that decide who's going to bring the president. 3 times or 4 times, American popular vote was reversed. Don't think that America will kill John F. Kennedy, Roosevelt, Lincoln, and others, and won't kill Jesse. I think Jesse knows that he gonna win. He's just making a position. He wants to go to the convention with his strength. He wants to be able to negotiate for a few ambassadors, a few, let's face it, and get a few dollars for himself. And I'm with him. Get some money, Jesse. You got a family to support.
practical and impractical dreamer on the situation. I want Jesse to get so many votes, they have to throw it in the house. Then when they throw it in the house, I know they're going to steal it from him. And the nature of the stealing will be a political lesson for all of us.
There was a lady in the back who had a question.
Right here.
Okay, well, let me go to the back and then I'll go over there.
I read that in Africa many centuries ago that one was respected based on their blackness, especially the black ladies, that it was considered beautiful to be black, and that they looked up to the environment with such greatness that the young girls would paint themselves with black berries. They were very proud. What caused us as a people to become ashamed of our blackness?
White images, starting with the Bible. White Jesus, gave us a disrespect for the black father in the home. Missionary concepts of color, propaganda, cause us to lose faith in ourselves. I've seen people in Africa, black and proud and beautiful, in the Sudan, and I've seen some blue black people. Most beautiful blackness I've ever seen in my life. Velvety looking blue. No apologies. When Nkrumah came to power, I was head of a culture unit of the anti-poverty program. I got the film and I got the tape and I showed it to my students. I said, look, he's addressing the world. He's speaking to the United Nations. He hadn't even combed his hair. He no bleaching cream. He's black and he like it that way. In the last public speech of James Baldwin at Cornell, a white student asked a white male student, after all the years and you're famous now with money, aren't you tired of people discriminating against you because of your blackness? Isn't it a problem to you? He said, no problem to me, but I'm worried because it's still a problem to you. And he said, I like it the way it is. I wear it well. I dig it. But if you can't understand it, then that's your problem.
I think in the Tanzania Gazette, there's a nice thing. When Tanzania got independent, there was one British woman who was in the Tanganyika legislature during the British administration for quite some time, and she couldn't stand the idea to see her beloved Tanganyika go to the natives. And so the Tanganyika Gazette did a little comic strip. They show a missionary man come with his British hat, his short pants and his high socks and boots coming up on the shore. And then the little missionary boy running in on the shore. An African woman in the house peeping through the window, and a little African boy playing with the missionary's son. And the caption said, Ngulu, I tell you never to play with your dinner. It was to show the attitude of Europeans of how they thought about Africans, but the thought remained the same, but the African has still regained his land. Another caption is, and I'm finished here, but we like to use Bro and Nancy's stories before they became Uncle Remus stories. A missionary arrived because this is one of our worst problems. They said that the Africans ate the missionaries and we didn't eat them, And that was our biggest mistake. But it's not too late to start eating them. But this missionary came and he tried to convert everything he could see. And he didn't get any Africans because Africans by now had started to get back on the track. But there was a lion coming up who had been wounded, and you know, a wounded lion and spark can't catch anything. And so the lion was coming up like this, and the missionary started to pray, "Oh Lord, I don't know what I'm going to do because I promised you I will come here to civilize these people and to bring them to your faith." And so just then the lion came, watched the missionary, and stood down with his paws up in his place and started, "Ooh." And the missionary said, "Oh Lord, I want to change something. I didn't get a human being here, but I got a lion who is praying to you." And the lion stopped and watched the missionary and said, "I don't know what you're asking the Lord for, but I'm thanking the Lord for my first dinner."
Someone on the side here had a question? Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Dr. Ben, I'd like to ask you a question related to education. I think everyone in the room, if not them, then the children, go to schools in New York State. And I believe New York State Department of Education mandates or dictates the curriculum to be taught in the various schools throughout the state. And my question to you is there any formal course or courses given with regard to Afro-American studies in the social studies of our schools?
In some schools, there's still, you could still have, but it's dependent upon the teacher. And you know, even at the college level, there is such a thing as a curriculum committee. That's the fellows that chop up your course or say it can't go through. But nobody can stop me from teaching what I want under any title. I mean, I could teach a course called Restrictions Not to Say African and teach Africa in it because I use one of the other names for Africa. And I will speak about it. It's like, it all, you see, excuses are out of mode after the 60s at least, 69 and so forth, when youngsters went to the street, when the youngsters in Cornell took up guns against the New York State policemen, when youngsters all over, when they burned the universities, and we have to get back to that. You know, I got to say, I probably wouldn't be here. I probably wouldn't be here at Hofstra, sitting down today, if young black people didn't burn the place. I mean, let's face it. I mean, we are brilliant. John is a brilliant brother, and I'm no slouch. But we wouldn't have been here. We were there before 1969. We had to pay people. We were paying at 310 Lenox Avenue with Richard Moore. We used to pay people 25 cents to come upstairs to hear the lecture. And that was a lot of money. 25 cents to get a 3-course dinner for the divine. Yeah. And we had such people as Langston Hughes, John, Richard Moore, and I could go on and go on. And for entertainment, we had Philippa Schuyler. Then she was a child genius before she went out of mind. And then all those different things. And no one, people didn't want to come. We had to literally kidnap people and carry them upstairs to listen to their own history. So it was never a time. We had Dr. Seifert and his institute. There were a number of academies. Even J.A. Rogers writing in the Pittsburgh Courier and other people. There was never a time when we were short of telling our people our history. Of course, you know, Marcus Garvey was loaded with, when, if I tell you, J. Philip Randolph, all those fellows were with Garvey. Randolph were with Garvey. And a number of fellows who turned the other side, became Norman Rockwell socialists, Marxists, and all kind of things like that, were with Garvey. It doesn't say that they didn't know. If those men stayed with Garvey, you see, they didn't. They went to look for a better bread. Like most of us with our PhDs. I remember when John was teaching in Hayuak, literally in little housing project in the little room there. I was lecturing in front of a chock full of nuts and 125th Street and 7th Avenue with a ladder, and Thursday, Friday, and Saturday and Sunday afternoon. Coming from Teachers College as a professor teaching on the corner. My members of my own family won't speak to me. John could tell a member of his family won't speak to his wife, his first wife won't speak to him. We were crazy. So I'm saying, if we put our mind to it, and I know, let's face it, we don't run New York City Public School. And people don't think for others as they think for themselves. It's a reality. Don't expect that other people going to leave their personal interests for yours.
I want to have a continuing comment on that.
Just a very short comment, because there are a lot of folks who question.
Long-winded, you know.
Okay, well, don't you be equally as long-winded, because we can't hear him. Okay.
So, very specifically, Dr. Ben, when I was a child, they called social studies geography. And as a youngster, studying geography, Africa was known to be far removed in a very negative state. My point is that as a youngster, I had to fantasize about geography because all they taught was white history. Now today, and I think that if everybody here has any inkling as to what the New York State Board of Education is supposed to be doing, and they have representatives called regents, I think the communities, if they're concerned and interested in having a curriculum instituted or implemented in their respective schools, then the regents people are the people to write to.
Yeah, but if you have gone and seen a regent meeting, I guess you remember a fellow named Clark, not Dr. John Henry. I'm talking about the other Clark. The Kenneth Clark. That's another Clark, another era. But he told you the Board of Regents had meetings to which he didn't know, and which he couldn't attend because the places they had it is for whites only. I don't think they could do it too easily with Alice Sanford, but they got techniques. The reality, again, we got to re-emphasize. We're in a system that is not for our benefit. As John said in the beginning, this system is an extension of Europe. And it's Judeo-Christian in background, what they call Judeo-Christian. And it functions for that. It's Judeo-Christian, Greco-Romano, and nothing that, anything that doesn't fit in that, going to have to fight and constantly fight. And as John was starting, Europeans are not racist against Africans alone. They are racist against Europeans. French people don't like to live. I mean, if you Italian, you're moving in a French neighborhood, it is hell. If you're German, you move it. And then remember, let's face the fact. When you said Jewish, what are you talking about? They're black Jews and they're brown Jews and yellow Jews. But when you say white Jews are white. In white good society. You doubt it? Move in a white Jewish neighborhood, or a white Italian neighborhood, or a white Greek neighborhood, and see if all whites don't move. That's it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ben.
Yes, sir. Speak just a little louder, please.
When was the first recorded date for the education system of Africa? And could you explain to me why was the sign of peace, what is now known as swastika, why did that change to the law of opposites that you have?
Nobody, no one knows when was the first day of education in the continent of Africa, because you're talking about 11.3 million square miles. But the oldest record of the Nile Valley, Egypt, and Egypt wasn't the first, by the way, is Puanit, now called Somalia, Kenya and Uganda used to be the old nation of Puanit, which later the Jews called Punt in the allegorical story. Our records, we have archaeological records of hieroglyphs, which shows writing that goes back to about 25,000 writings that we could decipher now. If you go back to the Grimaldis and others, you have other writings there, the picture writings. If you go into the Tassili Mountains with the fresco there, you have writing, the symbolic writing. It goes 450,000 years ago. That make Adam and Eve look sick. So then, we don't know when education started. We know though that the Grand Lodge of Saqqara, and Saqqara is started with at least the 3rd dynasty with Imhotep and Zusa, that at that place they had what they call a lodge, the Grand Lodge, the temple, where education, but remember, education must have been way before that, because since a man had to stay 40 years in school after entering school at age 7, being circumcised, and then started, at 40 years later you get your priesthood designation. Instead of a PhD you get the name of priest, and you know all the subjects there were. So it was, I could say, education in Africa started before Adam and Eve. There was no Adam and Eve mentioned any place when education, because Adam and Eve started with is a Jewish, a Hebrew, a concept coming out of the Sanhedrin, and you don't have no Hebrew before Abraham, and you don't have no Sanhedrin until 700 BC. So even before the concept of Adam and Eve, Africans had writing and education.
Okay, why was the Brahmin,
the Gramadan?
Why does that change to? Why does that change?
Hitler moved it to a swastika. If you go to the museum, the Metropolitan, no, the Museum of Natural History at 79 to 81st Street on 8th Avenue or Central Park West, and the second floor section called the Hall of Men in Africa, you would see the Togolese clothing. You see Gramadans all over it, and what is called an eagle, which they now call a German eagle. Saint Maurice Aragon, that became the patron saint of Germany, this African from Togo, who went to Rome and then was sent from Rome to be bishop of Germany and then murdered, wore the Togolese eagle and the Gramadan, and their Gramadan at the feet of Buddha, the Gramadan all over. Gramadan is old as 40,000 years. The difference is that Hitler turned the legs around, that's all. But what they call a swastika is Hitler's copy, because Germany under Kaiser Wilhelm had colonized Togo and the Togolese brought that symbol there. That's where the Germans got what they call the swastika.
Okay, question all the way in the back, Mr. Poe. Speak loud, Mr. Poe.
I recently did some research on Jewish Nairi and his fight for independence for Tanzania. You have to excuse me, I'm not sure. And I was wondering, it seems to me that Marcus Garvey and Julius Nyerere had similar beliefs of self-sufficiency in Africa for Africa. I was wondering, how can we as Africans, people of African descent in America, make these efforts manifest here?
I got to disagree with you forcefully. Not Julius Nyerere. Julius Nyerere does believe in integration. Marcus Messiah Garvey will have died rather than integrate with anyone other than an African woman. It was inconsistent with Garvey to think of cross-mating. You could call it racist or not. He believed that the survival of his people, if you're going to do that, do it at a later date. But he said, you first have to consolidate your forces before you could start talking about integration. Nyerere barred me from coming to the, what, the 7-pack they call it?
6-pack.
The 6-pack in Tanzania, because my speech was a speech supporting Garvey By the way, I was barred from Guinea by Secretary for the same speech, supporting Marcus Garvey. Both of those men said that they did not stand for any such philosophy of race. So I don't, not Judas Mary, who kneels down in front of the Pope and kiss the ring.
As far as economic self-sufficiency for Africa and for Africans as a neighborhood. As far as concerned integration, I didn't research that part of Julius Nyere's life, being an integrator.
Julius Nyerere. Then look at the cabinet. Look at the role of the Indians in Tanzania. Look and see if in Tanzania, if you go up to the post office, if an Indian can still walk in front of you and get served.
Okay, we're going to take about 2 additional questions. Gentleman sitting in the front.
Yes, I'd like to address this to both Dr. Ben and Dr. Horner. I was just wondering, when looking at Isis and Osiris and Horus, the story of Isis and Osiris and Horus, and looking at the Bible as it is now, you see some similarities, but there are also some inconsistencies in the current Bible. I was just wondering, could you point out some of the inconsistencies and also give us a point of reference which we could look at as far as periodicals are concerned?
This is solely Dr. Ben's answer. This is his particular area of research.
One of the major inconsistencies with the Mary and Jesus and Joseph take off of Isis, I'm using the Western usage of the name, Isis or Horus and Osiris, is number 1. The West has used the word Virgo to mean hymen. And in the ancient Africans of Egypt and elsewhere, when they spoke of the Immaculate Conception, they didn't mean that a woman who had no sexual intercourse and that her hymen was not broken. The Immaculate Conception was a clean thought, a clean person. For example, a woman who got pregnant never touched another man but the man that made her pregnant, and up to the delivery never touched another man but the man that made her pregnant, had an immaculate conception. And she gave birth to a virgin child. It has nothing to do if she had 30 children before. As a matter of fact, they cleaned it up a little in the book, but said Jesus and his brothers and sisters. You can't be the human phallus and the woman vagina. That we have to be ashamed of it, we can't even talk about it. And in those days, you go in all the temples and you see Goddess Mut naked, you see God Mim naked, the god of fertility. You see Goddess Mut giving birth even to the sun from her vagina, and the sun coming out in the morning and going back. The Western concept of the Romanized concept of this is even to deny Jesus the act of manhood. 33 years old, and he don't know what sex is in a polygamous country.
Just want to follow up on that. Could you give us a periodical which we can use as a point of reference to correct our thoughts?
Oh yes, there are a lot of. I think you could read Anacalypsis, a 2-volume work, Anacalypsis, Analypsis, by Sir Godfrey Higgins, 2 volumes. Man and His Gods by Homer W. Smith. The 16 Crucified Saviors by Kersey Graves. Bible Myths and Their Parallels in Other Religions by Thomas Downes. Christianity Before Jesus by John Jackson. Also by Annie Besant. There's equally 2 people who wrote that. I mean, 2 different books by the same name. Take out the 13-volume works by Sir James Fraser called The Golden Bow, and read the proceeding of the Nicene Conference of Bishops. because it is at the proceedings of the Nicene Conference of Bishops in 325, ordered by Constantine the Roman Emperor, that Christianity was denuded of its sexuality and given a Roman connotation of, but you got to remember the background. When these things are written, what was Greece at the time? The Greek soldiers went to the battlefield and lived there. And Greek men would bet, the generals bet, married 35 years, and they would bet that the wife still was untouched. Why they need a wife for when they had a boy on the field? You got to remember the background, what the Romans were thinking of. Look at Michelangelo's painting. Michelangelo look at painting of men. Any man in here is small. Our dean here has got a good build, and he will be miniature. Michelangelo got these big men and penis about a ½ inch. Look, go to the Sistine Chapel and see the mind of Michelangelo. And then you get an idea. These are the men that projected the pictures, the image. Look at the life of Pope Julius, his romantic life with his boyfriends.
Young lady in the front.
I'd like to direct my question to Dr. Ben. You had spoken previously on the economy of black Afro-Americans. We do realize that there are flaws in the economy, and I'd like for you to elaborate on what you feel we can do to rectify those flaws.
You can't do a thing in American economy to rectify it. I can't, and I don't know practically anybody in this room. Even Busky can't. And he dropped 9 million one day. There's a fellow dropped 50 million one day in Florida and went and shot everybody he could.
Praise the Lord, everybody, and give thanks for the life of Dr. Yosef Ben Jochannan. Come on. This celebration is of the life of a great man, one who has left an indelible impression upon so many. We thank God for his family today. This celebration for them will go on for days, weeks, months, years. We welcome you into this sacred space, the Abyssinian Baptist Church. We thank God for Dr. Leonard Jeffries, who presided over the wake last night, the dynamic witness he has brought to this community across the years. praise God for him. And I will say this about Dr. Leonard Jeffries. In the great tradition of Dr. Yosef Ben Yaakov, Dr. John Henry Clark, the other names who deserve to be called, but I call those two because Dr. Jeffries has always, without fail, across all the years that I've known him, maintained a close relationship, deep respect, and high regard for the church in all of our communities, and we love him. So thank you for celebrating the life of Dr. Ben with us. Our officiator this morning will be Professor James Small. And we will now have the call of the drums and the procession that will bring Dr. Smalls to this place. Thank you for being here. God bless you. In the Spirit of God, sanctify this room. Amen.
Dr. Yosef Ben Jochannan. And so I'm going to give a bit of instructions. I know Reverend had given it before. When the speakers come up, you have 2 minutes. I will expect you to respect the 2 minutes. If anyone gets longer, I will whisper that instructions in your ear. You know there's a couple of papers that have to be read, a paper for minister prayer time, and there's one other paper. Because we know that will take a little longer than 2 minutes. But I beg everybody else to respect that time. We have to get to the cemetery at a certain time, which means at 12:30 we have to be out here in order to move things in the way it should move. And I would greatly appreciate that that time is appreciated. Everybody appreciates that. Sister Camille Diabo, one of our great community spiritual leaders, will now come to pour libations to the ancestors.
I'm only going to give one short evaluation today because of the time. But I think if we we can just begin to take, before anything else begins, a deep, deep breath. We're all in this room together. Our umbilical cord is that shared breathing, that shared breath, this air. So Dr. Ben's spirit is here. And as an African people, just be still for a minute and breathe. On your own, just breathe. Lord, everything, because light shall pass to you and from you to us. There's a spirit that lives inside of us. It keeps growing. It never dies. Sometimes when we're afraid, it trembles. Sometimes when we're hurt and ready to give up, it barely flickers, but it keeps on growing. It never dies. That's why some of our blues people said, every closed eye ain't sleeping. And every goodbye ain't gone. Dr. Ben ain't gone. He's right here. And so first we thank the mighty one. We thank the one that made us all, that gave us our first dignity as the parents of humanity. Can I get an ashe on that? Can I get a yah on that? Do you see what Dr. J is doing? Head of the Black Studies Department, leader, international. But he is holding the plaque. It's about character. It's about spirit. So we thank that great creator who goes by many names and who is honored in every human tongue, no matter where the person is living. They have a sense that they're that greater thing that gives life and sustains life. And we say, thank you, great creator, for giving our lives, for sustaining our lives, for giving us the great ancestors that we were given. Do you know, since we are the first, the mothers and fathers of humankind, how many ancestors do we have? How many brilliant people are we walking in the shadow of or behind? And all of that brilliance is in you. Let me give an ashe on that. Yeah. I would like very quickly for us to call out names that we know. If it's our mother, our father, our sister, our brother, some of those nationally known, Harriet or Frederick or whoever. But let us fill this room with the spirit of our ancestors, because they are the ones who put their arms around Dr. Ben now. Let's call them out. Well, Dr. Clark, shout them out. Malcolm X. Now. Come on. If you don't know it, come on. Shout. I'm seeing people being very quiet up in here. Nobody did anything for you? Those people who came before? Yes. All right, here we go. I need Jochannan. When we walk down the street, in the face of those people who intend to trivialize us, remember in the 70s and 60s, when we brought out our African clothing, when we began to walk with a certain attitude, like we know who we are. Do we know who we are? That's what Dr. Ben said. Dr. Ben said, do not let anybody trivialize us. We are the mothers and fathers of humankind. And we got to walk that way. And when you talk, you have to have done the research to back up what you say. Dr. Ben said at the First World Alliance, don't say anything unless you have researched it 4 times, going to source, the original source, and then another source, and then another source, so that nobody can back you up. There you go. That's our position as the mothers and fathers of humankind. I want to thank you. I want to thank all of our family. It's an honor to be black and African.
papers.
Reading from Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verses 1 through 8. The words of King Solomon, an ancient African king. There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under heaven. A time to be born, and a time to die. A time to plant, and a time to uproot. A time to kill, and a time to heal. A time to tear down, and a time to build. A time to weep, and a time to laugh. A time to mourn, and a time to dance. A time to scatter stones, and a time to gather them. A time to embrace, and a time to refrain. A time to search, and a time to give up. A time to tear, and a time to mend. A time to be silent, and a time to speak. A time to love, and a time to hate. A time for war, and a time for peace. So is the word of the Lord. Amen.
Still can't hear you.
But you can hear. We're going to ask that the representative, Brother Akbar Muhammad, who will represent the Minister of Louis Farrakhan, if he would now step to the lectern. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. First and foremost, I want to thank God for blessing me to be here this morning on this historical occasion. I sat in my seat and I reflected. Dr. Small, you know I'm long-winded, but I'll make this short. And take my 2 minutes and be a good disciplined soldier. I want to say this, that I thought of Dr. Ben, and when I turned that corner and saw 1,000 people lined up around the block, and I looked at them wearing traditional clothes from Africa, I looked at the impact that his knowledge made on us. I was blessed, Reverend Butts, to ride on a plane when he was staying in Egypt. I lived in Egypt for a while. My last 2 children were born in Egypt. And we sat next to each other for that nearly 14-hour ride. And we began to walk through history. The first time I met him. And his impact. The distance between us being Muslims and nationalists. And I looked at how that arc changed and brought us together. And the impact that wisdom made on us. I want to say in my closing remarks that Minister Farrakhan asked us to bring a message of solidarity. And when he had Minister Hafiz and myself on the phone, he talked about this long distance that we were in the beginning of the struggle, but as we move forward, it closes together. I looked at Reverend Butts and this church that we have buried many of our greats, whether they were Muslims or nationals. One of my daughters, we celebrated her life in this church. And Dr. Butts, I want to say that I thank God for you, because even though the enemy of our struggle would love to keep us apart, nationalists, Marxists, Christians, Muslims, They would like to divide us and have us vying and talking about stuff that's really small stuff. We should be talking about the lynching and the killing and the murdering of black people. Dr. Ben was a historian, and as a historian, he's always looking over his back to see the lessons that we can learn from the past. Knowing that a knowledge of ourselves will bring us to a new horizon. How we must unite. Reparations, yes, we must unite. Religious expressions, the belief in God, and to see Dr. Jeffries talk about that spirit that's in most of us. Whether you proclaim yourself to be a communist or atheist or don't belong to an organized church, there is a spirit. And if we can bring that spirit together as a people, we will win. Thank God for Dr. Ben. Thank you,
Thank you, Minister Muhammad. Next, we will have a reading from the Book of Vindication. The Book of Vindication is a book complete unto itself that comes from the coffin text of the ancient Egyptian text. Dr. Ben introduced us to this work, and one of his children from the shrine of Hunefer, and whom we call the craft, will come and render that reading from the Book of Vindication. Listen well to this text that your ancestors wrote so long ago, and you'll see how apropos it is, even for the liturgy we're getting in other religions, which are also ours today.
Ashe.
Shemotep family. Book of Rising and Transformation. Raise yourself, O vindicated one. Run, for you are exceedingly strong. You shall sit at the heads of the powers of the heaven. You shall do that which Osiris, the risen Savior, did in the mansion of the princes, which he in the sacred city of On. Receive your due honor. Your foot will not be obstructed in the heavens, nor will you be opposed on earth. For you are the Spirit, whom Nut, the mother of heaven, bore, and Nephthys, your sister, Spirit who suffered, and they have put you together. Arise in your strength, and do what you did before. For you are a spirit. Arise, O Spirit, exceedingly strong, adorned as the great wheel, as the great wild bull. You will not encounter opposition. Anywhere you walk, and your foot will not be obstructed anywhere you wish to be. Rise, O vindicated one. Take hold of your head. Gather together your bones. Collect your limbs, and shake the dust from your flesh. Take your bread, which knows no moldness, and your beer, which knows no sour. Stand at the gates that bar those with no name. Lo, the gatekeeper comes out to you. He takes your hand and takes you to heaven, to your Father. He rejoices at your coming, gives you his hand, kisses you and comforts you, and sets you before the spirits of the imperishable stars. The heavens declare, this world vindicated one is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. My firstborn upon the throne of earth, and Ra has given him his heritage in the presence of the great powers of heaven. All the powers of the heaven rejoice, saying, how blessed is the vindicated one, for his Father is greatly pleased in him. O world vindicated one, you have not departed. Dead, you have left alive. Sit then upon the throne of Osiris, the risen Savior, with your scepter in your hand, that you may command the living with your lotus bud scepter, and command the living with your lotus bud scepter, with your lotus bud scepter in your hand, that you may give orders to those whose seats are hidden. Your arms, the shoulders are those of Ra. Your back and belly are those of Ra. Your back loins and legs are those of Ra. Your face is that of the God of the dead, and both the heels of Horus and Set serve you. O Ra, this royal vindicated one comes to you, an undying and indestructible spirit, one who lays claim to the four pillars, the four cardinal points of the universe. Your son comes to you, the royal vindicated one, to you. May you and the vindicated one and the cross the sky together, united in the dark, and rise together over the horizon, in the place where he pleases you. Raise him up, O Ra, and enclose him in your embrace, for he is the son of you, your own body forever and ever. The priest of the royal vindicated one stands up upon the earth, which originated from Ra, as the one who completes the spirit which came forth from Ra, as the bringer into being. Come into being upon this earth, O royal vindicated one, be exalted upon it, so that your father Ra may behold you. Says the royal vindicated one, I have come to you, my father. I have come to you, O Ra. Grant thou I may seize the sky and take possession of horizon. Grant that I may rule the powers of heaven and provide them. Place the crook and leadership in my hand, that the head of the Lord and Upper Egypt may be humbled. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you very much, Brother Aaron. That's beautiful. That's the universal story that we've told over and over again. And as we recreated ourselves as a people, and as we recreated our religion, what Dr. Ben gave us is a foundation to understand our eternity. And we see ourselves being recreated generation after generation and civilizations after civilization. Now we will have, coming forward, we said we would do the silent reading of the obituary. I never been one to favor silent reading. But who would like to read the obituary aloud? Yes, okay.
We're going to ask Brother Weston, T.K. Blue, and all to get ready. And for those of you who may not have the obituary, we're going to ask that you listen carefully. We've got a lot of them to unfold. Dr. Yosef A.A. Ben Yochannan, husband, father, brother, friend, engineer, linguist, anthropologist, and historian. Transitioned on March 19, 2015, at the age of 96. Dr. Ben, as he was affectionately called, was born on December 31st, 1918, to a Puerto Rican mother and an Ethiopian father in the Beta Israel Hebrew community in Gondar, Ethiopia. His formal education commenced in Puerto Rico and continued in the Virgin Islands in Brazil, where he attended elementary and secondary school. He earned degrees in several disciplines. Throughout his life, he was honored with numerous awards and honors, all well earned, proclaiming his genius and mastery in his transferal of knowledge to his people. Among the schools that bestowed honorary doctoral degrees on Dr. Ben were Sojourner Douglas College, Baltimore, Meg Edwards College, Brooklyn, and Marymount College, New York. He began his educational teaching in Harlem at Har-U-Act in 1967. Dr. Ben Jochannan was an adjunct professor, 1973 to 1987, at Cornell University, the Africana Studies and Research Center, which at the time was under the direction of Dr. James Turner. He also taught at a number of schools, including Malcolm King College and Rutgers University. In 1977, Dr. Ben accepted an honorary faculty position with the Israelite Rabbinical Academy at Beth Shalom Ethiopian Hebrew Congregation in Brooklyn. Dr. Ben was a prolific author, writing and publishing 49 books and papers that documented his findings and challenged popular and often derogatory notions of Africa and its people. He was a world traveler, and his frequent trips to Egypt and the Nile Valley provided him direct access to people, monuments, sacred texts, and primary documents that he used to challenge the derogatory notions. His better-known works are Black Man of the Nile, African Origins of Major Western Religions, and Africa, Mother of Western Civilization. He was a welcomed lecturer nationally and throughout the world. Central themes in all of his lectures were the majesty of the black woman through ancient and modern times, and the primary contributions of Nile Valley civilizations to the history of the world. In the early 1970s, Gil Noble and Dr. Ben became partners in the search for truth. Mr. Noble made a point to report news from the black perspective and often invited Dr. Ben to the longest-running African-American produced television program, Like It Is. He gave Dr. Ben the platform to share this knowledge, and this gave birth to his pilgrimages to Egypt, where he led thousands of students, teachers, scholars, homemakers, and young children. Dr. Ben is recognized as the last of a distinguished list of black scholars who devoted their lives to the study of ancient African history, including ancestor check1, Chancellor Williams, John Henry Clark, Ivan Van Serk, John G. Jackson, Edward Scobie, Asa Hillary, and J. Carruthers. Parenthetically, Dr. Jeffrey, we're glad you're still here with us. Dr. Ben collaborated and worked closely with Minister Louis Farrakhan, Reverend Al Sharpton, and Attorney Alton Maddox, our attorney at law, on many national and international concerns of the black community. He was supported in his efforts by Sister Kevin, Brother Bill Jones of the First World Alliance, Drs. Arthur and Mary Lewis, and a host of others. Dr. Ben Jochannan co-founded and inspired the creation of several organizations, which included the Africana Studies Department at City College in New York City, the African Nationalists in America, the Blue Nile, yes sir, the CRAB, and the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations. He held various executive and pertinent positions in several premier organizations, schools, boards, and artistic programs. With Professor George Simmons, he established the Al-Linguina Foundation in Harlem, and through that foundation, too published many of Dr. Ben's early works. He will be remembered as a brilliant historian, committed to the uplift and enlightenment of the global African community. He will also be remembered as charismatic and with an enormous sense of humor. Parenthetically, Dr. Ben taught here at the Abyssinian Church for many years. He was downstairs teaching one evening with a large crowd. The deacons had really looked at him closely, and they happened to sit in that evening when Dr. Ben explained where heaven is. Dr. Ben and I often thought he had a great sense of humor. Of all our greats, Dr. Ben was accessible, that's true. Yes. And he took countless scholars, activists, and students to the Nile Valley to make the pages of his books more authentic. Shared his students, Brother Reggie Mabry. We saw, or shared, this was shared by one of his students, Brother Reggie, we saw our own experiences in what he wrote. For that, the black world is indebted to this black man of the Nile and his family. Dr. Ben was receiving specialized care at the Bay Park Nursing Home in the Bronx, where he made his transition. And I want to thank the family that came by, and I want to say a special word of thanks to our board of deacons who visited with him and who prayed with him. And I am deeply appreciative that the family acknowledged that and that our deacons were there. Thank you very much. At the Bay Park Nursing Home in the Bronx, where he made his transition, a family man, he leaves his children, Maria, Selma, Alfredo, Ruth, Naomi, Colette, Wanda, Dawn, Kwame, Aretha, and Ozima. 40 grandchildren. Yeah, he wasn't African. 48 great-grandchildren. And 4 great-great-grandchildren to mourn him. 2 children, Eleanor and Nandi, his 3 wives, Jenny, Rosina, and Gertrude, preceded him in death. Let's celebrate the life. This minister across the years. When I watch these celebrations, I see many of you who attend. This is quite significant, beloved. Quite significant. I just thank God for Dr. Jeff, and his wife, Camille Yarbrough.
violence. I have not done violence to any man. I have not.
Yes, we're doing the simulated cleansing of the clothes. Which is always done with water. Bring me the salt. We're doing the simulated minerals, which is used to preserve the body. We are not in a position to circle the carpet 7 times, but I'm going to wave 7 circles around the carpet for the congregation. We are now going to open Dr. Ben's mouth so that he may speak for himself.
Open the mouth. Yosef, then Jochannan. Over time, open my mind, my mouth. Restore my mouth, restore my mind, noise. Restore my speech. Restore my sight so that I may see the hawk and the raven fly high above the earth. Return to me that which was taken from me by the God of my own town. Restore free my limbs so that I may chase the caribou. Come, Jehuti, filled and equipped with Hector, words of power, to loosen those double restraints of sin that was placed on me, which are shielding my mouth, my vision, and my movement. Amen. Repulsive the instructions of these fetters. My mouth is opening now. As for Shu, he opened the mouth of the god and goddesses with iron harpoon of heaven. I am Sekhmet. I rest upon the pedestal in the great wind, the magnanimous sky. I am pure. I am pure. I am pure. I am pure. I am free. I am free. I am free. I am free. My hands are clean. My heart is pure. So long, Lawrence Alexander, Brother Emmanuel, Brother Small, Brothers of the Craft. So long, community. So long to the blended family of Dr. Ben. All those seen, unseen, living, dead, near and far. Stay strong. I'm depending on you in times like these. Death is but a part of life. I will be with you always. From this point forward, I say, let the ancestors take of the ancestors and let the living take of the living. Family take care of each other until we meet again. Surely, Amen Ra is satisfied. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Sister Ruth will represent the family who will be sending a gift for Dr. Ben to to take to the rest of the ancestors and to tell them that we are well and tell them that we need their strength. You're now our newest messenger. So God, please, let them know we are still fighting, but we need their strength beside us. As above, so below. Our brother is on his journey. The journey don't end today. His spirit is traveling back home. It will end when he's reached the gates of judgment. And when God has heard his explanation of his life, when the deeds of his heart is weighed against the feather of truth of Ma'at, then the angels and the divine will welcome their son back home.
Amen.
So long, family. So long. Community. I gave it my all. We know that all people create rituals for themselves. All rituals have meaning. In our tradition, it is said in almost every one of our languages, we have a term that says we come and we go. And when we go to the ancestors, we report on what's going on down here. So we open God's mouth so he can now speak when he gets before God. And he can speak when he gets before the ancestors and tell them what is going on down here. We also have in our tradition a notion of reincarnation. That death does not exist in the African cosmology. That what we call death in the African cosmology is simply spirits in transition. And that we are born again into the very bloodline we left. So one of you will bear this man one more time. That's our tradition. We'll have now another musical tribute. Brother renowned Sister Bobby Humphrey.
Honor to God, family and friends, and that is exactly what Dr. Ben was. He was a person of the world but of Harlem, and I was blessed to know him. He was our friend and he was my friend. He used to have breakfast at the Pan with him. Just keeping it real. do this song. Before I do it, to live a life, he made a difference and he was consistent. He lived a life that I would best describe as being authentic, boundless, and fearless. I didn't know what song I wanted to do. I think I'll do Amazing Grace. Y'all want to hear Amazing Grace or Come Home, Baby? It's long.
Next, we will have a representative of the Jochannan family come and address us.
When I think of my father, I think of Harry Tubman, a woman who had an unbelievable amount of wealth.
Mic check.
She ran away, but she had the nerve to go back and get more slaves. That was my father. He was not a pharaoh. He was simply a man. I heard someone say 1967. Well, the first time I realized my father was something special was probably in 1955. And my mother was taking me, I don't do anything without mentioning my mother. But my mother was taking me down 125th Street. And some of you heard the story about my mother and Mary. But my mother was taking me down 125th Street, and my father was on a box. And in those days, there was only 3 people standing listening to him. And he was standing in front of Teddy Shannon and the Teresa Hotel. And my mother said, when she pointed to him, she said, "You see he?" With her head right, when she used a West Indian accent, you knew she meant business. And she said, "You see he?" Let him look. She said, "He loves he." And then she pulled out a mirror, and I looked up, and I looked back and said, "I know, because I've seen him shaving." And then she held the mirror to me, and I looked in the mirror, and I looked up and said, "Mommy, I love me." I fought that feeling a long time.
But I love it. 49 books. It could have been 10 million. Do you know what he had the audacity to do? In a country that said he was 3/5 of a man, that said he was nothing and ate, he had the audacity to love himself. That's what those books mean. I love Jesus. Singing "The Sun is Shining." And he says, I want you to know who I am. And he said, when the sun gathers the rainbow, I want you to know I'm a rainbow too. Thank you, Daddy.
Thank you, Brother Alfredo, and thank the family. We can see in you, Dr. Ben. John was talking yesterday about his depositing himself in you. And there's actually, in one of our early books of the beginning, I think it is the book of the Coming Forth by Day, if I'm not maybe the Pyramid text, where God says, I've created all that I wanted to create, and then I expand in you. Dr. Ben has expanded in you, family. Thank you. Now we'll ask the young man who worked with Dr. Ben very closely in a capacity to help his guiding his affairs, Attorney Roger White. Rudy, and I would also like to, well, as you come, Rudy, I'll open the document. You can also read that also. It's a proclamation from Rochester, New York. Attorney White. Last decade, a member of your family and the son of Dr. Ben.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rodney White, and for those of you who don't know, I'm a partner in the Cochran firm. It was my privilege to serve Dr. Ben in the legacy of Johnny Cochran, fighting and service over the last 70 years. I'll be very brief, as there are many much more important people than me who are waiting to speak. I'm humbled in having had the opportunity to serve as a stalwart of our community, a man who meant so much to so many, a man who made us understand and who told me that no matter where you come from, as long as you're a black man, you're an African. An African with a rich and proud history that most of us were not taught in conventional schools. I served in honor of the legacy of the late Johnny Cochran, and I'm proud to have done so. The Dr. Ben I knew was not the one that a lot of you know. By the time I met him, he was a little frail, but no less able to put you in your place. I remember an evening, I was sitting in his apartment with him, just us, and his home elderly. And you see, I had called him earlier and told him that I was on trial and I would be there by 7 o'clock. I didn't get there until about 7:30. So when I arrived, he was sitting there and he said, so how was your day? So I proceeded to tell him that I was handling this case, police brutality, and I had sued the NYPD for falsely arresting my client. and imprisoned him for a couple of days. So he said to me, you know, that's very important work that you're doing. So what happened to the case? So I said to him, well, you know, Dr. Ben, after 2 days on trial, the city decided that they had to pay my client X amount of dollars. You know, when you see things about Charleston nowadays, you know what Dr. Ben would think. But he said to me, you know, good. You can't let them get away with stuff like that. So of course, I felt really proud because this was coming from the great Dr. Ben, a man of the likes of Marcus Garvey, now the next. And he continued. He said, that's great, Rudy, but he should have gotten him 2 times that. I felt like he was the grandfather I could never please. In closing, I just want to thank a few people who in the last 6 or 7 years quietly and loyally assisted me in serving Dr. Ben. First, I want to thank Ruth. Like your family, Ruth, you spoke about your family a lot. But you were with me, you were loyal, dedicated, and I thank you very much on behalf of what I had to do with Dr. Ben. Dr. Jeffries. And Professor Smalls. I was once summoned to Harlem to come and speak to them. And I walked in with an air of confidence, but I was real nervous. I said, what are these men going to put me through today? BrotherRonn, you were intensely loyal to Dr. Ben. You loved Dr. Ben, and I appreciate that on his behalf. Janie Medina. Who stayed with Dr. Ben, and sometimes in these folks, ladies and gentlemen, I wonder, you know, why didn't generate such loyalty? But they were there for him in these last 3 years. Brother Wayne from Canada. Brother Adewale. And Jesus, this man was the biggest pain in my butt. But I loved him, and I loved him because he was intensely loyal to Dr. Ben, Carnation Friends. No Carnation within CIOI, I thank you for your dedication and loyalty to Dr. Ben. Sister Queen Saku. And I met her. She was with the police department. She stepped up and she demanded that he be treated with the respect that he deserved. Gary Edwards, an eternity funeral home, stepped up and I thank you. Abyssinian, thank you very much. National Action Network and Reverend Sharper. Leaning forward to his silent minutes, it really was a respite for him. Brother Greg Hardy, thank you very much. And Brother Jarvis Butler. Those are just a few people, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to forgive me because I know I had to keep this list as short as I could. But Dr. Ben gave so much to us, for us. In his last years when he needed us, those folks stopped by, stepped up, and on behalf of Dr. Ben, I'd like to personally acknowledge and say thank you. It was my distinct honor, and I'm humbled, having been a small part of the life of this giant of man. May God bless you all, and may God bless Dr. Ben.
Thank you so much, Attorney White. Is an extraordinary young man. There's one young brother that he didn't forget, I probably didn't give him that name. His name is David West. I think he's a power forward for the Indiana Pacers. And when the shrine in the craft reached out to David, he gave generously to make sure things were what it should be. He said, I never met and I want to contribute. Reverend Dr. Cynthia Lindsay Taylor Cole in Rochester, and just one short paragraph. It says, Dr. Butts, I hope you will receive this message in a timely manner and relay condolences to family and community as we celebrate the life of this magnificent beloved leader. He said, please extend my sincere prayers for the comfort and the loving support of the family of our beloved elder who has transitioned. I'm a former student of Dr. Ben Jochannan, and although I am unable to travel due to health, a bus of faithful and appreciative devotees of Dr. Ben and his life work is traveling from Buffalo and Rochester, and they are here. And I know my big brother, because he's the best keeper of time we have, Dr. Rosalind and Dr. Leonard Jeffries.
As my wife joins us, let me say that this has been a marvelous celebration of this great brother. We're in Harlem, special community of the African world, the heartbeat, the spiritual consciousness of the African world. And I've been blessed because I'm married into Harlem. My wife is a child and a spirit of Harlem. And the women go first. I know the male ego, Alfredo is strong, but the women go first. We come out of the women. The women produced us. They are our first teachers, and they are the pioneers. So the women have to be here in the Jeffries family. The first to go to Africa is Dr. Rosalind Jeffries. She'll have the first chance to speak to you.
I'll just make a few brief remarks. We know that in the story when Jesus, the Black Messiah, was baptized and God said, oh, I'm so pleased. And here comes this wonderful dove to descend. And then afterward, what did God do? But give him over to the tempter. And he said, well, how could God give his only little son you love and you love, I love you, and give you over to the evil forces? And so that was the test. We know that when you have a brand new car on the market, it can do fantastic things. What happens? It's given over for the road test. And so in your lives, we're asking, are you being tested that you might do and produce what you ought to, so that the great oil will come out of you? So Dr. Ben represented many kinds of roles, and one was a kind of a tester. When I was a young lady and spoke before a crowd, Dr. Ben was upset. I don't know why he was so upset. And he told me, he said, you didn't mention women. You gave a talk about Kemet and talk, but you didn't, you emphasized the men and not the women. And then I took notice to that, And so that's when I ended up writing about women in cave art for Ivan Van Sertima in his book called Black Women in Antiquity. As to how he tried to be tough on us so that we would begin to grow and not just be little innocent lambs ready for the slaughter in the natural sense. Imam Baraka did the same thing. I was on a panel of artists on 116th Street, and I was talking about God, way back, young lady, and he criticized me for using the word God. And so what can I do? But he was trying to tell me later, after I calmed down a little bit, he said, God is a term that's more Germanic, more European, maybe Greek, but to understand at least the multitudes of terms in the African continent that mean God supreme, and God supreme in his many manifestations was the fullness that he had learned from Kemet.
Come on.
And so that's why I said, watch out for those giants that come to correct and to give another point of view that's the African-centered point of view. And so we thank God for people like that. You know, when they say the mother that loves the child so much that the child is disciplined and chastised. You must, as a community, be willing to discipline and chastise in the way that Dr. Ben did. It means that God loves you so much from the depth of creation and humanity that he does expand himself within you. And that's the God that loved Leonard and I so much that he would intercede and begin to try to use us as we are humble before our God. Whether you call him the way, the truth, the light, the door, whether you call him Emmanuel, whether you call him whatever, the Father knows the child. The mother knows the child in the love of oxytocin bondage.
Well, family, you can see why I've been able to survive. Thank you, this Harlem flower that has been an important part of my life. Now, Brother Smalls gave me 2 African minutes. I'm blessed to have him as a part of my life, and I will try to be within my 2 African minutes. Why? Because this is the beginning of a process. This is not the end. Dr. Ben is now an ancestor. The body has gone, but the spirit is forever. You need to restudy who he was, his whole life, the whole family. You have a responsibility before you. You did not know who helped to bring you into this world. And not only did he sustain you as a family, he sustained us as his outside family. He sustained a local family. The work of Dr. Ben is worthy of serious study. So we made our commitment. Dr. Clark, this is his 100th anniversary. We're working with him and celebrating him for the year. Dr. Ben was trying to get to 100. He didn't quite make it. 97. But we're going to celebrate this brotherhood of light for the year. So this is not the end. You can see how deep this process is. This is the beginning. Dawn, you've got so much to do. And you've got to make sure that it happens. And Alfredo, you've got to be positive with that male energy. And don't beat back your spiritual sisters. Work with them. And you youngsters, you've been blessed to have an experience of unbelievable power in you. This man who has given us the gift that keeps on giving. You can tap into it and empower yourself. And you can tap
Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark together, this fantastic brotherhood, with the 40-day ceremony. In the Akan tradition, there's a 40-day celebration after the person has left us. And so it's not necessary for us to make the statements today. We are here to celebrate, and I'm glad to see that that is taking place. In the Christian tradition, when one loses an individual and they go to the graveyard, you celebrate. In the African tradition, when one loses a great individual, you celebrate. This brother gave us so much to celebrate because he loved us so and was willing to sacrifice everything to let us know. You don't have the confusion that Dr. Ray Nobles talked about. African people everywhere suffer greatly from a shattered consciousness and a fractured identity. Dr. Ben let you know that you are the consciousness of humanity. You are the mothers and fathers of humanity. And your identity is not Barbados or Jamaica or Ethiopia or Holland. Your identity is Africa. Dr. Clark, I'm glad I didn't jump into your coffin when you left us. He was right there. Reverend Butts knows he wanted to get into the coffin with Dr. Clark. That brotherhood was so powerful. But he stayed the course because his message was not over. He still had much to do. And so we need to understand how he was a transformative spirit. Gil Noble became the great Gil Noble because he was transformed by Dr. Ben. Dr. James Turner became the great James Turner because Dr. Ben went up to stay with him and be with him at Cornell for 13 to 14 years. Len Jeffries and Rosalind Jeffries are what they are because Dr. Ben put his hand and his spirit and his energy on us, and an accountability was placed on us. You have to do the right thing. Reverend Butts is blessed because of his relationship with the Dr. Ben, who's been able to be Dr. Ben but still loved, and he could come into this church and feel like he had something to contribute. And we have to give our brother, Reverend Butts, a special acknowledgement. So many wonderful things. We still have to understand that we need to love each other. Remove the negative, transform into the positive. Reverend Butts, many important things have happened at this special church, and you've handled yourself beautifully. The Spirit of God is with you. But Brother Rudy, this lawyer, Rudy Wright, took upon himself a most difficult task of dealing with one of the greatest men in our history at the stage that he was beginning to lose it. In order for the attorney, Rudy White, to handle Dr. Ben, Reverend Butts, he stepped into ministry. He stepped into ministry. And so he had a right to be talking about. Brothers and sisters, he had a ministry. He would not charge Dr. Ben. He did not treat him as an ordinary client. He had a ministry to serve, and so he deserves to be. So as I leave you at this time, I can just see Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, Dr. Chancellor Williams, John Jackson, saying, don't worry, brothers and sisters, I'm in as well. Jacob brothers, and our great sisters. There's so many of them. There's so many of them. But Dr. Ben, Dr. Shaw's never time. I appreciate that. Dr. Ben is saying that after this ceremony that we have all participated in, our folks are getting it right. They understand the great traditions that they come from. They're trying to make those traditions come alive. They're trying to make them make our traditional spiritual sense real. So I'm celebrating with you all. I want to thank all of you for trying to be the best of our African consciousness. And each one of you needs to be applauded. I will see you throughout the activities of this
coming year and thereafter. And I hope that all of you will come back and give some love to this family. They're going to raise money for the legacy of Dr. Ben. They're going to set up a foundation, and they need your support. So be prepared to come back and show them some real love. So this living legacy, this gift that keeps on giving, will continue. That's one of the great lights of the world. Thank you very much.
So I want to let all the other speakers know, only Dr. Jeffries get the African minutes. It's Dr. Malefi Asante in the audience. It's Dr. Malefi Asante here. Now I bring forth another couple of extraordinary scholars and comrades of Dr. Ben, Dr. Vera and Dr. Wade Nobles.
I would like to take us back to Egypt in 1979, where a group of us met, where Dr. Ben was waiting for us to arrive. And one of the lessons, after one of the lessons, in the early evening, it was such a joy to watch Dr. Ben eat watermelon. That was one of his favorites, eating watermelon. The second meeting, well, one of the second meetings, it was at a conference, I believe we were in LA, and I had, since in '88 I became in a wheelchair. So he was behind me, and he said, "I command you to get out that chair." Okay, so I took that metaphorically for him to say, okay, go about your life, share your gifts with the world. Yes. And that's what I do.
My wife and I, before we came here, got a contact call from Dr. Theophilo Benga. I hope you know who Dr. We wanted to make sure that we relate to Dr. Ben's family, that we are thankful for the gift of him, and that it is important that you recognize that while we raised Dr. Ben up, Dr. Ben was a man, and sometimes he forgot to do the homework with you. And sometimes he forgot to get your rent paid on time because some of us called him for the speaker, didn't pay him on time. And sometimes he was not all that he could have been as a family man. But we recognize, and therefore want to make sure that you recognize that his greatness was in being a regular man. And while we raise him up as the scholar and this genius, the fact of the matter is that he is a resource. That we should not see Dr. Ben's life's work as reference. Don't let people go and I want to reference Dr. Ben said this. But you see Dr. Ben as a resource for how you live as an African family. That resource is so important because if I may, his book was 98 pages long. And in that 98-page book, we must use that as a resource to clean up our page. Each one of you in this room, including myself, is a page. And our pages sometimes are written in the hieroglyphs. Sometimes it's written in Ifa. Sometimes it's written in Islam. Sometimes it's written in the Bakongo. Sometimes it's written in the Zulu. and each of us begin to think that my page is the page. You're just a page. And so we need to use Dr. Ben and all those great ones that he hung out with. The other point I need to make is Dr. Ben hung out with Dr. Clark. They loved hanging out. And when I was a young scholar, Dr. Naim Akbar and I would sit in the back room and we would debate about, I think I'm going to be like Dr. Ben. No, I'm going to be like Dr. Clark. And we would flip-flop and say, I'm going to be like Dr. Ben because he's just outrageous. He's just outrageous. And Naim was a little more conservative for me. He said, no, I'm going to be like Dr. Clark. She's more reserved. And we flip-flop. Now that's the seed of genius being planted as a resource. We didn't learn how to be scholar activists by reading a book. We learned how to be scholar activists by walking like Dr. Ben. We have to walk like him. And each of you have no excuse. No excuse. Remember, you're a page. You're a page. And so read Dr. Ben's 98 pages of life to clarify your page of life and walk in the world as this divine African family that he knew we were.
Said she went on with the life after God made that statement. She didn't tell you that she went on and got a PhD after God. Ambassador Teti Antonio here. Ambassador Teti Antonio, are you still here? Okay, the ambassador from the African Union, Teti Antonio, was here. He did send a message that I got late, that he had to leave early. But he wanted to know that the African Union did send a representative here. Ambassador Resi Kumanwere here. I just don't want to miss anyone who told me. At this time, I will have, and I expect the same thing from our elected officials, the official 2 minutes. I would like to ask Senator, State Senator, New York State Senator Perkins to please come and present the topic.
Today we pay honor and express our sincerest regrets over the passing of Dr. Ben, Yosef Alfredo Antonio Ben Jochannan, famously known as Dr. Ben. A transcendent and singular man beloved by so many in Harlem, across the city, and around the world. Dr. Ben was a scholar of many subjects, obtaining his initial degrees in architectural engineering and cultural anthropology. He's used his immense knowledge to write 49 books. Some of us don't even read that many in a lifetime. Educating people primarily on ancient Nile Valley civilizations and their impact on Western culture. A few few of his most notable works include, quote, African Origins of Major Western Religions, Black Men of the Nile and His Family, and Africa, Mother of Western Civilization. Dr. Ben was a public intellectual who was appointed chairman of the African Studies Committee at the headquarters of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organizations, a position he held from 1945 until 1970. UNESCO is an organization whose mission is to contribute to the building of peace, eradication of poverty, sustainable development by promoting international collaboration through education, the sciences, and culture. One of the founding scholars and lecturers in the subject, now known as Africana Studies, Dr. Ben believed all people of all races have a right to an education in history rooted and written from their own perspective. He stood firmly by his world research principle that members of the most advanced civilizations in the ancient world, the Egyptians, as well as the original Jews, were dark-skinned Africans like himself, and many of us here today. These beliefs are what made Dr. Ben so uniquely extraordinary. He was unapologetic, unfiltered, authentic, and commanding. He remained a strong and proud race man his entire life. He taught classical African history and shaped it into a sword against white supremacy. One of his most famous quotes is, "When your God and your Savior looks like your master and enslaver, you become the principal agent in your own destruction." In the years preceding his death, Dr. Ben lived in Harlem, NY's New York City, sometimes known as the Mecca of the African diaspora. So it is with great honor and pride that we pay tribute to a man whose life's mission was to educate people on the immense and long-standing contributions of African contributions to the world. And again, on behalf of my family, on behalf of this community that I have the great honor of representing, we want to express our deep appreciation to the family for so much of the time that should have been your time that he spent with us and made us a better community, better individuals because of it. So thank you so much, and we have
Thank you, State Senator Perkins, who's a strong political stalwart in our community, a man who has the mind of his people as his mind. Thank you, State. And let me emphasize that 2 minutes isn't something that Brother Small made up. We have a date at the cemetery. We still have a number of persons to speak. If we want to let them do that, we must stick to the time. Otherwise, I will make an arbitrary decision. The time is time to go to the cemetery. And you can be angry at me. Well, I love you anyway. I beg you. I beg you. I beg you. Please. Is important. Is there a representative of the Reverend Al Sharpton present? Who is it? Oh, yes, I did brother. Brother Attorney Michael Harding will speak on behalf.
Good afternoon, brothers Dr. Bucks and the officers and deacons and members of this church, to Dr. BrotherRonn, Leonard Jeffries, and of course to Dr. Ben's family. Reverend Al Sharpton and the National Action Network is pleased to be here to give celebration to Dr. Ben. We are celebrating our national convention, and today is a day that all of the ministers are gathering. So we know that Reverend Sharpton would want to be here because he had a very special relationship with Dr. Ben. And we appreciated that, and every week we could look out when he could. Dr. Ben would be at the House of Justice sitting in the Dr. Ben chair. And that chair will now be part of his history and his legacy. I was over at the Clark House during the preparations for this, and I don't know, there may be a place for that chair at Clark House. But one thing that I've heard Reverend Sharpton say often is that a person can never choose the day that he's born, can't determine the day that he's dead. But what he can determine is what he does with the dash between his date of birth and the date of his transition. And when you look out here today and see all of you here, you know that Dr. Ben made the best of that dash by giving us his writings, the books that he gave us, the history that he taught us, and as his son said, to know that God loved us and that we were the people of this earth. God bless you, Dr. Ben. God bless you, and your transition will be strong and well. Dr. Smalls, thank you so much.
I would like, Sister Ed, y'all have to bring the mic to us. There's a mic that you bring. Where is the other mic on this stand? So Sister Sanford, you Reverend Bucks have arranged the technology of this church.
My beloved people, my beloved family, my beloved sisters and brothers. Thank you, Dr. Bucks, for allowing us the privilege of being in this sacred place. And thank the family and the committee for permitting me an opportunity to let my name be known as one who knew Dr. Ben, who loved Dr. Ben, who listens to Dr. Ben, who learned from Dr. Ben, and who accepts the imperatives of his legacy. It is important that we feel the essence of the spirit of his uniqueness, of his presence, of his enigmatic energy, and we wonder, why did God bless him in such an extraordinarily special way? Yes. Well, certainly we know that this was an unusual man. And in his being unusual, he took us from the myth of Tarzan and Gone with the Wind. Took us from Adam, primitive and savage, uncivilized, into the era of classical African civilization. Yes, he did. When people came and sat in his presence to learn not just about humanity, but the gifts that Africa gave to the world, and the gifts that were stolen from Africa. Its minerals, its diamonds, its rubber, its gold, and its people. Dr. Ben leaves us an important imperative. It is not just that we have known and and listen to him, but unless we carry his message forward, unless we speak to our children, embracing them, caring for them, teaching them, then we have just heard his words, but we have not implemented it. And so it is on my behalf and the behalf of the people of my generation and those children of all our tomorrows, the mothers and fathers of our tomorrows, to know that your being here means that you have committed yourself to understand the true imperatives of his legacy. An unusual, worthy, brilliant, altruistic, enigmatic, multifaceted genius has been a part of our lives, and it must make a difference in how we look, behave, react, speak, walk, and talk. Wherever you go, however many miles apart, how many distances, always remember there is an imperative to his legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Alex. And so the elder has shown you how to use your 2 minutes. Minutes is important. Imam Al-Haj Talib Abdur Rashid from the Mosque of the Islamic Brotherhood.
Peace be unto you all, family and family. Assalamu alaikum. Salam. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. When one wants to ascertain the state of one's health, first thing one does is look at history. When we walk into a doctor's office, the forms enrolling or registering us for treatment first question us as to our identity. What is your name? Where are you from? Let's just say, what is your address? We are then questioned as to our history even before the examination begins, and if needed, treatment commences. Dr. Yosef ben Jochannan was a physician who took on the African people of the global diaspora as his patients, blazing a path for us, a people in quest of a healthy collective personality. The importance of Dr. Ben to us as a doctor was that he identified what Sheikh Anta called our historical conscience as African people. That historical conscience being essential to the process of distinguishing ourselves as a people from an amorphous black population. As our teaching physician, Dr. Ben asked us, how will you know who you are if you don't know who you were? He queried, how will you know the full extent of your current health if you don't know your previous state or condition? We thank the Creator for him. We thank Allah for our doctors who seek to heal us. And yes, men and women. Don't forget to add Lucilla Dungy Houston to that list. It amazes me to witness in the village that there are those who would laid claim to Dr. Ben. One side of the room says he was ours, and therefore we claim him in exclusion of others. And the other side of the room declares, no, he was ours, and we claim him to the exclusion of others. Foolish people. Do we not understand that no one has more of a claim on any of us than the creator of the heavens and the earth and all things in between? We come from him, we belong to him, and unto him will we return, all of us. Living our life in between our first breath given by him and the last one granted by him. And let me close my comment by offering a traditional prayer in the Islamic tradition. Allahumma gfir li hayyina wa mayyitina wa shahidina wa ghaibina wa sagirina wa kabirina wa dhakarina wa untana. Allahumma man ahyaytahu minna fa ahyayhi ala al-Islam. ومن توفيته منا فتوفه على الإيمان. اللهم لا تجرمنا أجره ولا تفتنا بعده. Ameen. Oh Allah, forgive those of us who are living and those of us who are deceased, and those of us who are present and those of us who are absent, and those of us who are young and those of us who are old, and our men folk and our women folk. Oh Allah, whomever you give life from amongst us, give that person life in submission to you. And whoever you take away from us, take him away in faith. Oh Allah, do not forbid us their reward, and do not send us astray after them. Dr. Ben guided us to a path. Stay on the path and go right.
The man did well. A member of the family, Dr. Jochannan, we have approximately 20 minutes. Please help me with Dr. Balu. And I know some of you have papers you want to read, but you can't read it. There's one letter that I'll allow. The rest, please, summarize them with your heart.
Montero. Puerto Rico is here present to honor a great researcher, a challenger, a defender of the truth with facts, and we travel with him throughout Africa, finding those truths. I traveled in 1980, my sister in 1982, my son in 1983, and we are inviting the 150 million Latino blacks throughout South America to come and find that truth so that we know where we're coming from. We are Africa. And we went to Fajardo, and we went to Ponce, and in every town we were researching the facts of some of the stages of his life. I translated Black Man of the Night to Spanish, and he was discussing Chocó, Colombia. Major European religions are based on African religions and were discussed in Puerto Limón, Costa Rica. And I translated African modern Western civilization to Spanish, and it's been read all throughout South America
and we invite you to join this effort. Each one of us is Dr. Ben. We have to follow this teaching. Thank you.
I will now call the representative of Minister Louis Farrakhan in the Nation of Islam, Imam Hafiz Muhammad.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, all praise belongs to Allah, the Lord of the worlds. We thank Him for Moses and the Torah, Jesus and the Gospel, and Muhammad and the Holy Quran. As a student of the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the eternal leader of the Nation of Islam, and the New York representative of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and the student minister of Mosque, number 7, New York City, it's an honor to be here for Dr. Ben's family and for the community. We wish to greet you with the universal greetings of peace and of paradise. We say, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for receiving our international representative, Brother Akbar, early in the program. He had to go and represent for Minister Farrakhan at the reparations panel that's being held today at York College. And thank you for receiving me and the work that we've done with your father and our prayers and the programs that we have attended. Sister Ruth, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, to your family, thanks you for the invitation for him to be here. But today he's speaking at ITC in Atlanta, Georgia, to the young people at the Theological Seminary, making them the better future rulers for our people and our nation. And later on, he'll be speaking to students from Morehouse University. But he has set me in his place on your behalf, and I wish to read his words to you at this time. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and that Muhammad is his messenger. Assalamu alaikum, peace be unto you. To the family, friends, and the community of our departed brother, teacher, historian, and scholar, Dr. Yosef ben Yochannan, on behalf of my wife, Mother Khadija, myself, and family, we send our deepest sympathies and condolences on the passing of your father. Words are inadequate to express our gratitude for the time, for the work, and for the knowledge that we have gained from our brother, Dr. Yosef ben Yochannan. It is written in the Holy Quran that no soul dies except by the permission of Allah, and the term is fixed. Dr. Ben finished his course in this life, and his body will go to the earth, but his spirit can never die. His work will live on, and his legacy is secure. It is written in the Holy Quran that Allah will never waste the work of any worker. His work will define him, and the body of knowledge that he taught will survive him. All we can say is, well done, our good and faithful servant. We have all benefited from his rich and faithful service to our people, the community, and the world. May Allah's peace and contentment of mind be with each of us as we celebrate the goodness and beauty of the life of our departed brother and friend. May Allah bless, guide, protect, and comfort all of you, or all of us who mourn his loss. Sincerely, I am your brother and servant, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, servant to the Lost Foundation of Islam in the West. And we leave you saying to all of us, we heard last night as we spoke to you, and today Dr. Ben said where heaven is. The Honorable, but I mean this seriously, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said to us that the only heaven a man really has is a woman. There's the hereafter of your soul, but he said the only heaven a man has is a woman. So let all of us respect women and stand for women. And Prophet Muhammad said, heaven lies at the foot of the woman, but hell has no fury like a woman's scorn. So treat a woman right. But black man, stand up and don't be a part of history. Be like Dr. Ben. Make history.
Now we would like to ask a brother of the craft who studied and grew up under Dr. Ben, Brother Ashley Quason.
To our warrior scholars, elder scholars, Dr. Jeffrey, and his beautiful mentor Hemp, and our warrior scholar, Dr. J, and to our family, Sister Ruth, our spirits go out to you. Dr. Ben is the father I never had. My father was a victim, my biological father was a victim in the Korean War. I met Dr. Ben at Long Beach State back in 1973. He gave some powerful words. And I asked Dr. Ben, can you prove what you said here today? He said, young man, I can take you back and show you. He said, but above all, we need young people like you to go back and do the field research, and he walked away. But it was in 1975 that a friend of mine was shot down by the Gestapo beast LAPD. And I was on a revolutionary suicide mission. And a sister gave me Dr. Ben's book. I still have her name in the corner, Black Man of the Night. I thought it was a Bible. I said, no, I don't need that. But this is a holy Bible, a holy text. That started my mission, making that journey with him in 1981. 14 years with him, now 34 years non-stop. I want to make it quick. I want to give the ode to the ancestors, call to the ancestors for Dr. Ben's journey into the eternal life. Oh, ancestors, blacker than the skies at noon and midnight, pyramid builders and great ancient priests, warriors and mystic scientists, our African ancestors, our warrior scholar, Dr. Yosef, Alfredo Antonio de Jochannan, whom we affectionately know as Dr. Ben, went forth from this limited physical life to join you in existence unbounded by time nor space. O African ancestors, Dr. Ben stands in the hall of Ma'at with his heart in balance with the feather of the African goddess Ma'at, truth, justice, and righteousness. O African ancestors, Dr. Ben speaks the Makaroon, his voice, his truth of words, in the hall of Ma'at. O African ancestors, Dr. Ben's spirit be born again from the cosmic womb of the African goddess Nut, the goddess of the heavens, as he told us, the kingdom of heaven is between the legs of the African woman. Like the sun Ra, Dr. Ben will traverse the heavens of the goddess Nut from east to west. O African ancestors, may Dr. Ben's comet, the spiritual shadow, be with us during the morning sun called Kepara, during the high noon called Ra, and its sunset called Atum. O African ancestors, may our great warrior, grandmaster teacher, Dr. Ben, sail into eternal life with a good wind. May no storm tear away his sail. May he not taste, hear, feel, nor see any evil. Dr. Ben is a man of righteousness and of African liberation for our people. O African ancestors, may a soul of the Lord of the perfect black, judgment and resurrection become one with Dr. Ben's cause, spirit, with spiritual resurrection and eternal life. Dr. Ben, we will always call your name for you to live again. We will continue to study your great works and pass it down to future generations. Dr. Ben, may the spirit of our African ancestors protect you as you fly on the wings of Ra for eternal life. Dr. Ben is our personification of Africa. He smiled at us and gave us the sacred knowledge of Africa. He touched us like the rays of Ra and gave us the light of Africa. Dr. Ben, our grandmaster's teacher, may he live on to eternity.
Dr. Ben's son. This young man also was raised up by Dr. Ben in the craft. He's doing many things in Egypt today, but he was raised up from the European dead level to the African living level. Brother Tony Robin.
What's that, family? To the family of Dr. Ben, I thank you so much for sharing your father with us. To the Harlem community, I thank you for looking after Dr. Ben's family while he was gone so that he could take care of his business and come back home knowing that everything would be safe when he returned. We lost Dr. Ben 3 weeks ago. With this loss, we witnessed the end of an era. We will never see great minds like Dr. Ben in our lifetimes again. Let's be cognizant. It is a new day. But as I recall sitting in this church 17 years ago at the service with Dr. Clark, I recall Dr. Ben at the podium looking down at Dr. Clark's body, tears streaming down his eyes, his heart broken, saying, I lost my best friend. I don't know what I'm going to do. Well, at least we know today that Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben are together. Dr. Clark is together. Dr. Jackson, all of our great scholar warriors will look down on us, will guide us, will protect us, and allow us to move forward to continue their work. We must prepare our bodies to receive their sacred energy because they will work through us. And it's only if we are conscious, it's only when we are receptive that we truly can be the vessels through which they will continue their great and mighty walk, and they will never die. I shall.
Magnificent church has to leave. He told us way in advance we have a flight. And so we would like to hear from our pastor.
I will depart, beloved, but Reverend Tom Young will be able to stand for the ministry of our church, the chairman of our deacon board, Deacon Gerald Barbour, Deacon Major Keels, Deacon Seaburn Mason, Deacon Jarrell Johnson, Deacon Herbert Proctor, Trustee Robert Ward, Trustee Pat Proctor. These are officers of our church. I have in my hand a proclamation for the congressional record from the Honorable Charles B. Rankin. This will be entered in memory, celebrating the life and legacy work of distinguished scholar, Kemet physician, Yosef Alfredo Antonio Benyama. I also have in my possession, and they are here, a resolution from the Blue Nile Passage Incorporated, the brothers and sisters that were named by Dr. Ben, and they represent training of our young people in terms of their spiritual, cultural, and moral character development. Blue Nile, rise, please, so that we can... A letter from Musa Khalil Kita, the poet of Harlem, and greetings from the Metropolitan African Methodist Episcopal Church, the Reverend Dr. Kim W. Anderson, and of course you've already heard the greeting from the Reverend Dr. Cynthia Lindsay Taylor Cole, and these will be presented to the family as I depart. I say to you, beloved, that we are gathered, and one of the more difficult things for the church today is to be able to embrace and appreciate the uniqueness of our Africanness. And I have been privileged to sit with Dr. Spall that I've known for a long time, Dr. Jeffries, who was very influential in bringing to light some of the things that when I went into the ministry I just did not understand. And Dr. Ben, who called me affectionately Butsy, he was, as someone pointed out, I think the Dr. Noble, a human being. He was a man. And I appreciated him so much. My eyes have been opened, so I hope that going forward, we do have great minds. That's why I acknowledge Dr. Jeffries and acknowledge Dr. Sanford and Camille and so many of Yarborough and so many others, because this process is ongoing. And our minds are continuing to open. I appreciated so much the ceremony, the opening of the mouth, and the music and all that went with it. It was a revelation. And we will continue to grow as a people. We will be drawn closer together. And I will say this, and I know how sensitive this is for us, but part of the expenses for this service were paid for by the Reverend Al Sharpton. Singing belongs to Harlem, and it belongs to you. And we will always celebrate the greatness of our sisters and brothers in this sacred space. God bless you. You are welcome. Please excuse me, but I will see you, I pray, soon. God bless you.
Each other when Reverend Butts, before he was the pastor at the church, he was a minister. He was a teacher of black studies at City College under Dr. Leonard Jeffries. So we had a lot of moments arguing because I was the one teaching the course of religion and survival. So me and the minister used to have some nice conversation about theology. But he's our brother and a very beautiful, humble man. That's why. Are there any other Harlem elected officials in the building? I thought I saw Councilman Jackson a moment ago. Is he still here? Thank you, sir. Are there any other ambassadors from the United Nations here in the building? We're going to forego the proclamation. Now, I'm inviting the representative and the president of ASCAC, Dr. B, to come. But I know you have a written statement, but I know you can appreciate our time. And I know you're a scholar that masters summarizing.
Hotep Africans. I would like for all of the members and representatives of the board of ASCAC to please stand in solidarity with me as I give this brief statement. Please stand. We are the living legacy. We are part of the living legacy of one of our founders, Dr. Yosef and Dr. We engage in this ceremony of opening the mouth because Dr. Ben was the one that opened our hearts, that opened our minds, giving us the words and the works to open our mouths so that we could speak authoritatively and courageously on African history and culture from an African frame of reference. It's not an accident that Dr. Ben made his transition at the beginning of the ASCAC conference. And it's not an accident that Dr. Ben was 96 years old at his transition. And that is the same age as Dr. Ben's favorite pharaoh, Ramses II. This is our Ramses II. This is our Usur Ma'at Ra Setep in Ra. This is our life. His words as ruler with guiding this community in the study of African civilizations. In the other hand, with his mace, smiting the enemies of African people all over the world. We salute you, Dr. Ben. And like the Great Pyramid text said, you are an imperishable star. You will float among the imperishable stars because those are the stars that never dip below the horizon. Those are the stars that never die. And your words, your work, your life, your essence, your spirit will always be amongst us, and it will never die. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. B, we have one other person who will be speaking in brief from the African Poetry Theater at the request especially of the family. And we want to make sure that we're doing very good on the time, all things considered. This is Sister Sonia Diaz of the African Poetry Theater.
Giving all honor to God, our ancestors, our elders, and all our youth. Peace and greetings to my own family and to the extended family. I'm here on behalf of the African Poetry Theater, Incorporated, the Center for Culture and Education. To the board members here, the executive director, please stand. Carol Allen, Brother Sekou Branch, Father John Matusi Branch's son, Rabbi Eliyahu, our treasurer, and I don't know if Sister Niachi Tillman is here, our chair. But we also have President Dr. Leonard Jeffries, who's on our board, and also Dr. Small, Professor Smalls, who's on our board. So we're here to say thank you, Asante Sana, so much, Dr. Ben, for all you've done for us and continue to do. I didn't understand who he was as a relative until I got much older, but I was very happy and pleased because I'd already been studying with Dr. Clark and Hunter. And to study with Dr. Ben is to know who you are. These children, the Nile Valley group that just stood up, the young people, I applaud them because I'm in the classroom. I'm in the after-school centers. I'm in the teen centers at night. I'm in the system, so to speak, with the Board of Ed. But I never wanted to go there because I said, I'm not telling these children that Christopher Columbus discovered a doggone thing, except that he was lost. So I'm like, I'm not going there. So every child in my class, they know Africa, they know Dr. Ben's name, Dr. Clark's name. I give them the science of check1 to Diop, they know the skulls, they know the bones, because they don't lie. They can broaden, they can chisel down the nose of Egypt and try to whiten up the artwork, as Dr. Clark used to say, but they can't mess with the skull or the bones or the fossils that's in Olduvai Gorge in Central Southeast Africa. Those skulls are over 1.5 million years old. There's no contestation with that. None whatsoever. So I go to archaeology with the children. I'm teaching them what is a circle, what is a square, what is a triangle. Oh, you're going to know the shape of Africa. That's one of the shapes I make sure I include. So without any further ado, I'm going to respect the time and please come to the African Poetry Theater in Queens where we will be giving a tribute. And we're going to have a new state-of-the-art building where there will be an archival center in the name of Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark.
Sister Eunice Newkirk is doing the solo. His eyes is on the sky. I would just like to acknowledge a couple of persons that I saw. There's some people I didn't see, and I will not be able to acknowledge, but please forgive me. But those who I did see, I saw he came in from Ghana, Imam Obaba of the African Muslim community is here. I saw Sister Black Shabazz, the daughter of Malcolm X. I think it's Sister Lisa. Is this Lisa? Which one? Glenn? Sister Glenn. The daughter of Gil Noble. Okay. Who am I? Oh, Brother Nati.
Brother Nati. We're talking more book than anybody in terms of the distribution of this knowledge. Brother Nati and Brother Paul Coates.
Of course. This beautiful program that you have seen, which is quite a memorabilia, was put together by a young brother and a young sister and her family. Ruth and the Jochannan family. I know sometimes y'all thought Ruth was being crazy, but she was working, trust me. We wanted to phone sometime at 1 a.m. in the morning. Putting this document together with an extraordinary young brother who sometimes can give you a headache, but I love him so much, Brother Reggie Mason. This document is all sent to the publisher, African, what's the name of the president? Black Classic Press, headed by Brother Paul Coates. Paul was out sometimes working with Brother Tony Brown and his assistants. 2 and 3 in the morning, they're calling saying, "Can you send something to Ruth?" That's why I got to wait till morning. That's what we needed to prove. But this document came as a collaboration of the family and friends of Doc, and Brother Coates picked up all of the costs. And let me tell you, this is not a cheap document. Where is Paul? Is Paul in here? Where? Stand up, let me see you. So now, after the meeting, Madonna is going to do a lot of meetings today. And then it'll be followed by the eulogy by Reverend Young. So if you would like to, whoever is going to, the family member is going to give us the reading about the New Testament. And even though we are 15 minutes off, we're not doing too bad. But we do have to be in the gates of that cemetery before 2 o'clock. So when I give some instructions about the march, some of you are expecting me like a little bit more than ours. We've got to be in the cemetery.
This is Revelation 21, 3 and 4. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, "Now the dwelling of God is with men, and he will live with them. They will be his people, and God himself will be with them and be their God. He will wipe every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain, for the old order of things has passed away."
Reverend Young of the Abyssinian Baptist Church.
Dr. Ben was truly an amazing man. Everyone who has gone before me has preached his eulogy, where all of you have bore witness to his life and to his legacy. But most importantly, you have shared with each and every one of us the manner in which Dr. Ben has impacted your life. So we here at the Abyssinian Baptist Church extend our love and our support and pray that God will sustain you in the days ahead. May Dr. Ben's spirit live on. We will now open the floor for remarks from the chairman of our deacon board, Deacon Barbour.
All those assembled at this historic church.
This church is the community church. As a young black man of the 60s, growing up in Virginia, attending a black institution, Virginia State University. At the time when black studies were so controversial, I never will forget a man by the name of Dr. Henry Ponder. I was taught a black history course. A footnote, Dr. Henry Ponder became the president of Columbia University in Beaufort, South Carolina, in college there, went on to become the president of Fisk University. And when I walked into the classroom, the first thing he said to me, "Wow, do you know who you are?" The young black man thought he knew who he was. And I come here today and I can hear the voice of Dr. Ben, the story, the question, do you know who you are? The greatest sin that ever visited upon man was the sin of ignorance. They always tell us if you want to hide something, put it in a book. What did Dr. Ben do? Dr. Ben opened that book. And what did Dr. Ben give to the world? He gave us power. And he gave us that power through the absorption of knowledge. God is so good. A man, 96 years. It's hard to come here to be sad for a black man who has lived for 96 years. This is truly a celebration. Last night as I sat in my seat, this was like being in school. Dr. Ben would have been proud today to hear the tributes. But for those of us today who learned from you, the teachers, those who were disciples of Dr. Ben. At the Abyssinian Baptist Church, we always tell people on a time like this when you lost a loved one, anything we can do for the family today, tomorrow, please feel free to call upon us. We are a church truly blessed. And so when we come together, times like these, this is the time when we all come together. Your presence here today strengthens the family. But more importantly, it sends to our young people a history. Because this history is what galvanizes us as we go forth in the future. God has been good to us. God gave you a wonderful father, grandfather, or friend. But God gave this man a wealth of knowledge, a man who was unselfish. You do not know the sacrifices until you know that this man made for our well-being. We will never ever know. But God has put in our midst sometimes people who have a mission. We call it ministry. And what is ministry? It's what one does on a daily basis to bless somebody else. This man has blessed the world. Bless the world. Open your hearts. Our young people, as you stand there while doing our passage program, let your minds be open for the future. And the legacy of Dr. Ben is in our hearts. It's in our hearts. This is what will carry us on for future generations. And so I stand here proudly to chair the Board of Deacons. And always in closing, I say to those assembled, which is so true, to God be the glory for the great things He has done, is doing, and will continue to do in your life. God bless the multitude.
We have come to the end of our ceremony today. So I would ask that we would prepare for the benediction. Let us pray. Eternal God, we thank you for Dr. Ben. We thank you for a life that was well lived. God, we ask now that you would bless this family and bless this community. But we would also ask that you would send your spirit and empower us to keep his legacy alive. Now unto him who is able to keep us from falling and present us faultless before the presence of his glory with exceeding joy. To the only wise God, our Savior, be glory, majesty, dominion, and power, both now and forevermore. Amen.
May the members of eternity little home come forward. And when I would ask everyone upstairs and down to please remain seated until the coffin and the family have departed. It will make it so much easier and it will show the greatest respect. Thank you.